very strong.
I've been running over all the corners of my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time, searching for a way to find relief. And I can stay inside, go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I'm just trying to learn from all the things that I've been told. I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the deep, but without it, you won't let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
We're living for the moment now and one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions are not taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I will be there. see your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. It don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more. Oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need.
Been a while, yeah. Safe to say over a year. Still it feels like I saw you every day. Tired of hanging around the ones that always need an explanation. I don't need to every day. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna lose everything I thought that I can never be. Build me up, needs my peace. Figured out by all the parts that made me. Used to feel like I belong to a certain place or a town. Feeling safe, feeling sound when I'm still around. I feel something in the distance. I wanna know what it's like. Don't worry, I'm still with you all the time. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna lose everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, needs my peace. Figured out by all the parts that made me.
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to IEM New York 2020 European region. Excuse me. With me to this lovely day, we got Daniel, also known as Dan. How you doing, Dan?
I'm doing pretty good, actually. Excited for some lovely games.
So first off today, we got G2 versus Complexity in a banger of a best of 3. Gonna see how that pans out. First thoughts on this matchup, then.
First thoughts on the matchup, it should be interesting because Complexity, they're obviously playing with a stand-in in the form of Nato Safix, who sort of was with them at the back end of Pro League. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage with that, if they can continue some of the skill they found, because obviously they found some mixed results of it, but they're sort of on a downward trend. So it'll be interesting to see how that fares up against G2.
And you're right, we did see NATO Safix at Pro League, and he had an interview with Sponge that I saw, and he said that he wasn't feeling entirely comfortable with the roles that he was playing. He was playing positions he wasn't necessarily used to, roles he wasn't necessarily used to. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out for him in this matchup. Also, he's playing rifle.
Yeah.
He's typically an Auber. So I guess a versatile player.
Certainly, yeah. Hopefully they've had time to work on stuff since Pro League. I mean, they had a bit of a break because he went out second round, I think. Like they beat Ents, then lost to Navi and Astralis. So we'll see if that works out for them. All right.
We're gonna see how that pans out. They are up against G2 in this one. Obviously, G2 also a strong lineup. We've seen that before. We're probably gonna see that again. They have been in a bit of a slump lately. I'm not entirely sure if you can call it a slump, but they've had like pretty bad beats against Big and AGO. They lost 2-0 against Ents recently as well, so not the best running here for G2. Do you think they can potentially bounce back in a matchup against Complexity, or is Complexity a little bit too strong for G2 in this one?
I mean, I hope so. It's always going to be close, I think. Obviously, yeah, as you say, a few mixed results for them. Some losses, which they obviously didn't want the group stage exit at Pro League. Obviously not ideal, but if there's a time for them to start picking up wins, it's a new tournament. It's a team who were a little bit hamstrung by a player departing them in the form of Obo. So yeah, I mean, no reason they can't take this one. I think G2, they are just in current situation, when you look at the rosters, you'd say G2, I think, would be a slightly better prospect to take the victory over a slightly crippled complexity side.
I'll have to double down on that. Like, complexity, as you pointed out with NATO Safix. I love NATO Safix. He's my boy. We're both Danes. I gotta rep him. You know how it is. But at the end of the day, it's a new guy on a roster that's been performing together for quite some time. It's never easy to come in as the new guy in a lineup like this. And especially if you're on a role you're not comfortable with and you're not used to, it's gonna be tough for him to find his footing here, I think. But I'm sure it's going to be an awesome matchup regardless. I think it's going to be absolutely great to watch. I'm looking forward to getting this one started. G2 versus Complexity, as pointed out. Trying to see if we got the Veto yet. Not quite. I think it's right on the... It's coming up in just a moment here, I believe. Yeah, G2 versus Complexity is the first matchup for us on this channel tonight. We got 2 matchups. I keep saying tonight. I'm so used to casting in the night. It's only just past noon where I'm from. So, I mean, we got a long day ahead of us. That's for sure. We got G2 versus Complexity, and then a little bit later on, it's going to be OG versus Big. So real quick, Dan, before we break down G2 versus Complexity, just initial thoughts on the OG versus Big setup that we got later on.
Ooh, I don't know really. I mean, OG, they've not really been around too much. They've not really been around too much, I don't think. Big, I mean, they played more recently. I feel they've had some okay results. I mean, neither of them have been looking like amazing. Obviously, Big had that sort of period during sort of the online area where they were just the best team and they were just sort of banging everyone out. Dropped off a little bit as teams have sort of adjusted. They're still solid, and in recent matchups, like in Pro League, Big has had their number ever so slightly. So it's going to be a sort of reincarnation of that. But Big certainly, maybe. Well, I say certainly Big, probably the more weighted favourites. Just depends whether OG are going to come into this one prepared, whether they can work out what went wrong last time against Big and try and fix it.
I agree with that. It's going to be 2 great matchups, no matter how you look at it. And just going back to the Complexity versus G2 game, see that we got the Veto now. So Complexity, they've decided to ban Inferno. That makes pretty good sense for this one. Then G2, they decide to ban Train. Take us through the first couple of bans for this one. Do you think it makes sense for the 2 teams to go for these bans? What's your initial thoughts?
Oh, I think. Well, was it Complexity? Did Complexity ban Train? Was that the Complexity ban Inferno? Did they?
Yeah. It's their like permaban. They don't really play the map, so
yeah,
it makes pretty good sense for them, I see.
G2 haven't been having fun on it either, so that's sort of a nice bonus for G2 in that regard, I guess. They don't have to play either after some mixed results on it. So yeah, I mean, that's sort of that benefits both parties. I think G2 banning Train. I mean, Complexity are pretty decent on it, so they've sort of taken that out of Complexity's sort of quiver, so they can't have a go at that one anymore. Then we got Complexity picking Overpass and G2 picking Vertigo. Interesting.
I'll say Vertigo makes pretty good sense here. Because Vertigo picked by G2, it's one of their... It is actually their most played map currently, and it is their best map currently as well. They have a 71% win rate on it. They've played it 7 times in the last 3 months with this lineup. Complexity, they play it quite a bit as well, 5 times. Well, it's not like their most played map by any stretch of the imagination, but they're pretty good on it. They have an 80% win rate. So G2, not entirely sure if that's necessarily the best pick for them. We've seen Complexity do pretty well on Vertigo, so I don't know. But first up is going to be Overpass, and Overpass should be a very easy map for Complexity, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. G2, they just don't touch it, do they? Like,
Ah,
there's no two ways about it. They just don't touch it. And then Nuke, the decider map. That'll be interesting. That will be very interesting. Both teams played it quite a bit. Both teams are pretty comfortable on it. Should be an interesting final map if we get there.
yeah, I agree with that. Nuke, as you pointed out, they both play quite a bit. Pretty good win rate on it. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that pans out. But with G2 versus Complexity, I think we can all agree that it's not necessarily a 50-50 matchup, but what we've seen from the bookies, from our good sponsors GG Bet, is that G2 are the slight favorites for this one. And I wonder if that's gonna change ever so slightly coming into the Veto here, considering that the Veto, in my opinion, actually favors Complexity a little bit.
Ooh, I agree. I agree that it does favour Complexity slightly. I think with Overpass going through, I think that's basically a surefire win for Complexity, unless G2 have been working on it a lot. And because I've had a lot of time since the group stages of Pro League, so it's possible they've been working on it since then. And there's sort of a gamble pick, or not gamble pick, but a sort of surprise pick, let's call it.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see, obviously, because we can't know until we get in the server.
Yeah, but the thing is here, like, the only map out of the three where G2 actually has a higher win percentage than Complexity is on Nuke. So they have to bring it all the way to that third and final map to at least statistically have a better chance of beating Complexity in this one. So I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, again, as we pointed out, something that goes in the favor of G2 here is that Complexity are playing with a stand-in in form of NATO Sapphics. And NATO Sapphics, again, I have to preface it by saying that he's playing a role he's not used to, and he's playing in like, he's rifling now, which is kind of weird in my opinion. I've always seen him as an AWPer, and now he's playing anchor in a way that he's not used to, and with a rifle, it's going to be interesting to see how far up on the scoreboard we're going to see NATO Sapphics and how well he'll do in this matchup, I think. Yeah. I don't know, man. Obviously, we gotta stay hyper focused on Blame F. We gotta talk about Blame
He's
F.
a madman.
Let's do
He's
it
a madman,
for a
isn't
hot
he?
moment here. He's an absolute monster. I don't know what's happening to Blame F. He's a monster in the gym. He's a monster in the server. He's just a straight up monster everywhere. I don't know what's going on with Blame F. Hitting shots that he shouldn't be hitting, getting high numbers pretty much every single game. Very consistent player currently. Real good impact as well. I'm just looking at his stats right here. He's got an impact of 1.2. His ADR is 82.8. That's pretty high ADR over like so many matches, right? And his rating is 1.22. So definitely one of the bigger Danes right now, I would say. Probably the bigger players.
Definitely Blame F is a bit of a tank, isn't he? And yeah, I mean, like during Pro League, nothing stopped him really. He was leading that team by example. We'll see if it continues though, because I mean, new tournament, new teams to play, I guess. But I mean, many of the same, obviously, like Heroic, G2, they're still around, they're kicking. But certainly, it's been a very, very strong set of a few months for him.
Just real quick before we head into the game here, a quick breakdown of the two groups. So what we got going on for you is in Group A, we have Vitality, G2, Fnatic, and Complexity. Right here on the B channel, we're going to be covering G2 versus Complexity for you guys in just a few moments. Over in Group B, so a little bit later on today, we got FaZe, Big, Heroic, and OG. And on this channel, we're going to be covering Big versus OG for you guys. So we got the good to go. We're going to be heading into the game in just a few moments. So sit tight. We'll stay here with you and guide you guys through the matchups coming up for you guys. But yeah, G2 versus Complexity is going to be the first one. I see that we got the players on the server, so we should be good to go in just a moment. But what do you think? Last sort of thoughts on this one before we head into it, Dan. Last thoughts. Can we get a prediction from you?
Of course you can. You can always get a prediction off me. I predict G2 will probably take them 3. That's my thinking. I think Overpass not going to go their way. That's going to. Oh, actually. Oh no! Actually, I'm going to say they've been working on a lot of stuff on Overpass. They've prepared it mentally, and they're gonna trade maps, and then they'll take Nuke at the end. So I'm going to say G2 take Overpass, which is Complexity map pick, and then G2 and then Complexity pick up Vertigo, and then G2 went out and they decide a Nuke. What are you thinking?
I'm not entirely there with you. I think Overpass probably most likely going to go in the favor of Complexity, and then we'll have the second map, Vertigo, in favor of G2. But enough talking. Let's head in game.
Yes.
We just got information that we'll be slightly delay heading into the in-game, so sit tight. We'll be there with you. Regardless, I can finish my point, so it's all good. Complexity, in my opinion, will take Overpass. Vertigo, probably going to go to G2, but I think it's going to be incredibly close, and I think there's actually a real good chance of a 2-0 here for Complexity. I'm going to go against the bookmakers. This is what I typically do. I like an underdog story. It's not really an underdog. These two teams are pretty even, in my opinion. But it could be 2-0 for Complexity, but I'm gonna say 2-1 to G2 with Vertigo going their way and Nuke, and then Complexity taking Overpass. I think that's how it's gonna go down.
A little bit different from what I said.
But, we can't agree on it, okay?
No, yeah. Dysfunctional relationship.
That's the way to go.
Yeah, if you agree on everything, life's boring. So
absolutely.
But,
yeah, quick heads up of the two main players here for this matchup. It is going to be BlameF and Nexa that we need to keep an eye on for the most part. Obviously, we got strong players on both lineups, and we could see someone else actually sitting at the top of the scoreboard rather than those two. But as you see, we are going to be heading into the game, so make sure you got yourself your beverage. Make sure you got yourself nice and snug in your seat. We're gonna send you live with G2 versus Complexity here on Overpass.
Yeah, we get straight into the pistol round. G2, they're looking pretty heavy towards his B site as they push their way in. It's a very, very fast entry. Well, kill for Complexity, and it's only Jax who can find anything at all. Complexity, they'll completely whitewash that pistol round.
That was quick, mate. That was very quick. As you said, Complexity just absolutely shutting down G2. G2 didn't really find their footing at all in that round. Jax finding one frag, and that's it. Config goes... Not even Config, excuse me. Poison, my bad. Poison goes down. But yeah, beautiful pistol there for Complexity. And this is something that I mentioned before we went into this one. I think this is a strong map for Complexity. That pistol, in my opinion, showed that, but obviously we got a lot more rounds to go. BlameF with the M4 for the second round. Obviously that means he doesn't have a whole lot of utility, but still got a little bit. Poison posted up here with the Scout, trying to land some shots. Deals a bit of damage. Quite connecting with the nade. Beautiful stuff from BlameF. Poison hitting some gnarly shots out towards the long position. Still got two players out here. Oh, Config. That's more like it. Just SMG in the face of the opponents. Running and gunning. A nice little pop flash to help him out as well. 2-0 here for Complexity. Off to a pretty fast start.
Yeah, and Complexity, they pick up that conversion. They'll have G2 coming in with the rifles now. 5 AKs on the board for them. And, well, a decent amount of utility, to be fair. A couple smokes, a few mollies, quite a few flashbangs. And, well, G2 agree that, or at least with me, that they're a slightly favoured team here from the bookmakers. And, well, we'll see if that comes true. Obviously, Complexity with the stand-in NATO Sapphics is a bit of an unknown for them. But G2 will just be working out towards long, or towards party rather, as they try and look for an opening. A couple players over towards this B side as well, but look at Complexity. They're trying to push in towards short to try and find a little bit of space. And with these SMGs, this works out well for them. It means they can probably take an early kill here, close range against the rifles. As Nex is going to be working through Connector, the bomb's going to backtrack over towards this A site. Complexity. That's exactly what they wanted. An opening kill. Hunter gets taken down towards that B short position. And now G2, they're going to be heading in towards this A site. Scout for Poison does get a tag up onto Amanek as they push forward, but the smoke will block their vision, and the bomb is going to make its way over towards the truck and get planted. Amanek pretty low on HP, but will get it done. And now Jax pushing forward, gets one. Kenny S with the AK, not its primary weapon, would prefer the AWP here, but needs must for the G2 side as they sit themselves in a 3-on-3. The utility coming back in for Complexity as Amanek now next up in line. Try and find something. NATO Sapphics actually just pushing on towards a truck from MP9. Very bold through the flames. His teammate will trade him, and that leaves 2 versus 2. But with kills coming through either side, it's just Nexa against Poison. The Scout is not going to be able to find the kill here, surely. Nexa will have it, and he will. G2, they pick up the opening gun round here and put a first on the board for themselves.
Yeah, the first rifle round, or not even the first rifle round for G2 goes their way. But Complexity, they were on a bonus round, so that actually works out very well for them, especially considering that they managed to take out 4 players on the G2 lineup. That means, as you can see right now on the left-hand side of your screen, it's not the best buy we see here for G2, and it is going to be difficult for them to find their footing early on if Complexity managed to continue to deal damage to them. Poison, though, that's a big miss from him.
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't really ready for the fight. He was trying to set up for himself, but Kenny S just went straight for him. Has been taken down in return, though, by Blameth. They're just content with this B site. You know, they found success last time. They'll go in this time again and try and find similar success, and it's just the USPs that are positioned. Actually, there is Blameth with the AK that will find an opening kill. That makes things a little bit more interesting. Will that weapon actually get dropped down in towards a position where they can pick it up, though? I think it was dropped on the bridge. They can now collect that as G2 back away. Config with this AWP needs to find multi-kills here, surely. But will they? That is the question. Config gets one. Can't find multi, though, as Jax will trade him out 1 for 1.
I was just about to say this could be big for Nexa, but more like a big whiff there. He was in a real good position, but unfortunately for him, missing the opportunity. Rush in a good position of his own. That's a nice shot. Can he find the second, or the third rather? Not quite. Eventually, that was actually the second he was trying to get. My bad. NATO Sapphics shuts down the final player, and that will be that. Complexity picking up the round, and a round that they didn't really have any business winning.
Certainly. I mean, an opener and a rifle coming into towards the round, they win it out. That initial hit towards the B site was looking good, but the first kill comes through on that AK, and they all just back away the G2 side. They don't want anything to do with it, and they get caught on rotation by Config. Obviously only 1 for 1, but it just whittled them down to only 3 players. And now, we're left with just a single AK, 4 Deagles as they force by into this one. A Mac 10 actually in the hands of Amanek, my bad. But Complexity. A good little bounce back there. Good recovery from themselves. And we'll see if it can continue here as Kenny S trying to look for something towards the party position. The Deagle in hand doesn't really want to go 1v1 against Poison and an AWP. But if you can find a shot, especially if it's onto Blame F here, is looking the other way, but oh, the timing, could it be the best thing ever? No, it'll be the worst thing ever for Kenny as Poison will catch him, trying to flank his teammate. That'll keep Blame F alive. And now a 4-on-5. Hunter. He'll be trying to lead the charge with that AK-47. He's got teammates around him. Rush, though, he could ruin everything from short here. He could ruin it all, but they will just pass him. He might be able to catch the last player as they cross. It's a good fight, and Jax actually wins it out. Amanek pushing forward now. He's got the MAC-10. He's going to try and find some more. Blameth can only find one, but it's the B site that will crumble. Nexa and Amanek find one apiece, and that nade, it will do a lot of damage onto Nexa, but not deny the plant. As it's a 2-on-3. Poison actually claiming 1 kill with the nade himself. Finishes off Nexa. Puts it onto just Amanek and Hunter. They both have rifles, and Poison, he's up towards heaven with the AWP. Blame still in towards Connector. Hoping to find a shot, but Hunter is ready. And it will be now just Poison. He's already got 2 kills around, and that's too many to deal with for him. 2 more to find is not going to be working out for him. As G2, they'll tie things back up 3-3.
Brilliant round there for G2. Again, a round they don't really have any business winning, but they managed to do it regardless. They got the upgraded pistols, and apparently that was all they needed. Jax, a very important kill for him early on, finding that frag over on the short position, winning that duel outright with the Desert Eagle. Brilliant stuff. G2 fighting back with all they got, and they didn't have much in that round. But they still managed to make it work. Bit of a boost coming in. Over on the B bomb side, we got 3 players. Do we have 4 players, B? No,
They've got the 2-man boost, and then player over at barrels. But as Hunter, he was going to creep in. Was he spotted out there? No. Surprised he wasn't spotted out. I think those steps will have revealed him, though. And, well, look at Poison's flank here. Oh, no. Nexa, is he going to keep holding this angle? If he does, he's probably finding the kill onto Poison. Oh. And there we go. He'll stay alive. And that's an awkward angle to hold when you have the bomb. Nexa,
yeah.
Be careful about that one.
To say. That's a nice kill from Blame F onto Hunter. Rush needs to hit some gnarly shots here, and he doesn't. Kenya shuts him down. It's going to be all on Blame F and NATO Sapphics. Blame F finds yet another taps coming through the smoke. Eventually, it's going to be Nexa connecting. Blame F is not done yet. He's very low on HP, but he's gotten 3 kills. Now trying to change up his position, but I think he's hurt here. I think Amanek hears him stepping on the metal. Blame F, can he pull this off?
No.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's surely not. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gotta be like very, very difficult to. I mentioned it before. Like retaking the B bomb site is always difficult. If you're a man down or more than that, it's gonna be not necessarily impossible, but very close to. And obviously, when you're that low on HP, it's a better bet to just hold on to your weapon and try and fall back. And that's exactly what he decides to do eventually. So Blame F doubles back, but he gets a triple for the round. Again, real important kill there for Nexa. If the timing was a little bit against him in that situation, they could have lost the bomb though. So as you pointed out, is it worth holding that angle with the bomb? I'm not sure it is.
Oh, I mean, you look at these 2 buys, you know, Blame F's going to go aggressive with the M4. He's going to commit everything on this push towards the fountain. Certainly found nothing, but Kenny S, well, he's looking the wrong way, but Kenny S might give himself up here. I just have config out towards long just to watch his teammates back ever so slightly, even if it's just USP, just a bit of an early warning system, as Blame F can find one, but only one. Config tries to swing in with a USP to help his teammate, but it's a little bit too late, as he can't find any shots. And with Hunter working his way through the B site, he's going to discover that it's empty. They've got the 3-man boost towards short, and unfortunately, I don't think it's going to find much. Oh no, the timing is horrible for Complexity there, as now they're going to get stuffed into a meat grinder by Hunter's MP7, and that leaves it all up towards Config, who's probably just going to save that M4 once more. As he has no armor, he's picked it up off Blame F's corpse, and G2 will find a 5th.
A bit interesting there is something that we see from time to time. The single weapon pulled into the round, and it's always a debate: should you go for something aggressive with that weapon, or should you fall back and play it a little bit more safe and allow your teammates to pick it up if you end up dying in a situation like that? Or should you just like sit on one of the bomb sites and patiently wait for aggression to come your way? Speaking of aggression, Amanek, eventually he finds Conflict and shuts him down, and denies him that weapon, picks it up for himself instead. Good stuff here from G2.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking pretty good, as I said. You know, Overpass, maybe they've been working on it. And what's happening? G2, they've gotten themselves a nice early start. I mean, obviously, Complexity picked up that low buy earlier on, but G2, they could be 6-2 right now. Unfortunately, 5-3, still pretty good, and if they can continue this one going, they'll have themselves a very, very nice onlook into the rest of this game as they're going to go aggressive in towards that B site. Nato Safix is going to kill his teammate, and it's a bit of a madhouse over towards Monster. It's all the kills to Complexity. Only Kenny S remains, and he will get taken down by Blame F, and that was pandemonium in the Monster tunnel there.
What just happened? Nato Safix initially shoots his teammate. He makes up for it. He finds another kill, but Config mows them down. Like, that was a straight B rush getting denied. Just setting up. It looked kind of like matchmaking. When I used to play matchmaking, whenever someone pushed B, we just held down mouse 1 and it worked. And same thing happens here. Complexity holding down mouse 1. Good timing on the peak, though. We got to give them that.
Yeah. I'm just going to go for it again. Surely not, guys. Come on. Why? This is outrageous. You can't be doing this, G2. I just praised you for having a pretty nice T side so far, and then you just double rush into... Oh dear. It's all going wrong, isn't it? Poison can't hit the nades. G2 just banging their heads against the wall right now. And looks like it's going to be Complexity tying this game up with just Kenny S and Nexa alive. It's...
Oh, wait a minute. Kenny S, he's still got that AWP. Could potentially make something happen with it, but yeah, the bomb obviously dropped in Monster Tunnels. We saw him hit a gnarly shot already on Config. We know he's capable of hitting those shots. Nexa is the star player on G2. Oh, come on, guys. I'm trying to build you up. Please.
I think if Nexa hadn't been hit by that nade over on short, he might have gone for it with the bigger HP value, but they're just going to chill by the looks of things. I don't really blame them. I mean, 2v4, not the easiest to win. Obviously, the AWP, the AK valuable weapons, and they don't really have much cash. So, carrying a couple weapons forward, they're obviously not going to be able to drop anyone, Nexa and Kenny, because they won't be getting any cash in themselves. So it's going to be a bit of an awkward buy. They'll probably force up around it, I imagine.
Yeah, they should be able to. So Amanek is sitting on 4,000 before the round ends. Hunter sitting on roughly 2. Yeah, plenty of money here to reinvest into this round. Well, I say plenty. There's not like an abundance of cash here for G2, but they got the money. And again, obviously it makes perfect sense that they didn't go for that 2-on-4 situation, but for a hot moment, it looked like Nexa actually wanted to. But I think you're right. That nade probably made the difference in that scenario. Ooh,
yeah,
this is a weird buy from them.
Yeah, the reason I said they'd probably go for a force buy is because Nexa and Kenny S, they're both like around that 1k mark. So it's interesting that they actually buy down to about 1,500 per player, it's about 2k, as Kenny S has just burned in a Molotov. Good start for the G2 side here. And Jax will now try and acquire that weapon. He's got the AWP in his hands. He's got the big cannon to try and wield, but if he can find anything is a different question entirely.
Poison, oof, the nade, the timing on that, it's pretty good. Actually deals quite a decent amount of damage, but that's a nice shot from Jax.
Yeah, they were boosted up around that sort of flower bed. Nice shot from Blame F, though, as he's now going to be sort of hemmed in from either side in towards Connector and Hunter on the Tech 9. We'll actually be able to take him off. An awkward angle there for Blame F to try and fight against the headshot player. But Nato Safix towards B. He's still handy with that M4, and it leaves it just up towards Nexa and Amanek. A 2 versus 3. To try and get themselves back into the lead of this game as they work in towards this site. AKs in both of their hands. 2 players here. They've got Rush towards the back of site to deal with, and Nato Safix over further away, but Amanek is just going to tap the Nato's head off. Rush will trade it out, and Nex is now left 1 versus 2, and he's going to follow the exact same path of his teammate and find a kill in the exact same way. But luckily, nobody there to trade this time from Complexity. It's going to be Config who has to rotate his way over. He's going to come in through short. Can he do it silently? Yes, he can. Of course he can. And now he's going to swing in from short. Will he find the timing on towards Nexa? Yes, he will. Looking the wrong way. Config will get the kill. Looks like he's going to go and try and recover something. Decides, never mind. We'll just get the defuse through. Picks up an AK, and it will be Complexity taking the lead. So, you know, the caster's curse. I call a nice start to the game for G2, and maybe they have been working on Overpass, and then it all goes horribly wrong for them.
It's a little bit interesting. I actually just looked up the stats here for G2, and in the last 12 months, so the last year, they've played Overpass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and they've only won 2 of those. So it's like, at least for the last year, it's not a map that they play. I don't know, man. This is kind of a weird map for these two squads. It should be very easy for Complexity, but G2, as you pointed out, pretty good start to it. Still a very heavy CT-sided map, and G2, 5 rounds on the board already on the T side. Could definitely help them out.
Yeah, Kenny S going aggressive with just a Tech 9 towards mid. Actually finds a kill on towards Poison. The AWP going down again for Complexity. Not had all too much impact with that weapon so far this game, Poison. And look at Blame F's position. He's a sneaky one, isn't he? He's gotten himself in towards the park, but all the players already passed him, and now he'll find out the intel. This is an easy 2K. No, Blame F! Not like this. He gets both of them down though so low, 26 HP between the both of them, but it's Complexity who will lose the man advantage here, and Config, he's going down. Jax has slipped in the back and just taking his head clean off. It's all up to Rush and Nato, and the low HP doesn't really matter in this situation. You've got 4 players to find.
G2 managing to put themselves in a very comfortable position. As we can see on the minimap, we got the 2 CTs closer towards the B-bomb side or towards T-spawn. Obviously, G2 just rushing up on the A-bomb side. Well, rushing, I say. Well, they get there eventually. Pretty methodical, though. They clear a lot of the site with mollies. They throw down the smokes. They want to make sure that they don't rush into the final 2 players sitting, like, on the bomb site. Still playing fairly smart here, G2. Good couple of frags to bring this one back. I'm loving that first weird decision from Kenny S where he just rushes out and finds a frag.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like a smart move when you look at it, but if you do look at it, it's actually pretty decent, because all he has is the Tech 9. He's been able to take Poison the AWP out of the equation. So a Tech 9 taking down an AWP is always lovely, and you can see Amanek having a decent round. It's not had a great game, but if he can work himself back into it, he's surely going to be a good player. He's obviously, I think Nex is IGLing, isn't he, at the moment for G2? So Amanek can focus himself on those sweet, sweet frags.
The AWP trade Goes in the favor of Kenny S once again. Poison a little bit, not necessarily lackluster, but not hitting the shots that he typically do. Rough one here for Poison. He's lost the duel to Kenny S, whether he's on an AWP or just a pistol.
Yeah. And Hunter's just been able to slide his way in towards the B site. He gets Config, who was admittedly low HP, but still a kill found, and now a 2-man advantage for G2. It's not looking good for the Complexity side in this one. As G2 sits 6-6 on the score, Hunter's going to perk his way in through the site. Rush, though, up on top of the sandbags. Not a position you expect a CT to be in. As he gets one and just slides off in towards short, going to try and take control of that position, allow G2 in through the monster tunnel. There's not really much he can do about 3 players approaching from that direction. The best he can try and achieve is holding off this player in connector. That's even if he's ready for him, as it's Nexa on the other side of that spammable door. And well, nice timing from Nexa. Swings out, takes the kill. And that leaves just Natto and Blame, as they're just going to hop their way away and save their weapons, allow G2 to a 7th. As this Overpass T side looking pretty good for G2 again.
Yeah, 7 rounds on the T side of Overpass is it's not unheard of, but it's a real good start to the game. Just to give you guys an idea, over the last 3 months in top 50. The stats wanna load up here. Overpass is slightly T-sided, actually. Huh. That's interesting.
I'd call it pretty 50-50. I mean, obviously, like, sort of 8 or 9 rounds is sort of where you want to be on the T side. G2, they have a pretty good, decent chance of getting that. So
it's just not what I typically see when I watch games on this. I must admit, I haven't looked at the stats for quite a while on the maps here, but it seems like every time I see the map, it's still slightly favoring the CT side, and it kind of makes sense because the rotation between the B side and the A side is not that far. And obviously, if you go for aggression towards the middle, it can be difficult for you to get that rotation down towards the B bomb side. There you have it.
Nope.
Oh, Rush. Calm down, buddy.
Two kills on a USP. He's going to get naded down finally by Amanek, but it's a 2v2, and Kenny down to 10 points of health. Surely this isn't going to be Complexity picking up around with pistol. Surely not. Say it's not true. As there's a player in the back lines, had his Blame F with an MP9. Ready and raring to strike, because he may not need needed Poison. He's doing more work on the USP than he has on the AWP. As it leaves it just up towards Amanek. A 1 versus 2. Need to collect the bomb. Has been spotted out on the site. Blame F's done a start. Works his way a little bit closer, but with Poison getting dropped, Amanek, he has a much stronger chance. He checks the monster tunnel. Blame F hasn't gone aggressive, though. He's going to wait for when the time is right. 40 seconds on the clock. And now we'll take the peek. Amanek looking the wrong way, but it's a lot of damage done either way. And Blame F, he can't get the MP9 spray. It's a bit too long range. And Amanek will come out on top with the AK-47.
What a round from Complexity, though. They were on an eco. They were holding on to their money for this round to make sure that they can buy up with everything they got for the final round of the first half. And they still managed to bring it down to a one-on-one situation. Amanek just barely surviving that one. That was an intense round for Complexity, and Rush especially. Hitting some gnarly shots with that USP. Headshots galore. Complexity now with a little bit more to work with. We got the M4s, and it's Rush once again lining up the shots. Amanek gets taken down.
Poison is just on an M4 this round. He's not got that AWP. He's not got the weapon that he's so famed for using. Kenny S does. He's got the AWP. He can try and find an opening. Well, I say an opening. They've already got an opening. They can try and find another kill. Try and cement that lead as the utility's going to rain in on that B side. But Natto Safix is going to get the one. Kenny S trying to find the shot. He's trying to bounce away from the bullets as he left with just 3 points of health. And they're left with just 3 players, G2. against the 5 of complexities. They look to try and find a 7th here. G2 going to try and entry in towards this B site.
No, Nexa, no.
Work out. As Nexa kills his teammate, I think it was falling apart either way, but he's now left all on his lonesome of 1 versus 5, and he's just cowering in the smoke. And as he makes his emergence, it will be Config taking the final frag, putting it to an 8-7 scoreline. G2 just with a short lead.
They see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Burning through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, oh, oh,
Welcome back, everyone, to Complexity vs. G2, second half going live. G2 coming out on top for that first half, 8-7 in their favor. Now they're going to be starting out on the CT side here. Let's see how that works out for them. Kenny, excuse me, going for a little bit of a duel early on, but quickly falls back to relative safety.
I mean, G2, they took a bit of an aggressive little look in towards that B short position, not finding anything there because Complexity, they've got all their manpower over towards Bananas. They're working their way slowly forward, trying to find an opening themselves, and they managed to get their way all the way towards the outside of A site as now they use their limited utility in the pistol round to smoke off the stairs position. Config picks up the opening kill as they push forward, and it's going to be now Complexity able to get that bomb planted. Nobody from G2 is going to be able to just stop it, I don't think. But Amanek and Nexa, they're going to pick up a kill apiece as they push forward. Hunter, can he find one? Yes, he can. Nato Safix is the only person to find anything. As they CTs, they push back in towards the site. He's Rush all on his own. A 1 versus 3, and he's able to get 2. Hunter now makes his presence known, but he can't find the shot. And Rush will win it out in a 1 versus 3. Puts Complexity at an even keel against G2. And they fight back on their map pick, Complexity. And they'll be able to stand tall for a little bit longer here. G2, I said earlier on that they probably have been working on this map if they were going to allow it to go through against Complexity here. And I mean, they are certainly putting up a decent showing, aren't they?
Oh yeah, that first half, they put up quite the numbers. They did real well in it. We gotta keep in mind, though, that they actually managed to win, I believe, 2 rounds that they shouldn't really have won. Complexity almost did the same on their CT side. Like, they had 2 very close rounds that they didn't really have any business winning. One of those rounds they actually managed to secure, where they just had 2 weapons and the rest of them on an eco. Beautiful stuff there from Russia. 1-on-3 situation, not something you see all that often in a pistol round, especially with the Glock. I mean, a little bit different. And he had the if he had the USP or even a P250.
Nice little smoke there. G2 will hold the Complexity side back towards that B site. However, with just the pistols on this force buy for G2, it's 5 deals across the board. It's still got a few smokes they can use. That's Kenny S. Takes a big chunk of damage from the nade. Config will swing out and take him down. Amanek looking for shots himself, but all he can find is a big grey screen as he steps into the smoke, and Complexity will be able to push the way in towards the site. Nobody to stop them. And hopefully this time Rush won't need to 1v3 once more. As he does get the bomb planted, it should be G2 just going for that save, I imagine, because they can carry these Eagles into the next round. And you obviously won't be getting a bite in the next round. So a few Deagles here could help to make a bit of damage, a bit of dent in the Complexity economy. However, 5 players staying alive in this one will be a nice bit of cash earned for the T side.
Yeah, she pointed out it's something that we see time and time again. If you're getting caught outside of the bomb side and you lose a player very quickly and you don't have any chance of actually retaking the bomb side or getting much done in the round, there's no reason to throw those deagles away. They also got Kevlar on a couple players. It makes real good sense here for G2 to just hold on to the deagles. As you said, this was probably going to be more than likely pretty much a full eco for them, even if they all died in that previous round. So holding on to the deagles gives them a bit more firepower. Furthermore, they don't have to reinvest into Kevlar or anything like that. That gives them a bit of extra money to work with when it comes to their utility. We see some smokes getting picked up here. Kenny is obviously going for that P250. He needs to save as much money as possible. He can get an early AWP. Decent positioning, but BlameF shuts him down. Amanek managed to deal a bit of damage though. Takes him down to roughly 50. Pretty good positioning here by Complexity. They're not going for anything too quick. Want to make sure that they test the waters before they jump straight in.
These 2 AKs of Galil should be enough for complexity. I don't see any reason why not, especially in the 5-on-4, especially with the Mac 10s as well. They can quickly take down an unarmored opponent at close range. Kenny S is an unarmored opponent, and he's currently over towards the bank with a P250. Config's going to be working his way in towards this A site. Nobody in the site itself, as Kenny takes a lot of damage from the utility of complexity. He's forced back down the stairs. Config's going to take up position to try and take him down. Jax carefully doesn't step into that spray. Bomb gets planted. Complexity, they should have themselves a pretty simple time of things now. 3 players to deal with. And Rush just swinging around the Mac 10. Actually gets taken down by Nexa. Complexity don't really want to give up too much more here. I mean, they can probably sacrifice Nato with that Mac 10. But that's probably it. This Config's just going to mop up too. It leaves Hunter all on his lonesome. And that's unfortunate. Config, you'll just bat him down through the wall. Quick headshot. And Complexity find double digits on their map pick.
Yeah, Complexity first to 10. That's a good start for them here to the second half. Now G2 with a bit of cash. See. Excuse me, I'm getting a coughing fit right now. Great timing on that.
Well, I'll take the reins for a bit then, I guess. Complexity, they've got themselves the 4 AKs, upgrading from those SMGs you had in the last round. And G2, they've got the rifles as well. And actually, they've gone for a double AWP setup here. G2 have got Kenny and Amanek on those weapons. We'll see if that's going to pay out early on here, because it's a big spend to go straight for those double AWP setups. See Kenny having a chance at a shot. It's actually Huntu picks up an opening, but traded out towards that B short position. Nato Staffix keeps Complexity in the running for this one. There's double AWP still open. They're still alive for G2. As they look to try and work back against this Complexity side. Complexity haven't really committed to anywhere as of yet. They've got Config out towards long, just trying to create a bit of space towards that A site. The bomb just over towards Connector, not committed anywhere. Amanek with the AWP towards A. Kenny's going to be positioned towards Heaven, watching over with that B site. And now Complexity. Looks like they're going to set up some nades for this A site. Smoke over towards the bank position, or towards the site position rather. And then they'll try and play in front of that, and actually gets caught for a lot of damage, has to back away, misses the opening shot, but Kenny S will find one instead. He's pushing forward, denies the bomb plant. There's only 7 seconds on the clock. Complexity is all falling apart. Kenny pushes forward, and he's going to find himself a quick triple. Flame F will eventually take him down, but he's the last man alive, and the timer runs down. It's only him who survives. To denying the bomb plant. Kenny, a great push forward, gets himself 3 kills. And Complexity waiting a bit too long to get in towards the site there. No real cover for that bomb plant.
Yeah, I love that smoke that they throw. It's so it's actually a smoke that Tai Lu came up with like 3 years ago or something like that. Maybe not. Maybe more like 2. But you remember they had the Tai Lu strat on Mirage, which was just, you know, smoking off the bomb site, going for the bomb plant, and then falling back. Jax, that's a good smoke kill. And they actually have a similar setup here on Overpass, and that smoke is incredibly strong because it covers so many angles. But the problem is, if you throw that smoke, you gotta have another smoke for Optimus. If you don't, it's gonna be incredibly tough for you to get the bomb down. And with that little time left on the clock, doesn't quite work out there for them.
I was just watching Jax try and get up on towards those metal sort of pipes, metal girders over towards the back of the monster position there. And it took him a few attempts. I think he's now up there. But he just kept sliding off. He's got butter on his feet.
Yeah, those, they don't make sense. Like, there's a lot of things in Counter-Strike that don't make sense when it comes to like, gravity and stuff.
Yeah. You know what does make sense, though? Amanek on an AWP, as well as Kenny S on one, even more so, as they both pick up a kill apiece. Kenny S. Oh, you almost expected that shot to come through, but Config quick on the trigger. Will deny Kenny S his life, but Amanek, I was going to say, can hold down the fort. He can't. Blame F will deal a killing blow towards him, and now just 3 players alive for G2, but again, the time running thin and a player up towards a truck, but the kill was coming through too quick in succession there. Leaves it up to Jackson. He may just go for the save. Actually, was hoping that the bomb wouldn't get planted in time, but it has. And now he's got to try and retake this A site, try and secure G2 a 10th, as they had such a huge advantage. What was it, a 2 versus 4? 2 versus 5 for the Complexity to try and win out. Either way, it's Jackson a 1v2, and he's going to try and work his way towards the site. Takes the first fight, wins it out, but Blame F immediately swings on the truck and trades it. Beautiful work from Complexity just to ensure that he's not able just to take a 1v1.
Only one player surviving here for Complexity, but what we got to keep in mind is that the economy is in shambles here for G2. They don't really have any money to work with. They can afford couple of upgraded pistols. Kevlar maybe on some players. We see Kevlar on Jax. I thought Amanek might go for it as well, but he actually decides against it. I think he'd rather want to try and see if he can get the AWP in the next round again. Yeah, giving a real good opportunity here for Complexity to finish off strong. It was G2 starting off strong here on this map, and now Complexity trying to bring it all the way back. Ooh. This could be very interesting. Kenny! There you have it. That was awkward.
Yeah, Poise has not had a good time of things, has he, this game? And that's just another one to chalk up. As Kenny pushes him aggressive, takes him down, and that's an AWP now in Kenny's hands, and that's not what you want to see if you want the Complexity side, as Nato will find 1 kill. That brings into the 4-1-4, but still we've got to clear out the B site. Config will start to do exactly that. If they nets down 1, but gets a second. Kenny on the AWP starts to find some shots from that connected position as well. As the smoke to try and assist, the teammates will come in to support Blame F, and together they will crush the opposition. 12 on the board for Complexity.
You said it. Poison. I feel bad for him, man. He's been in so many duels with Kenny S where Kenny S just rushed forward and shut him down, and he does it in that round as well. Picking up the AWP, finds another kill for his effort, but eventually Complexity do manage to bring it into their favor. That's an interesting smoke, obviously to cover off the initial molly. See that initial molly going out from the CT side down towards those steps quite often. And obviously a defensive smoke coming through there. But that also initially denies the vision from the AWP. On both sides, actually. So Complexity's AWPer can't really take that early duel with the AWP against an aggressive CT. See both AWPers just falling back. Eventually Complexity going for straight in towards the B bomb side. And Rush Convict opening up nicely, but Hunter is there for the trades. Poison gets a double with the AWP. Finally, he's finding some luck. Or at least landing some shots. Amanek, not a whole lot left for him to do.
I mean, he wasn't doing too badly in the game as a whole. It just felt like whenever he picked up the AWP, it would go wrong, and he's put Amanek to 1 HP. Amanek has taken him down, but with 1 HP, there's not really much chance. A brief gust of wind will finish him off. So he's just going to back away, try and save that AUG. It's a weapon for the next round. They're not going to have much cash going forward. G2 Complexity are going to find themselves a 13th, and, well, it was looking good for them as well. That 5v2 loss that G2 suffered in that prior round really hamstrings them for this game.
rounds away from shutting this one down, though. Complexity finding that, I guess, like, 4th gear. We haven't seen them go absolute mental yet. Maybe they're finding their 5th gear, and we say this car that we're in right now has got 6 gears. I don't know. This analogy is not going the way I thought it would. Regardless, complexity. They are pulling the numbers now. G2, again, a bit of a low buy for this one. They deal a lot of damage early on. Rush down to 1 HP. That's ridiculous. Rush needs to be incredibly careful now. Sitting over on that short position. Poison winning a duel. That's the weapon out of the hands of G2. Poison still patiently waiting for anyone else to try and pick up that weapon. NES finds the right timing, as he does against Poison.
Oh, this is awkward now, because Kenny has been able to get that Orc into his hands. Poison hasn't seen it happen. He's still watching for that angle, and Kenny's going to be able to rotate over towards that B site to provide a bit of assistance towards his teammates currently in Connector. If he gets the time in here, he might be able to find a couple kills towards short. Complexity, they start setting up their nades. It's a 4-on-3 rush, though, just with 1 HP and a couple of Deagles and all for G2. It's surely going to be 14 for the Complexity side as the kills start to come. Lame F entries his way in towards the site. Next, does get 1 with the Deagle, but now it's all up to Kenny S as he's got a position towards short. He's trying to use a nade to take one down. Unfortunately, though, he's standing in the Molotov and he's attempting to find someone, but unfortunately, there's no escape for him, and Complexity, they find 14. He can't do anything. Trying to rotate in there.
Isn't that the 2nd time that Kenny has burned to a molly?
Yes.
He did in the first half as well.
He did over by near playground. Yeah. On that on the CT molly that sort of lands at the stairs.
I mean, he has been on fire to be
in more ways than one.
Yep. He's hit some gnarly shots, but he's also died to flames multiple times. This time around, he misses the early shot, though. Smoke out. It's going to be difficult for him to take the repeat. Instead, he just backs off and tries to find a new angle to defend. Going to be towards the short position. Gets information of a couple of flashes out towards long. Now the smoke out as well. Complexity have actually gained a lot of ground in this round. We see that Config. Oh, he's just going to sneak his way through the smoke as well. Beautiful flashbang there. Amanek, he spots him though and takes him down.
That is a crucial shot coming through from Amanek there. If he goes down, the site is pretty much lost because Kenny would be in such a horrible position with this AWP, but luckily he'll hold looking forward. Hunter, though, going down towards Connector, will get immediately obliterated. Kenny is trying to remedy the problem by finding more, but he goes too overzealous. Rush will finish him off. A 2nd kill for him in the round in Complexity. 14-9, a 3-on-3, 30 seconds on the clock. They are going to try hitting towards this A site, but the kills, they keep getting traded. Amanek with 1 more before he's taken down. That nade onto Jax will put him down low, and Blame F is just going to tank everybody. Well, let's play a Nexa in from short, and Blame F checks for him, but can't find the shot, and Nexa will clutch it out with a 1 versus 2 from short. Denies Complexity the 15th, and will put G2 into a 10th. Blame F did so much work there, but just couldn't find that last frag as they sort of bumped into each other there. As you see on the replay.
Yeah, I think that was slight miscommunication between the 2 T players remaining, NATO and Blame F. Both Danes, so there really shouldn't be that much miscommunication between them. That being said, running into each other, it's a bit of a rough one and allows Nexa to just pop up from that flank and shut them both down. He is taking a lot of damage early on into this round. Still up closest towards the A bomb site. 3 players initially defending down towards B here for G2. Still fairly slow and methodical for Complexity. They deal a bit of damage early on and then they just go back to the default. aggression on short. So Safix needs to be careful.
Config. He's been able to tie the player count up. Finding a kill on towards Jackson. Poison working his way through long here. Oh, that's a freebie there. Kenny S back turned, and Poison will get himself a nice little double. Opening up that A site, and Complexity looks set for a 15th unless there's some miracle retake here from G2. But Poison's position, he's going to be holding off any sort of rotations in from this underground position. And next up, probably going to have to rely on Hunter to try and find a bit of damage here. As Poison, he's going to find himself the triple. Hunter's all that remains. And Complexity, they're set for a 15th. Great work from Poison.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. Just sneaking his way up long. All on his lonesome. Hunter, what are you onto here? Yeah, there are no kits on the bomb site either, so he has no time for this. He's not going to get much done. He could potentially find an upgrade here. Might get the kill on Blame F. Steps, though. Blame F is just going to peek out and shut him down, but 2 players dying to the bomb.
Great work from Poison. That was sick. 3K coming through. And he gives Complexity exactly what they needed. 15 to 10. Complexity call themselves a timeout here, just to ensure that they are ready for this potentially final round. And I'll be hoping it is the final round, because that'll mean they've won.
Yeah, they're definitely going to put everything into this round to try and make it happen. And as we can see, G2, they don't really have a whole lot to put into this one. We got some SMGs pulled out already. Hunter and Amanek probably going to go for some SMGs as well, just to make sure they get a bit of extra utility to work with. Actually, Amanek going for the scout here. He is a pretty strong scout player. We see that from time to time. Could potentially be interesting for the early peak, but actually he decides against it. Peeks out towards long instead.
Amanek, he's posted up out towards long with that scout. He does have Nexa for a bit of support closer range with the MP9. This could be a setup that actually catches out Complexity here. If Nexa is able to find a quick couple kills of his teammate taking the fire, he will. His teammate does fall, but a 2-1 trade is good for the G2 side. Nexa's able to hold down towards long. Still got Kenny S in towards Toilet, but Famas, who's able again to go and get a kill, but only a 1-for-1. It's still G2 who have themselves an advantage. Complexity, if they open the AK, they can try and win this now. So up towards Connector is a bit of a battle as Blame F secures one. Jax will trade out and leaves it just up towards Poison, but the kill comes through, and now 1v1. Can Poison close this one down? He's going to smoke off towards Heaven. Nex is already rotating in, but he's coming through the underpass. We're deploying Molotov to hold him back. Nex is going to run through it! Oh, a cheeky push from Nexa. Poison, he held the angle for a moment, but didn't think to hold it for much longer. He wanted to go for the bomb plant. Nexa, 3K for him as he fights back, keeps G2 in this one.
There you have it. Look at this from Nexa. Gets the first 2. Great setup towards that long position, as you pointed out. Amanek just holding by a tree with that scout, drawing aggro, if you will. And Nexa up close and personal with that SMG. G2, they're not quite out of this one yet. A lot of damage dealt towards Complexity early on with the nades. The Glock train. More damage. No damage dealt towards G2 just yet. Amanek, Hunter, Kenny S, they shut it down like it was absolutely nothing.
Well, that was just a shooting gallery, wasn't it? A 12th comes through for G2 as they stay alive a little bit further now. And Complexity, that timeout hasn't worked out too well for them. Are left still on that 15 scoreline. this is their map pick, so we'll be hoping they can pick it up. G2, as we were talking earlier on about the potential of G2 having worked on this map to let it go through based on their recent results on it. And they certainly look pretty decent on it at the moment. 12 to 15, they've given Complexity a run for their money. That's Complexity. Looks like they're just going to go for a B hit here as the utility rains down in. And now they've done quite a lot of damage towards those Complexity players as they push forward. But Jax is lucky that Rush doesn't commit to the fight, and Jax still get two from that position. Hunter swings out as well to find one, and then all these Complexity players are being picked apart. It's only BlameF who remains, and Nectar's just going to nail him through the smoke. 13. It's getting ever so close here for Complexity.
I'm not entirely sure what to say about that round. Beautiful stuff there from Jax, but he was only really capable of doing so because his opponent didn't commit to the peak. If you check the angle, make sure you actually check the angle.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He went for the, you know when you're playing with randoms, and you ask, did anyone check, and someone says yes, but no one actually checked it? That's kind of what he went for there.
Yeah.
Amanek good first. Again, the double up setup here for G2. Kenny gets taken down. Rush living up to his name.
I mean, Complexity, a couple of weapons found and a few kills found. Nato on the AWP. He's going to be able to pick up one, and Hunter's low HP trying to fend off players from both angles. G2, they're crumbling in the final round here. It was against Pistols and Complexity. They've been able to salvage themselves a 3-on-1, salvage weapons, double AWPs, an AK for BlameF. It's all up towards Jax, but they don't have armor. That is his saving grace here. He has a Molotov and a flashbang to use. 50 or 45 seconds on the clock as they're going to get that bomb planted. Nato going to get that one down. Jax now has to try and clutch this one out. 13 kills to his name so far. He needs to find a few more here. That nade is absolutely perfect. It tagged him down by 40, and he's now left with a little bit less HP, but the same task to achieve. Then he tries to get the fight on BlameF. Will win it out. Looks for a little bit more as he's Molotovs over towards the truck. There's nobody there. They're both playing over towards this toilet position, towards the short position, and Config with the AWP will finish it off. It is going to be 16 to 13 for Complexity. They just about close out their map pick of Overpass there. It was getting a little bit close at the end there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was getting very close at the start as well. Didn't expect this from G2. Very, very strong performance from them, excuse me, on a map that they don't play. They haven't played it in the last 3 months. They've played it 7 times in the last year, and they've only won 2 of those. So it's not a map they play at all. I don't know. I think they did pretty well in this one, I must admit. Complexity, though, they do manage to etch it out. It is their own map pick. It makes sense. It's a map that they're fairly strong on. And then it's on to Vertigo. Vertigo is going to be the next one up, chosen by G2. Again, a map that Complexity are pretty strong on, so we could potentially see the 2-0 here. But I'm still rooting for the boys.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously Complexity's map pick, as you say. So I think G2 a good showing there. They've got their map pick coming up next. They'll be fancying their chances to take that one. I think they should do. My pick's already gone a little bit awry. As I said, G2 will probably be able to steal away Overpass and drop their own map. I mean, it almost comes true. 16 to 13, not too far off, I guess. But
they were pretty close.
It was definitely close. But Complexity, they do take it for good reason. And yeah, Vertigo should be interesting.
I do have a real quick update for you guys. So obviously, you know, we got multiple games going on at the same time right now here for IEM New York 2020 online for the European region. Right now, over on the main channel, it's Fnatic versus Vitality. And currently, Vitality are leading in that one 14 to 12. So we could see Vitality taking the map choice of Fnatic away from them. Obviously, that's not quite what happened in this one. It was Complexity who managed to pull through on their own map choice. And G2, they got to fight back. They got to bounce back on that Vertigo coming up in just a little while here. Second map out of these three. Nuke for the kicker. As I pointed out, G2, if they manage to pick up the victory on Vertigo, they actually have a pretty decent chance on Nuke as well.
Yeah.
So we still got a lot in the run for this one. But before we head into Vertigo, we have a few words from our sponsors. A short break for you guys, and we'll be right back.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Ring ring! The IEM New York Experience Box is here. Hot, fresh, and delivered straight to your door. Tasty ingredients make this box a must-have. Claim yours quick at the ESL shop before they sell out. Oh, and there's no real pizza. Get your taste of New York while it's hot.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Trace Saranthus. I am building a PC for Jordan Gilbert.
My goal was really to get something that was no compromise, super powerful, and ideally not built by Trace.
Yes, thank you so much, Jordan Gilbert. You know, we don't make mistakes around here. We made happy accidents.
I get a booster seat here. Enter now for a chance to win one of 3 PCs built by me, Jason, or Trace.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up.
And that was against Astralis very recently in Pro League. They've won against Saw. Not necessarily a massive win in that one. They should win that pretty comfortably. And that was actually a very close game. Then they've won against Vitality, Fnatic, and Heroic. So I would actually say that the odds slightly favors Complexity here on Vertigo as well. I would say there's definitely still a chance for a 2-0 here for Complexity. Do you agree with that, or do you just outright see G2 shutting them down?
I think there's still a chance for Complexity to 2-0. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I think G2 will still win it out. But yeah, there's certainly a chance. Complexity, they're good at the map, as you say. They've had pretty good results on it. But certainly, I think G2, they picked it for a reason. They feel comfortable on it, and it should be a good match either way.
So yeah, Complexity are going to be starting on the CT side for this one, obviously seeing as G2 decided to went for the map pick of Vertigo. G2 Complexity decides what side they want to start on, and they decided to go for CT. Makes pretty good sense for them. I'll say it's Vertigo is one of those interesting maps. It's actually a map that I like quite a bit. That being said, it can be very difficult to hold either of the bomb sites as the CTs. We see a lot of great utility usage on the map. We see those smokes getting thrown in towards the A bomb site pretty much every single round. The mollies over at the boost position, over at the alleyway position, whatever you want to call that.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be an interesting one. I'm a sucker for Vertigo, I must admit. I like this map, and I hope we get to see a good fight on it.
Yeah, I've loved this map as well. I think it's been so great watching it sort of develop as a map and seeing the team sort of evolve themselves and the strategies to it. It's been a lot of fun, and let's hope it's an enjoyable game. I certainly hope it will be. I certainly expect it to be, and yeah, I don't think it'll be disappointing.
I agree with that. Real quick, I want to inform you guys that Vitality did manage to secure the first map against Fnatic over on the A stream. So if any of you guys are interested in that, They're going to be heading into their second map in just a few minutes as well. And they're actually also going to be battling it out on Vertigo. So we got a Vertigo setup on both streams coming up in just a few moments. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. I can tell you that much. And with that, we are going to be heading into the game here. It's going to be G2 versus Complexity on Vertigo. Second map in this best of 3 banger.
Yeah, we're getting straight into it, and the odds, look at them. They've shifted quite a lot. Complexity now the favourites for this game, and, well, we'll see if they can prove their worth here. As it's going to be G2 pushing in towards mid early on. Trying to create a bit of space there, but Nato over towards that B site. He's going to be under a lot of threat here as G2, they're going to push through that boost position, trying to split in towards a site. Rush has been able to catch one, but Amanek quickly deletes Nato from the server, and they're going to try and get that bomb planted, which they will be able to do. Nobody to deny it from the Complexity side as they get it down. 4 on 4. Rush taking quite a bit of damage, but look at the G2 HP. They are all quite low on HP. Amanek, Kenny, Hunter, they've all taken quite a lot of damage, and as they push forwards the Complexity side, it's going to be Config and Rush finding a killer piece, looking for a little bit more. These last 2 players from G2 hoping to hold them back, but Hunter can do none of that. Nectar gets one poison, will quickly finish off the round, and Complexity will get the defuse. They have the kit, they have the time, and Complexity, they pick up the pistol.
Rush with the double for this one. Config as well. Finding some nice shots for it for sure. Complexity picking up the pistol. G2. 1 round down early on. But as I pointed out, T-side here on Vertigo can be very interesting. You can set up some great smokes from spawn, actually, towards either of the 2 bomb sites. Plenty of opportunity here for G2 to go for something interesting on this map. But we're probably going to see a lot of rounds heading over towards the A-bomb side. That's typically how this map goes.
Yeah. And look at the aggression from G2 here. They're force bought into it using the extra cash from that bomb plant, and they're just running in towards this A site. They've managed to bring it into a 2-on-1. This Nato Sapphics all on his lonesome, an M4 picked up for Hunter, an MP7 for Amanek, but with only 9 points of health for Amanek, and the bomb dropped in the open. G2, they still have a chance. Complexity, their hopes rely on Nato, and he takes down the first kill. That's Amanek, the low HP going down, but the long range on the M4 will win it out for Hunter, and they fight back. That second round force buy is so effective for the T sides nowadays, especially when you get that bomb plant down.
Good aggression coming through, as you pointed out. G2, as mentioned, the A bomb side is where to go on this map. We see it time and time again. If you just straight up rush the A bombs out with a couple of well-placed smokes, a couple of well-placed flashes, you don't really need a whole lot of firepower behind you. Brilliant early aggression coming through there from G2. And now they're slowing things down ever so slightly. Going for something a little bit more safe in this round, it seems. Holding off for potential aggression coming their way. NATO Sapphics gone for a little bit of that aggression, but obviously not in... He's not in any danger immediately. Fairly default setup here for Complexity as well.
Yeah, they did just drop that anti-force buy from G2, and now G2 looking pretty comfortable here. They've got a 2-man advantage against just these pistols from Complexity. Unless BlameF can do something magnificent here, I'm not expecting all too much to come through. However, he's going to have to backtrack and try and deal with this player who's made his way through mid. That is Jackson. He's finding a lot of space. G2, are they still going to get to A site after all of this space he's found? I mean, he's found a path into towards a B bomb site. He's not found a single enemy. Nato is over by the B stairs and might be able to catch him. Does spot him out, but Jax, the AK wins that fight, and it leaves it all up towards BlameF. A 1 versus 5. Deagle in hand, hoping that he can maybe catch a player over here. But it's unlikely. Jax will finish him off. 3 kills for him in the round. Eco Fragger.
That's absolutely brilliant from Jax, though. Not only does he manage to find 3 kills, he finds so much space, opens up the B-bomb site entirely, and even after clearing the site completely, he still goes for that peek down towards, like, right below the steps to find NATO Sapphics. Brilliant stuff there from Jax. Absolutely beautiful. This round is going to be a complete eco here for Complexity. The previous, they decided to go for the Deagles. This one, just USPs and tiny amount of utility. Barely any. Hunter, look at this. He's just sneaking his way up in the alleyway. Shutting down 1, 2, make that 3.
Oh dear. I mean, it is just these default USPs, but Hunter, he's having a nice little time with things. Can he get the ace? No, Kenny's going to steal it.
What a
thief.
Not.
I know. I wouldn't be able to finish this game out with him. I'd just be, you know, get out of here, son. You're finished. You're done.
How dare he? Beautiful push coming through from Hunter, though. Shutting down 3 very quickly, then switching over to the Glock and finishing off, well, 1 more. Almost getting the ace there. Very close to finding the ace, actually. Kenny is just finding the last bullet to secure the kill on the final player. Is that really a kill secure? Was it actually a steal? I'm gonna go with the latter.
Definitely. Well, this is an unfortunate start for Complexity in this round. They've got the guns out, and they've already lost 2 of them. Hunter somehow killed himself. Did he fall off the map? Did he molotov himself? We may never know. Kenny S, he does know one thing, and that's how to take poison out of the equation. A quick headshot on towards him. And he just rush, and NATO Sapphics a 2 on a 4. Kenny's going to secure himself 1 more. NATO, the replacement Dane. Left all on his lonesome here, just trying to hold on to this M4 by the looks of things. Not really feeling a 1v4. Nexa is hunting, though.
Pretty good sense. Yeah, makes pretty good sense here for NATO just to fall back. But obviously... Ooh, Nexa. I thought for a second that he wasn't going to check that angle and just jump into middle. That could have potentially saved NATO, but Nexa decides to double back and eventually shut him down. 4-1. Very, very fast start to that round as well. Very fast start to the game here for G2. And again, it's something that we see time and time again here on Vertigo. Quick aggression towards mostly the A-bomb side, let's be real about it. And then, like, a lurker who lurks through middle or lurks through the B-bomb side and comes out for a quick attack towards the A players after the rotation coming through. Gonna be interesting to see how Complexity decide to combat that, and if they decide to change it up a little bit on their CT side. Don't really have the money to change anything up for this one. It's gonna be a couple of Deagles, a couple of HEs, and a smoke. Try and see if they can set up an HE kill or 2. Obviously, by getting a lot of damage dealt with that HE early on, it gives them a good opportunity of dealing even more damage in the round and potentially finding a couple of frags. Initially, they're just holding back.
Wise to do so, considering Complexity, they're just on their pistols. Don't want to walk into some sort of cheeky crossfire. They're just going to methodically clear out their angles, as you would do usually, preparing themselves for the worst. And Complexity, they're playing actually 4 towards this A site right now. They are going to send Rush a little bit further back. He's periodically been checking mid, but now will actually commit towards this A site with his teammates, and that's the right call because all these G2 players are going to be pushing through this A ramp position. Kenny S leading the charge. Next has already found a kill though. That nade doing a little bit of damage towards the G2 side, but not enough to really impact their confidence. And 45 seconds on the clock. 3 players for them to deal with in this A bomb site. It shouldn't be too difficult, unless there's some sneaky little plays from the Complexity players. And as the G2 side push forward, see what they can find. A nice opening from Config, quickly traded by Kenny S. And 25 seconds. This is awkward for G2, especially as Blame F gets one over the top. Rush is going to find one towards Ivy as well, towards the alley, and will quickly swing things into a very difficult position for G2 Nexa. He needs to find multiple kills here. Jax does get one, but the smoke occludes the player on the site. The box as well is there, and Rush will get another kill, leaves it all up towards Nexa, and Complexity will fight back with the pistols. They recover a couple of rifles out the round as well. That is not what G2 wanted. They were taking things so methodically, but they just let the time slip too far down the smokes. Not really covering all too much on that site. Maybe it would have just been better to deploy the default smokes towards the back of site, and maybe one on towards Heaven as well, or towards the headshot box, maybe. But
most definitely, big gaps in those smokes, and eventually that's. Or essentially, that's what ended up costing them the round here. Decent nade. The timing was slightly off. Oh, Poison. That's such a good angle, and he's so quick on it. Kenny has had the right idea, but couldn't quite find the shots. Poison shuts him down very, very easily. Hunter. Still holding on to the angle here, not allowing Complexity to push too far forward and get too much information. Because if they manage to do so, they'll quickly realize that he's the only one there. Instead, we got a couple of players over towards the mid position, 3 to be exact. Rush came up big in the previous. Needs to shine in this one as well. Finds the first, gets the second. Eventually gets shut down. Jack's not a whole lot left for him to do either. Flashbang helps out a little bit as Blamef shuts him down. Hunter on his lonesome. What is he supposed to do?
Well, ideally find 4 kills in 30 seconds, but the reality is that NATO Sapphics won't let him get one. And it will be Complexity onto a third round.
(4-3). G2, good start, but Complexity already battling it back. Pushing those numbers in their favor. I said they needed to change something up over on the A-bomb side, and they did. So obviously getting a little bit of help there from Poison, landing a beautiful shot on Kenny. And Rush out
as well
towards
as
middle
2
as well.
kills. Yeah, nice double kills for him. Sets it up for this team. Well, helps to it set up a little bit extra as well, and certainly G2 they got themselves a nice run. Complexity won out the pistol round, but G2 forced bought that second round with the bomb plant, got themselves a 4 streak of rounds, and it's looking very convincing for them until that pistol round from Complexity. Those pistols, the Deagles and the P250s, put in a bit of a spring in Complexity step once more. Now we have G2 full buy coming through. 4 AKs, the AWP for Kenny. And Complexity, they've got themselves a pretty decent setup as well. A couple AKs, a couple M4s, AWP for Poison. He'll be hoping he can find another opening like he did last time, currently over towards the scaffolding with his teammate. Wonder if we're going to see any teams going for that Furia boost up onto the top of the scaffolding. That was a very cheeky angle that we saw in the Pro League finals from the Brazilian squad.
We've seen a lot of interesting setups on this map, actually. I think, was it... Oh, I forgot who it was. If it was Config, was sitting behind the pillar over on the scaffolding at the A-bomb side. Speaking of which, Poison clipping the scaffolding there with his AWP. Still lands the shot, though. This time around, G2 slowly but surely inching their way a little bit closer towards middle and the B-bomb side. Config, good frag. Amanek trades out. That's important from Nexa. Finds the double as well. That turns it back in the favor of G2.
Great work, but Complexity, they're going to fight back, and it does leave it all up towards Nexa now, who will secure himself a third and the fourth. Beautiful work from Nexa. He's just going to line up, well, not line him up, but he's going to knock him down either way. He just goes on a bit of a rampage that round. 4 kills for him. And a very lovely little round for the G2 side there, but they can't rely on Nexa just to go huge every single day of the week. It's going to need to be more consistency from G2. And let's hope they can bring that now as they get themselves a rebuy through. Amanex is going to go from Mach 10. He had plenty of cash in reserve. So that's a choice.
This time around, quick aggression over towards the A-bomb side like we know it on this map. Good hold initially. It's Rush and Blame F finding one each. Poison. Train down towards the Ramberry, and Kenny S finds the angle. Blame F still on this bomb site. He's sitting exactly where I was talking about. The position I was talking about. Right behind that scaffolding. I actually thought he was sitting in front of it. At that pipe that you're seeing right next to Kenny S.
The Magisk pipe.
It was Magisk, that's right.
Yeah. Natto.
I keep forgetting my Danish brothers.
Yeah, look at Natto though. He's on the flank. Not going to be able to find Kenny S for the time being, but he's able to find a lot of space here, and he's eliminating angles for his Complexity teammate in Blame F that will need to check. But Kenny S,
that's rough.
He spots him out, takes him down, and leaves it all up towards Blame F. And now all the intel that Natto just found is completely useless. Blame F left in a 1 versus 3. However, he will get the first. May walk into Kenny S's crosshair. It will, but a quick tag through the edge of the boxes does put him down low, and that will put him into a position where he's just going to save this M4. Complexity will have to remain on 3 for the time being. G2 are going to find themselves at 6th round on the board.
6-3. So initial good start there for G2 with the 4-1 on the board. 2 quick rounds in the favor of Complexity, and now 2 rounds in the favor of G2. Back and forth to start off with here on Vertigo. Again, we got to remind you guys that the map has been chosen by G2. They're down by 1, so they need a victory on this one to push it into Nuke. We talked about in the break there that if G2 managed to take the victory here on Vertigo, there's actually a real good chance for them picking up Nuke as well. As we pointed out initially before going into any of the maps, this is very close to a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah, and those are the matchups I love. You know, don't fancy the blowouts every now and then. It's I prefer to oh, careful, Hunter. Just misthrows a nade a little bit, takes a bit of damage. Not what you want to be seeing, but hopefully it won't have too much of an impact. It does make him a bit more susceptible, though. Obviously, that M4 now a one-shot kill to the head. And look at this boost from Blame F. This could quickly take a player out of action on that G2 side. I mean, he's got the M4. Jax is going to take a nade himself from the CT side this time. As they push forward, Blame F, which way does he look? Neither way, he drops off the boost, the Molotov comes through. That's exactly what that Molotov is designed to do. And that gives a lot of space now for G2 as Hunter, he pushes forward, quickly takes down that M4. The Mach 10 works out wonders, and he's able to switch out to the rifle as well. That leaves just the pistols for this Complexity side to try and make something work. As Poison takes a lot of damage, Rush will fall. Natto's just going to jump through the smoke. Config follows him, and they will drop like flies. Jax and Kenny, they've got a combined 3 HP between them. But for Complexity, that doesn't matter. What matters were the kills, and they found none. Amanex secures
Let's be honest,
the
that
final
looked a little bit silly. Natal
Yeah.
Savage and Conflict just like jumping in one after the other with the USP out.
Yeah, I think maybe they were going for the. Maybe I think Config went for the. Well, Natto just did it and it didn't work. They weren't expecting to do it again. Surely it'll work the second time.
I don't know. That was kind of weird. Obviously, you know that if you're in air, it's incredibly difficult to hit with any weapon. The SMGs are a little bit different, of course, but with a
And the
USP, you're
shotgun.
probably not going to hit anything.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, they had pistols. They were forced out by smokes. I mean, I sort of respect the play, you know, respect the effort, but doesn't work out on G2. They sit themselves pretty at a 7th round early on here on this T side.
And again, we gotta look to complexity.
Yeah.
See if see what they can potentially change up for this one, because it's been all about G2 in the last while now. BlameF shuts down Hunter initially. Hunter, however, he is the lurker. He's always the lurker. They realize that quickly. That's a nice couple of shots coming through from Kenny. Yes, Nexa helping out as well. All on BlameF now.
Yeah, there was some magnificent flashbangs in towards mid then from the G2 side that facilitated those kills. Poison just peeked in towards mid and was just immediately fully blinded. And obviously got taken down because of that. And BlameF is just going to be going for the safe once more. His team all dead, 3 players to find. Not really a winnable round. It's worth mentioning as well. Obviously, this is an ESL Pro Tour event, just while we have a moment. So these teams playing for some nice, juicy Pro Tour points, try and get themselves to Katowice. And I believe I pronounced that right. I think Katowice, yeah, we'll go for that. So yeah, I mean, I think it's 480 points, or 400 points up for grabs for winning the event, which is a nice, beefy chunk there, because I think for Europe, Astral's currently lead with just under 1,200. So yeah, it's plenty of points up for offer, and obviously the further you go, the better you do. If you finish last, though, 7th or 8th, you get absolutely nothing, zilch. So definitely you want to win at least one game.
G2 is actually still in the running for that. Complexity, are they in the running at all? I don't even see them on my graph here.
I don't believe so, because they are currently... Well, I think they're in 12th, 430 points, but I think they can get to the play-ins.
You're right.
I think they can still do it. It's not going to be difficult, because I think they lost a decent chunk of points from obviously switching out Obo to Natto for this event. So I don't think they'll get as many points, if I'm correct. I'm hoping I am.
There's still a lot up for grabs for that road to Katowice. Yeah, for this one, complexity. A bit of a struggle currently. Don't have a lot to work with in this round either. Holding on to their money for the next one, of course. BlameF still got that. Well, as I say that, or as I was about to say that.
Never mind.
Get shut down immediately. Rush. Is he spotted here? I think he's actually spotted. Oh,
well, he certainly is now.
Play. That's such a nice shot.
I mean, this was always going to be G2's round. I mean, a couple kills found, at least for complexity, do make things a little bit interesting, but there's plenty of cash for that G2 side. Nexa 10k for him. Kenny Guess 13k. I mean, not much more to say apart from G2 of plenty of cash for the buy. I mean, complexity, a couple kills here and there isn't really going to make much difference apart from just maybe for their confidence in this one as they sit 9-3 down. Lovely nade. Also, just wanted to get rid of that nade, buy up something more respective of the strat they want to go for. And Hunter's taking a lot of damage early. In fact, he's going to go down early. Taken down by BlameF. That's complexity. They get themselves a full buy through. Poison brings up the AWP. Amonek's going to try working his way towards this A ramp to find something of his own.
That's unfortunate. Amonek peeking out a little bit too far. Config shuts him down. Config falls back to relative safety. Rush chimes in. Nexa falls. Jax, he's gonna lose his life. Complexity looking to make this one a clean-cut round. It's looking pretty good for it thus far. Kenny has last man standing. 40 HP.
Yeah.
He does have that AWP, though. Could potentially deal some damage with it. Flashbang through. Oh, he deals damage, but not enough for a kill.
Yeah, the leg comes through. Obviously, Nato able after that to quickly finish him off. The up reset time a little bit too long. Config, 2 kills, 300 damage in that round. He currently sits 80 ADR. Only 6 kills found in the game, though. But he's got 80 ADR. Not bad. Finding a lot of assists, I guess. A lot of nade damage maybe towards that A ramp. As we do have a pause coming through for the G2 side once more. It is Blame F leading the squad in terms of the IGL role. It's Rush who's leading them on the server, 12-10. He sits currently tied for top fragger with Nico's cousin, Hunter.
Is he still known as Nico's cousin? Like, hasn't he proven himself enough now?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
and Nico
I just say
hasn't really been doing a whole lot either.
Yeah, maybe it's Hunter's cousin then, I guess.
Yeah, true. We gotta refer to Nico as Hunter's cousin now. I think that's fair.
The only issue is if the rumors are true and Nico does join G2, things are going to get a little bit wild on that front, maybe. But for now, you can rest assured with just Poison. Hunter. Yeah, nice opening shot from Poison there. Again, he's going to win out the duel against Kenny S. He's done it a couple times on this map. He's feeling more confident on the AWP, I think, here than he was on Overpass.
He wasn't really hitting those shots on Overpass, as you pointed out. He lost quite a few duels against Kenny S on that map. This one is looking a little bit better, at least thus far. Still, scoreboard. It's not looking great for Complexity. Realistically, they need at least one more round here. I would say 10-5 is definitely doable for Complexity on the T side. However, G2, they're looking real strong and ready here on Vertigo. Did put up a real good fight on Overpass as well. We are looking to G2 to try and see if they can pick up the victory here and send us into Nuke. Jax hunting down NATO Sapphics, finally shutting him down, but in the meantime, Rush trades out. Nexa gets that one on to Rush. Brings it back to a 2. Make that a 2-on-2. Hunter finding Poison. Not going to be all on Config and Blame F all on his lonesome now. Hunter, nice couple of shots, nice couple of kills. Finds 2. Blame F sneaking his way forward, not so much sneaking any longer. And eventually Hunter shuts him down. Brilliant comeback into the round here for G2.
Yeah, this is a very strong first half as we will be getting towards the final round of the game. Jax. That was a pivotal kill onto Nato Sapphics on the site, dealing with him, denying the all per second shot. And it's... he almost actually gets a second as well with the 180. Can't quite, does a lot of damage, but it's still G2 who pick up the 10th and secure double digits pretty comfortably here. It's not really been much of a challenge from Complexity this game so far on Vertigo. Obviously, Complexity are leading the series after that Overpass win on their own map pick, but this time Kenny S wins the duel against Poison. They keep going back and forth, they keep trading out for that opening kill. Config, look at this. Well, he's dead, never mind. I thought for a moment that would be a glorious peak. Blame F's going to try his hand at open though, and does actually beat out Kenny S. So maybe maybe we're looking at Complexity's newest main orb here, Blame F. See if he can find anything else. Yes, he can. A second kill to come through, looking for a little bit more. He's going to change his angle slightly, rushes over by that alleyway, and he will be able to take the kill as well. And that brings things into Complexity's advantage. Being able to swing it around. Next and Amanek, the only two who remain. Nato Sapphics in an advanced position here. I was going to check for him. Well, we sort of do. Nato able to find the first, but now his body begins a long drop down. Amanek's going to try and work his way in towards the site. 37 points of HP and a 1 versus 2. He's actually going to backtrack. over towards A. That Molotov helps to sell this B site, but how much longer will Complexity sit around here? 25 seconds on the clock. Amanek now starts his run. Oh, wait.
Ooh.
Is he too big for his own brain here, Amanek?
Maybe. He needs to hurry up now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to get in towards the site, but Rush has heard his steps and has deployed the smoke. It's not really worked out the way Amanek maybe had hoped. He gets himself a 1v1 and will actually win it out. How the hell does he spot Rush there? A beautiful shot comes through, and now that leaves it up towards Blame F. A 1 versus 1. Amanek just 37 points of HP. Blame F with the AWP. And it's going to perch himself over behind the wood panel and watch from behind. But Blame F, he's coming in from CT. He's going to be clearing out a lot of these angles. Amanek isn't going to be challenging him for the time being. Blame F will be able to tap the bomb, and Amanek, does he take the peek immediately? Did he just check it then? He's going to try jumping over. He's making a lot of noise. He's shown his position. He drops off the angle, and Amanek, he's trying to back away. He thinks he's already won the round, and he has, I think. Not enough time for Blame F here to win it out. He taps the bomb once more, but he gets the shot. Not enough time, and Blame F can't win the round. It's going to be Complexity falling in the last one. 11-4 for G2, though. Nice work from Amanek there to close out a 1 versus 2.
Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legends spoken, this is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going, this is my moment. See me coming, better run for cover. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. Of my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time searching for a way to find relief. And I can stay inside, go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I've been told I'm gonna paint a new reality.
Well,
welcome back everyone.
Doesn't take a lot to turn a person
Now we have it. G2 versus Complexity now for the second half. Bit of confusion there for a hot moment, but we are back into the action.
Yeah, it is G2 who now sit on the CT side, and we'll be hoping they can swing this one back into a very comfortable league as they're going to lose the B site initially. Russian Poison, they pick up a kill apiece. Jackson with the pistol, trying to find something. Now alongside Amanek, the last two players alive for G2. It's Complexity, who may be picking up the pistol round again. They went out the first half pistol round and still only managed 4 rounds in that first half. But nice opening from Jack to try and get back in. He's done down, though. Leaves Amanek on his lonesome and trying to continue the form from that previous round. He cannot. He can only get one, and it will be Complexity finding a fifth. Starting the slow comeback into this game.
You're going to say slow again. Still have a long way to go, of course.
Yeah.
They pick up the pistol. That's a good start to it at the very least, but they're so far behind in this one. It's gonna be tough for them to bring this one back. I'll say it already.
Yeah, G2, they've gone for the force buy. I mean, well, I say force buy. They've left a bit of cash in the bank for a few players, not getting armor for much of them. We saw what they did on the T half, on their first half with that, with the force buy, but that was on the T side. They fully invested off the back of a bomb plant. Now, oh, that's a nice open. Config is going to look for a little bit more. Line it up. He's spraying into nothingness. He's able to stay alive at least. Gets the reload through. Blame F will cover him.
Oh,
neck. As he's spamming through the wall with the Deagle, collects the kill into Config. That's a nice one to find. If G2 can find a little bit more here. Now. Complexity, they're going to have the B site under control. Rush. The Mac and already pushed forward to secure himself a quick double. And that leaves Jax all on his lonesome. Not really much to do here. He sits with a Deagle, no armor.
Oh,
Rush is just going to bang him out the server, isn't he? That's one way to finish the round. Complexity 2-6. And they deal with that force buy pretty efficiently.
Beautiful burst action there with the SMG, and then the final shot with the Desert Eagle. That's one way of doing it. Rush. 271 damage in that round. 113 ADR. It's not bad at all. He is sitting pretty high up there. Sitting at the very top of the scoreboard currently. 18 kills for him. This time around, G2. Bit of a limited buy, of course. NES and Hunter still managed to hit some shots, though. They're actually quickly going to go for the rotation back. Hunter finds yet another.
This is not going well for Complexity. An AK picks up for Kenny. No armor, though, and, well...
There you go.
As I say that, it all comes crashing down. Complexity to a 7th, and they do just about manage to deal with that buy from the, well, let's say buy, the pistols from G2, sorry.
It wasn't pretty, though.
Yeah. No, it was
They
messy.
lose a lot of players in it.
Yeah. But now, the guns come out. Kenny S with the AWP as well. He's been saving for that one. That is a luxury that Complexity side do not have. Config, though, he'll find an opening kill. And that takes down Amanek. Config, I think, is trying to find the gun. I don't know where it's gone. Neither does he. Still a nice opening for Complexity. Is on the T side. They'll be trying to get themselves a little bit more here. Try and work their way a little bit closer, because right now they only sit 4 rounds behind the G2 side.
Ooh. It's a rough molly. Self-mollying over in the alley. Kenny very low on HP here. Complexity is still figuring out exactly what to do. Still looks like they want to aggress towards the A bomb site primarily. Still got 45 seconds left on the clock here. Still plenty of time to work with, but if they wanted to go for a B hit, they would have probably rotated at this point, so they aren't going to commit to this A hit. More smokes are raining through. Still got a couple of flashes on NATO Sapphics. They are going to push their way in towards the bomb side. Should be able to get the bomb down as well. Rush, very low on HP, but still alive. The bomb does get planted.
Retake required for the G2 side. All four of them are going to be coming in from mid and CT to try and take back this A bomb site. Rush, super low on HP, but Kenny S and Hunter, they're not much better off. As they sit quite low on HP. They're going to tap the bomb. They're going to try and hold the peaks from the Complexity side, and the kills is too Phoenix, but Complexity, they're able to answer back. They're keeping it a 2-on-2. It's only Kenny S and Hunter who remain, but they're both the low HP players. Hunter gets one, leaves his teammate Kenny S in the 1 versus 1, but Blame F will clutch it out, salvages the AWP, but I don't think he's going to get away. Oh, the bomb just about gets the round ends just before he perishes to a bomb. Good work from Blame F. 4 HP from the dink of Hunter. Almost able to win it out there for the G2 side, but Complexity, they'll inch closer and closer. Now just
kind of a weird setup there. Because Blame F was actually holding kind of a weird angle, and his teammate wasn't worrying about Ellie at all. So they knew that it was going to be all on Blame F in that situation. And they knew that they had to rely on him to clutch it out. Kind of interesting to take that, to make that decision, in my opinion. But hey, it worked out, so who am I to judge, I suppose. Blame F taking a good chunk of damage early into this round, down to roughly 50. Well, once again, it is going to be a bit of a limited buy here for G2. Do have some upgraded pistols. SMG in play as well. Amanek finds one, quickly traded out. Boys needs to be careful. Finds another, traded out himself. Nex and Hunter, they find one each. Brings it back into favor of G2, actually. It's going to be all on Rush and NATO. Try and see if they can bring this one back.
AKs for both of these Complexity players should be enough to win out a round, even against these 3 players. There's not really much armor. There are not many weapons. Kenny S with the CZ, if he can find one here, that would really help out his teammates. Now he's just sort of in around the front pillar. A little bit of damage. He can't find any kills, though, as he gets sandwiched between 2 of those T players, and now it's up towards Jackson. Hunter, a 2-on-2. Hunter's been able to pick up an AK, and he has armor as well. He could win this one out, but Nato is going to be taking that fight towards the backlines. He's ready for it. We'll get joined by Rush. And oh, did Nato spot him there, or did he just go under the crosshair? Rush has taken him down either way, and it leaves Jax now a 1 versus 2. As Complexity should be able to find a ninth here. No hassle. Maybe he can find something with the Deagle. He's just going to back away. Doesn't fancy it. Maybe going to go and salvage an AK from somewhere. As it is Complexity to a 9th, and they keep working this one closer and closer, the Complexity side. A nice start to this half. Jax going to try and go for the AWP. He's at least denied Rush it for the time being. Can't get the kill, though, and Rush will be able to salvage it in the end. Both teams having the same idea.
It makes pretty good sense here for Complexity. They know that if their opponent is not rushing them to try and win the round by defusing the bomb or killing the final couple of players, he's gonna be going for that AWP that was dropped early in the round. It makes pretty good sense for Rush to double back all the way back to A prep, right below the ramp. He almost got caught there, though. I think he got saved by the bomb detonating, actually. So the screen shakes a little bit when the bomb detonates. It doesn't affect your aim at all. but it like plays with your mind, I suppose.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't wanting to have a firefight as a bomb detonates. That's for sure. I mean, I wouldn't want to be having a firefight either way. Kenny S. Get something good for the G2 side here. 1:10 on the clock, and he's found Poison. That duel towards a ramp just keeps going back and forth between Kenny S and Poison. Neither one's really able to consistently win it out over the other. And as they try and split through the smoke, Amanex waiting on the other side, and hello. That is an M4 spray to the face. Plenty of damage done to Complexity and a 5-on-3 achieve. Not really much for them to say in this one anymore. They're going to try and go over towards this B site. But Nexa is waiting, and Nexa, 13 kills to his name. We'll see if you can find any more here. That nade does quite a bit to Rush, to be fair. Tags him down just to about a third, or tags him down by about a third of his HP. 20 seconds on the clock. Complexity, they're really running out of time. They need to get in towards the site quick if they want to go. And 50 seconds. Nexa is still here. Jackson, Kenny, they're around as well. But Rush, nice opening kill. They're not going to check for Nexa, who towards the back of the site is the only one finding anything. 8 seconds. It needs to be Nato to get the bomb plant, but he's not got the bomb. And he's left with just 35 HP. He's trying to find the frags. He's gotten in 2. I'm just going to try and save that weapon. Hunter smartly just tucked him behind the generator. Made sure he didn't get taken down at the end, because that was the only way Nato could win it out. So finally, G2 to get themselves on the board.
That was so important from Nexa, though. His positioning, he didn't necessarily deal a ton of damage from that position. He had a bit of an awkward fight there to start it off with when he initially peeked out, but he managed to get the kill. And furthermore, his position in and of itself meant that they had to clear him out before going for a plant.
Oh,
Rush.
What is Complexity doing? What is Rush doing?
Up. Okay, never mind.
That's not worked out too well for them, has it? Jack secures himself a quick double. Poison, though, on the AWP. Has been able to recover and find 2 of his own. So, they've been able to bring it back into a 3-on-3. 2 rifles and that MP9 for Nexa for that G2 side.
Close, but no cigar. It's going to be NATO Savix getting that trade onto Jax, though. Still 50 seconds on the clock. Again, still plenty of time to work with here for Complexity. And they're using their time wisely. Something I've mentioned many times before on previous casts. You gotta make sure that you use your time appropriately without running it down too far. They're keeping their opponents guessing here.
Something that Complexity struggled with in the last round. They ran out because of the time. Nato couldn't find the kills or the bomb, but a nice shot from Blame F leads it up towards Nexa. If he can get this first kill, it puts Complexity in a difficult spot, and he will. Gets the kill, the MP9. Not many bullets in the mag, though. Only 9 of them, and 9 seconds on the clock as well. Blame F tries to get the bomb, but Nexa, the MP9, will win it out there for the G2 side, and they find 13 on the board. They are going to at least find a second round on the CT half.
And 9 bullets in the MP9. Apparently 9 bullets was his luck, or 9 was his lucky number there. 9 bullets was all he needed to finish off that final player. Next, that beautiful couple of shots there, or a couple of kills there towards the A-bomb site in that 1-on-2 situation. G2, as you pointed out, just 3 rounds away from picking up the second map in their favor. Oh, this round looks pretty good for them. Again, it is an eco here for Complexity. Should be an easy picking, and indeed it was. Amanek with a quad kill. Farming money. That's one way of doing it.
Definitely. You love to see it. 4 kills, 400 damage. That's as clean as you can get for or almost as clean as you can get for a round. I mean, 500 would be a little bit better, but let's not take away from Amanek there. Big brain, big aim. Let's go for that. As he
kind of like it.
Secure. Yeah. works, doesn't it? And he's going to go for it again. Exactly the same UMP. Doesn't work out this time. Poison. He'll spray through the smoke, collect his head, and I mean, I admire the attempt. But, I mean... yeah. Against the rifles this time, it doesn't work out too well for him. Now... Complexity, they sit with the advantage. IEM and config, they're going to be able to find opening frags. They're just going to be able to steamroll this A site. It's only Nexa who remains. And well, a 1 versus 5, I mean, you went out the 1v2 earlier. I think this is going to be a stretch too far for him. Probably just has to save that M4. But he's going to be looking for a bit of damage. There is the smoke fading, so there's a potential for him to push forward. But as the smoke fades on the other side, Poison's waiting for him. A second kill for him in the round. Complexity, they get the way to double digits, 14-10.
And not over by a long shot just yet. Complexity is still fighting with everything they got to try and pull their butts back into the action. We do have a pause coming through here. Tactical timeout getting called by G2. Just talking things through. They don't have a ton of money behind them, and I think, well, they actually have decent amount of money on most players. Jax is the only one who's lagging a little bit.
That's way back to the pistol round. This is IEM winning out a lovely 1v2 that helped Complexity get to where they are right now. And Nexa, his 1v2 as well. This allowed G2 to find a couple rounds in this CT half, at least put a bit of distance between them and Complexity once more. As we sit now 14-10. And we get back into the game. It is going to be a okay buy from G2. They have Jax on the MP9, but we proved Amanek is well, Amanek proved rather that the SMGs, they can work pretty well, as has Nexa. But Hunter, with the rifle, will get taken down early. Over towards that A site, it is Complexity who have the man advantage. But only for a brief moment as Kenny S. will find one in return. Oh. Blame F almost had multiple there for him. Amanek is able to find the kill, keep them both alive, and now it's only a few left alive for Complexity, as this kill could be everything for Config if he's able to secure it. Jack's looking the wrong way, but a bit of an awkward fight. Config almost gets taken down. He was low on HP, but luckily for Complexity, he's able to find the frag, stay alive, and put it into the 3-on-3. Amanek, Kenny, Nexa, they're all ready to try and get their way back in towards the site. And Nexa, he finds a little gap around the edge of the smoke. He's going to be able to push his way forward with the help of his teammates. They're all finding the frags, and it leaves it all towards Config. The man with only 17 or 16 points of health. He's over by the sandbags, hoping that he finds a shot through that little gap, but nobody going to be peeking. The bomb's dropped on the site. He's not got the afterplant position to play for. He spots Kenny, but Kenny spots him, and that means a world of pain for Config. A nice turn. We'll be able to find Amanek, finds the headshot, but Nexa, he'll swing out from the same angle, and Config's not watching it anymore. And G2, they do find match point here on Vertigo.
That was a sick little flick coming through there from Config. Unfortunately for him, didn't quite work out. 1-on-3, not a whole lot he could do in that situation regardless, so good on him to find a kill at the very least, but yeah, as you pointed out, match point here for G2. G2 need one more to shut this one down, pull us straight into to Nuke, and obviously I'm hoping for that to happen. I want to see as much action as possible. Nuke, another one of those maps that has great potential of delivering. Interesting positioning here by Amanek, but Config lines them up for the triple. Oh my god, Config, he's on one.
Well, he's got massive kahunas. Will eventually get taken down. Next is going to be able to find a couple, but caught out by Blame F. The third player in line, Complexity, stay alive, and Config. What an animal.
Absolute madman. They kind of line up for him here and help him out a little bit, Hunter and Jax. But that fourth kill was absolutely brilliant. All on his lonesome, just pushing in and shutting it down. Absolutely beautiful stuff here from Config. Couldn't really have been much better for him. And Complexity, they live to die another day, as they say. Or at least they hold on to their hopes and dreams.
Yeah, and well, I mean, this should be at least a 12 for Complexity. So we're getting some great games here. Obviously, it was 16-13 the first map. But 15-11 right now. G2 with just Deagles, a couple sets of armor. Not really much. If Complexity fall in this one, this is going to be a pretty disappointing end to the map, I think, for Complexity.
Let's hope it's not over just yet. Let's hope they can still fight back. They shouldn't really lose it in a round like this. We've seen that happen before. It's not entirely out of the question. AMF does manage to take care of Hunter. Yeah, good amount of damage dealt to Config, who had 2 pretty good rounds leading up to this. And now he's so low on HP.
These 4 Deagles can probably find a bit of damage. Say, low HP for a couple. It's Complexity pushing in towards this A site poison. We'll be able to secure one. But watching the back lines, hoping to take the final kill on towards Nexa. And he will secure it. Amanek gets 1 kill. A couple plays low HP for Complexity, but staying alive in the round is what matters for them, as it's a 12 on the board.
And Complexity just 3 rounds away from taking it into OT. Give us even more rounds than we hoped for. It was fairly close on the first map between these two teams. Went back and forth, excuse me, for the majority of that one. That was Overpass, chosen by Complexity. They took the victory 16-13. Now it's Vertigo, chosen by G2, and they're in the lead, just 1 round away from shutting it down, but Complexity not giving up without a fight.
Yep, just pistols once more for G2. Should be relatively easy for Blame F, as he's just walking in towards a site. Jax actually finds a couple with the USP, but eventually Config puts an end to the round, and Complexity 13 on the board.
Blamef just mowing them down. Poison helping him out a little bit. Blamef catching some nice shots there. Jax, as you pointed out, did manage to catch a couple of frags of his own. At least deal a bit of economic damage towards the opposition. This is the round that we are looking towards.
Amanek, he will deploy the smoke. Just off to the right a little bit from the sandbags. That allows him to try and get away, but Config guns him down. Jax will at least trade him out with the Molotov. Excuse me. And 4-on-4 here. G2. They really want to win this one out. They don't want to allow Complexity to a 14th here. This is already too close for them. It was, what was it, 11-4 half for G2?
Yes. Already a massive comeback here for Complexity. 1-for-1 trade into this round. Blame F taking a peek up towards the headshot box.
Jax. Low on HP.
Oh,
and,
he
well,
burns.
Goodbye. Yeah. Blame F securing 1 more kill, and they're just rolling over this G2 side. Surely 14 for Complexity, about to come through. Nexa's the last man alive, and Complexity have been pounding this A site recently, and they just found round after round. G2 maybe facing overtime here. Things going very, very sideways for them.
Look at the money here on G2. There's none of it.
Yeah. I was gonna say there isn't any. I can't see it. Next, they're trying to stay alive, but I mean, he's only prolonging the inevitable. Nato Sapphics finishes them off. And yeah, G2. What do they have to work with in this round? BlameF
Barely anything.
Yeah, BlameF is getting stonks with these kills he's finding. He's, what is he, 26 and 16? How is he this good at the game?
Yeah, it's not fair. It really isn't.
Oh lord, G2. They've got themselves a couple FAMASes, a couple UMPs, an MP9 Hunter though. He does get an opening kill and he tools it up with the UMP actually. Okay, if G2 win this one out, I would be astonished, but Poison at least brings a bit of normality alongside Rush. They find a kill apiece and bring it into the 3-on-3, but G2, a nice opening that it might have been an opening for a 16th. I mean, there's still chance, still a 3-on-3, there's still even keel, but 2 FAMASes, a UMP against the 2 AKs, an AWP, now into the hands of Rush, dropped over from Poison. As Rush with just that 2 points of HP. And Complexity, they may be able to force overtime here. There's still a chance. There's nobody from G2 towards this A site. The closest player is Amanek, and with just a UMP.
Yeah, this could be huge here for Complexity.
Yeah. This certainly might be. This certainly might be a massive ending to the comeback. It was 11-4 down. Complexity have been rolling on this T side. Can they finish the job here, or will they fall just short against G2? Jax needs to find that first shot, but he gets tagged down. Nato spots him out, and that's his flank gone. Especially as Nato will finish him off with the nade. There is another player there. That is Nexa. But these G2 players, after an opening, a double opening by Hunter, may just be falling and taking this to overtime. Nexa tries to go forward. He gets one, but Nato quick on the trade. It leaves it all up towards Amanek. A 1 versus 2, and Molotov towards the back of site. Amanek has to go aggressive. He's trying to find the shot for the UMP, but long range. It will be Nato sealing out with a 3K, and we will be going to overtime after a short break.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dogs on the vision 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud, willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk rock, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialed in my sights, see it 2020.
Welcome back for overtime here on Vertigo. It was G2 taking the lead early on and finishing that first half 11-4. But ever since, it's been Complexity's map, I suppose. And that's exactly what we asked for here on Vertigo. We asked for a close one, and they've certainly delivered.
Can't get any closer than overtime. It's certainly delivered in so many aspects, this game, as Kenny just with the AWP towards mid, standing guard on that position. Doesn't have anybody challenging for the time being, as Complexity mainly focusing towards his A site yet again. They found so much success there already this game that they're going to try and continue that form on the T side. And they'll be hoping they can pick up a couple rounds here on this T side of overtime. Just to, you know, continue the T-sided sort of halves that both these teams are having. Nato underneath the crosshair will actually be able to get the kill on towards Amanek. Looks back at just the right moment, but Hunter's there as well, able to find one. Poison's quick on the trade, and that gives Complexity a huge advantage alongside Config, but Kenny S is still in the water sight, and maybe something magical will come through as he only is able to fight one. Rush able to dart himself away. That was a potential for a kill there. An extra kill at least for Kenny S, but for now, Complexity are going to be heading towards that B site. Look at where Blame F is positioned as he takes down Nexa. And, well, that leaves Kenny S a 1 versus 3.
Kenny S is checking his angles, though. And he is going to go for it, it seems. So we are on 16,000 for overtime. That allows him to go for this one. Is he going to go for the wallbang, though? Not quite. Beautiful timing on the flashbang there. Good job from Blame F. Poison, he finds the frag. Complexity picks up the first round for OT. And as you said, Complexity, they're looking to find a couple of rounds. I would say 3 is definitely doable for them here on the T side. Especially towards the later stages of that second half. They managed to really pull through on their T side. NATO Sapphics ended that final round in regulation. He started off strong in this round as well, finding that first frag. Complexity, they're looking strong right now.
Yeah, Kenny asks him to back away from mid there. Aggression from Complexity forces them back and gives them a lovely sort of bit of space to use there. Poison's been having a much better game than Overpass as well. He's 23 kills right now. He's looking pretty good, and with the AWP, he's been challenging Kenny quite a bit, winning a lot of fights against Kenny as well, so certainly feeling more comfortable on that AWP compared to Overpass, and we'll see if Complexity can find themselves another in OT. This G2. They're still in a 5-on-5. They've got Kenny on the AWP as well, 4-on-4s. Amanek close by towards a ramper. Smoke from his teammate. Block things off, and Hunter takes a lot of damage through the wall there. He's down to 34. So G2, they need to be careful. forward. Amanek, he's here will only to find one. This goes 2 for 2 though. Trades galore on the A site as it's bomb not yet planted. Poison tries to get it down, but Jax is just going to push through a smoke and find 2 with the help of a flashbang from Kenny, and G2 may just be able to tie this game up once more. BlameF trying to go forward, finds the first, but Kenny S around the site will finish up the round, and it will be G2 securing a 16th. Complexity can't quite find the second round of OT there.
Yeah, they need this round here, Complexity. I feel like if they don't secure this round, it can be very difficult for them on that CT side. We saw how much, well, both of these teams, obviously, that's why we ended up in OT. Saw how both of these teams had issues on that CT side. G2 initially were actually doing all right, but then, was it 5 rounds in a row towards the end there? I think it was 5 or 6. 5, yeah. So, Complexity towards the later stages of that second half managed to bring it back into OT, and now they go 1 for 1. Complexity looking to close this one out 2-0, and G2 trying to stay alive, trying to push us into new.
Yeah. Also, just a funny thing, Fnatic versus Vitality, that's just gone to overtime on Vertigo as well.
Oh my god, so, I love it.
We've got 2 of the same game here. Let's see if Complexity, they can find a second round as Hunter. Staying around the smoke, it's actually allowed Config to go all the way through the Ivy position, but it misses the chance to get that quick kill. He's going to come back through the smoke, and actually a bit of damage done alerts Hunter to his presence in the smoke phase, though Config, he still gets the kill. Of course he does. He's not doing too shabby either this game. He sits on 24 kills. But G2, they still have 4 players alive and still the chance to try and bring this one back, but Complexity are looking ready to find 17. Complexity, they will head in towards that B site now as G2. They're going to have to rotate over. Nexa puts up a good hold to begin with, though. Config is getting lost inside of the smoke, and he tries to jump up. Kenny S, a quick shot will annihilate him. And now, Complexity, they've lost that advantage, but with the bomb planted, they can now take up defensive positions. Amanek coming in from the backlines, though. Is he going to be able to find a cheeky kill here? BlameF may be visible, maybe a potential frag for Amanek, but BlameF, he's watching for it. He's going to get taken down, though, by Jax and Poison with 2. Amanek now swings in from that backline position to take down Poison. Rush has been able to deal with Amanek's teammate, leaving it in a 1 versus 1. Rush with just 17 points of health. Amanek has a kit, he's just going to stick it, but it gets pushed off it by Rush, and will just about have enough time to get the kill and get the defuse. No, he won't! It just about goes the way of Complexity at the end there, as Rush waits just enough time off the clock to pull Amanek off it and give his team the round. It was the slimmest of margins there.
It's absolute ridiculousness, man. I love every second of this game. It's beautiful. Beautiful. 17 to 16. Yeah, same, man. This can go on forever, and I'll be alright with it.
Sure, the teams won't be.
It's gonna be a long day if they continue like this, that's for certain.
Yeah, but now, G2, they take that, not the T side, the side that both of these teams have been looking very strong on. So, they'll be glad they got 1 round. They've kept Complexity off match point for the time being, but down around still, they now need to try and fight back. And it's going to require all 3 rounds for G2 in this second half of OT to close out the game here. Config. That's a nice double. Make it a triple from him. NES eventually shuts him down, but the nades, the utility, it's very good for the Complexity side as they look to find 18, and the chances of G2 finding the 3-0 in this half are looking very slim now as he's sitting a 2 versus 4 of a collective 26 HP. it's difficult to say the least here. Config close by, already 3 kills with his aim, looking for more. There's a 4. Only one more to find. Kenny is the last player alive.
Get it, boy.
With to him. Okay, never mind.
Aww.
Kenny will eventually shut Config out of the round. Disappointment. He's just a natural at taking aces away from people. His team or the enemy.
It's true.
But certainly work his way in towards the A site. Rush from the sandbags. That was always going to be his kill. Complexity to 18, and they are on the cusp now of taking this series 2-0 against G2.
That's absolutely insane, considering that the first half ended up 11-4 in the favor of G2, and going into this one, we even discussed how G2 had a real good chance of taking a victory here on Vertigo, and if they managed to do so, would actually have a real good chance of taking the victory on you, thus resulting in a reverse sweep against Complexity. But now Complexity, they managed to bring it back in the second half, push it into OT, and now one round away from shutting it down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he said G2 had a very good chance of Vertigo, and they did have a very good chance of Vertigo. 11-4 up in the first half. So though he finds an opening onto one as well. G2, they're staying alive in this one. For how much longer?
That helps.
Yeah. And it's all up towards Config. 1 versus 3. Being pushed by Kenny S. That's a quick shot. G2, 17 on the board. 1 away in the final round of OT.
Take a quick note of the kills here on the players. So we had Blame F pulling his weight and the rest of the team for that second half. He was the only one who had numbers in first half. He was keeping those numbers up for the second half. Now it's Config at the very top of the scoreboard on 30. He's been hitting some crazy shots these last couple of rounds, and that's definitely helped him out. But everyone is pulling their weight on both sides of the aisle. No one is willing to let this one slip. All doing every single thing, everything possible to try and pull out a victory here on Vertigo. Complexity, they just need one more round. G2, they need one more round to push it into yet another overtime.
Blame F. He's positioned over behind this pillar. Is a flashbang going to touch him? Yes, it is. Poison, though, has found the opening, and Jax pushing close. That's an easy kill for Blame F. The free K from the Complexity players does leave it just up towards Amanek, who's all on his own, and Config spots him out. He's going to try and look for the frag around the smoke. He can't get it. Amanek will just about stay alive, but 3 more players to find. 41 points of health to do it with. 50 seconds on the clock. Can he find anything here? Molotov's behind him, afraid of a lurk. He pushes forward. Poison, though, with the P250, will close it down. And Complexity will take the series 2-0 against G2.
19-17. Couldn't really get much closer in this one. Beautiful stuff here for Complexity. It was an uphill struggle the entire way through, but they managed to pull through at the very end of it. Push it back into OT, being down 5. It was 15-10, and they managed to bring it back. G2 with a bit of a choke there, perhaps. I saw some of you guys in the chat mentioning that the age-old G choke, as people call it, wasn't the best showing there.
No, unfortunately not the G2-1, as other people said, but doesn't quite go their way. They had such a chance on Vertigo there. I thought they were going to take it all the way to the third map, but it doesn't really work out for them.
It seems like we have a quick post-match interview for this one. So let's pull him in.
Yeah.
Hey, Benjamin.
Hello.
I can barely hear them, honestly. I can barely hear you guys. You like mic, so I don't really know.
I can barely hear you either. It's got to be great.
I can.
Either way.
Oh.
It's better now.
Oh, there we go. Is that?
Yeah, I can hear now.
Awesome.
Good. Well, congratulations on that victory, pulling it back on Vertigo. But first of all, Overpass, did you see G2 letting that one pass in the Veto? Did you expect them to let that one go through?
No, not at all. I think this was probably been the Veto that we expected the least out of all our matches this year. Like, not only did they leave Overpass open, which we kind of would like Overpass, we think we're pretty good at it, but they also chose the T side. And usually people prefer to starting CT. So I would say honestly, just that was really weird for us. We obviously didn't have much edgy threat. I think it looked like they kind of tried to play pretty simple, like hitting B side a lot of just searching in and some contact plays, and I think they had like a couple B rushes as well. But yeah, that was a bit weird for us for sure.
Yeah, you spoke a little bit about the B rushes. We saw a couple of B rushes from them not working out at all. Config, especially just holding it down over on that B bomb side, spraying down through the smoke. Do you think that is like a big mistake on their part to go for those rushes and something that helped you out securing the victory on that map?
I think they were pretty unlucky because every time they rushed B, we were 4 people B stacked. So like we did like a setup where I was like ready to flash as I'm playing A, and I was just ready to flash the monster. They were already close and ready to swing. So I think that was just pretty unlucky with them and maybe a good call by us. But I do also think it was pretty smart. They lost one round where they rushed B, and then they rushed B again because they expected us to like go heavy A next round because we just shut down B. But that was a call by a coach who said we should stack B again. So that was nice by him. So I don't think it lost them the game. I think we were just really prepared for it, or like lucky guess or good prediction or whatever.
So let's talk Vertigo real quick. That first half didn't look great. 11-4. How did you guys feel like as a team after that first half?
It's so weird because like they just do that the heavy A default where they just run up on us, and it's not like we weren't ready for it. Like we talked a lot about how we were gonna counter it, but they just bopped us every single time. So it was one of the things like we were definitely prepared for, we were definitely ready for it, but they were just way better than us. They just ran us over and just as I said, just headshot us. So that felt awful to be honest. But we do know we have a strong T side as well, so we are happy we could get back on that one.
I have a more general question, which you've probably heard quite a lot from the Pro League. With Nato Safix obviously replacing Obo, is that how has that been transitioning from Pro League to IEM New York? Do you have much time to really settle him in, have you? Because it's only been like a few days because you went out sort of in the playoffs sort of early-ish on. You won against Dents, got knocked out by Astralis, I believe. Has there been much time to pair with Nato? Has he been able to settle in better, or is it still a work in progress?
We took one off day, and then we had 2 practice days with Nato before this tournament. So I wouldn't say it had helped us a lot, like settling in more. I think it would more be like helping him understand a little bit more how we want to play on the different apps, maybe. But he is holding a lot of hard position, and he's holding a lot of position he isn't used to. And I don't think that can be just fixed in a couple days. For example, when we had Obo, it took him 1 year to like get used to those positions. So no, I don't think so. I think we're trying to make the best of it, but it's very hard right now. Of course, like we're very happy to win against G2, but we kind of went into the tournament just like trying to like give it our all and try our best because obviously like a lineup is looking a little bit funny right now.
Speaking of this tournament in general, you're in Group A with Vitality, Fnatic, and you just beat G2. Excuse me. How do you think this group pairs up with you guys' playstyle?
I would say this is actually the first time we have ever played G2, and we're kind of like looking forward to it because it's one of the proteins we never played before. So we're very happy we could beat this one. I think we had a pretty similar map pool. We're very happy for the Veto today. I think Vitality, we beat them last time, but they're always a like very hard opponent. So it's not like I think we match up very well against them. But overall, I think Fnatic as well is also, we won last time, but it was also very close. So I think we're fine with playing all those teams, but everything is a hard group. So going into this, we definitely were thinking that it could end up with us going out early, but thank God it didn't.
Do you have anything else to add to that, Dan?
No, I mean, I sort of asked the main question I wanted to about Nato. It's always, well, it's lovely to actually listen about how sort of you approach those games, and obviously a great win here. I'll be honest with you, Blame F. I was expecting G2 to take it 2-1. Sorry about that, but yeah, it was very convincing, especially on that second half of Vertigo. Was impressive, but yeah, that's sort of all I have to say. I don't know about you, but
I have one more thing to add to that. Okay. So with this online Counter-Strike situation that we have right now, how have you managed to implement coaching in this scenario? Are you using your coach more actively well, I suspect like he's talking way more than he does normally, right?
Yeah, I think he can definitely help more and come up with more inputs. I think maybe it's hard to know exactly how much he does compared to like land, because I think you more feel like when he's not there. So I think like when we get to land tournaments, then we're more gonna feel like, okay, he was actually like helping a lot of people. I think he's more helping some people individually, maybe like if they're like not communicating, or if they're like if someone has a nade that they haven't told us about it or something like that, then he can like help with all of that stuff. I think he's trying that a lot. And then obviously on Overpass, he was the guy who called like the stacks on the B stacks when they were rushing B. So I think it has a great impact, and it's very nice having him for sure.
That's great to hear. I think that's all for us for this time around. So thank you
Yep.
very much, BlameF. Thank you, and
guys.
congratulations on the victory.
Awesome. Cheers.
Thank you.
Wow,
Great.
what a matchup, man. We expected the comeback on Vertigo. We expected G2 to come back into that one and take the victory potentially, and maybe push it into Nuke. But they didn't. Complexity managed to shut it down with the 2-0. Kind of unexpected for that one.
Yeah. We'll just be heading to the break, and coming up afterwards, we do have OG versus Big. I think it's going to be a bit of an extended break because we're not going to start this game as soon as possible. It'll be at the regular time. So 5:30 European time. So we'll be back for that one.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Ring ring! The IEM New York Experience Box is here. Hot, fresh, and delivered straight to your door. Tasty ingredients make this box a must-have. Claim yours quick at the ESL shop before they sell out. Oh, and there's no real pizza. Get your taste of New York while it's hot.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Trey Saranthus. I am building a PC for Jordan Gilbert.
My goal was really to get something that was no compromise, super powerful, and ideally not built by Trace.
Yes, thank you so much, Jordan Gilbert. You know, we don't make mistakes around here. We made happy accidents.
I got a booster seat here. Enter now for a chance to win one of 3 PCs built by me, Jason, or Trace.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down. Never fade out. Never fade out. In paradise, the sun never goes, it's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore, the horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's broken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. Cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When you see me coming, better run for cover. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. I've been running over all the corners of my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time, searching for a way to find relief. And I can stay inside, go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I'm just trying to learn from all the things that I've been told. I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the dark, but without it you never let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass that filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my peace. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. What I won't let 2 by 2. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more. If I won't, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need. You'll find the keys, the keys.
It's been a while, yeah. Safe to say over a year. Still it feels like I saw you every day. Tired of hanging around the ones that always need an explanation. I don't need to every day. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out about all the parts that made me. Used to feel like I belonged to a certain place or a town. Feeling safe, feeling sound when I'm still around. But there's something in the distance. I wanna know what it's like. Don't worry, I'm still with you all the time. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out about all the parts that made me. Something's coming. I wanna be
It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell, I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, it's all mine. My new games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. I'm back where you got something to say. Just put the fire in my
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome back, everyone, to yet another match coming up in just a few moments here on ESL_CSGO B, or the B stream over on YouTube. Once again, my name is Jeets, and with me once more I have Dan. How you doing, Dan?
Hello. Oh, I'm doing great. What a great first game it was. Unfortunately, it didn't go to the full 3 maps, but we take them. An overtime 2-map affair. Pretty decent. Both of them close games. Complexity ended up getting the 2-0 dub, which I think is was fair of the performances. Definitely a great comeback on Vertigo from them. So yeah, but I think we should be looking forward, shouldn't we, now to the next game?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be OG versus Big, and I'm looking forward to this one. I'll say the first game we had was a banger, and I expect this one to be pretty similar in terms of like rounds on each map. I suspect we're gonna see a heavy fight between these two teams, OG versus Big Asset. Dan, do you have a favorite between one of these two? Like, do you see one of these teams etching it out, or
probably Big? Just based on recent recent matchups, it's Big have been sort of owning it, so I don't see why they'd sort of stop with that. Searson's been on another level for them. He's been a key figure, and if he can continue the form, then there's not much hope for OG, I don't think. But I'm happy to be proven wrong.
I'll have to back you on that one. Even if we just look at the head-to-head between the two teams, Big have managed to win 7 out of the last 11 times these two teams met. That goes back roughly 3 months, I believe. So yeah, Big have been playing really well also against OG in the last 3 months or so. So it's certainly going to be an interesting matchup between these two regardless, though. And it's going to be interesting to see like how the Veto is going to pan out for these two teams and what maps we're actually going to be seeing. I suspect we're more than likely going to see an Inferno in here. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, probably. I mean, OG, they like a bit of Inferno, don't they? I mean, I'd be expecting them to take a pick on it. I mean, Big, they aren't too bad on it. It might end up getting as like a decider map at the end, maybe instead. I mean, OG could go for something a bit sort of different. Maybe like they could throw in an overpass if they wanted to, maybe as a bit of a curveball if they've been practicing it at all. Might be a bit of a shout, but they'll probably get banned out in the second phase. So I'd imagine Inferno is going to be in there somewhere.
Yeah, more than likely, I think. So as you pointed out, Inferno is actually a really good map for OG. They've won it 80% in the last 3 months. They've played it 10 times. That means that they win 8 out of 10. Quick maths. You know how it is. Big They've played it 8 times. They have a 62% win rate on it. So not a bad map for them either. And I would actually go as far as to say that we're probably going to see Vertigo being it's pretty much a permaban from OG. Probably got to see that being banned from them. Train is similar for Big. They don't really play it anymore. So we're probably going to see that getting banned outright. I don't know, what are they going to pick? If those are the bans, we're probably going to see a pick of Dust 2 from Big, right? And
Probably,
Inferno
yeah.
from OG. I think that makes the most sense here.
Probably.
And then getting rid
Maybe,
of Overpass for sure. And what else? Getting rid of
yeah,
Nuke, maybe?
I don't know. I'd say you could either have Overpass or Nuke as the decider, maybe. I mean, probably more likely Nuke. Both teams are all right on it. But certainly it's, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, I think, as you say, Inferno's probably going to be in there. Dust 2 will be in there. It's just about what they decide to do for the decider. I mean, I'm thinking probably Nuke. Probably Nuke is probably the decider, but I'm excited for whatever it brings.
Either way, it is going to be OG versus Big. And real quick, if you had to mention a player from each side here, Dan, that we need to keep our eyes on for this matchup, who'd you say for OG? Let's go with him first.
OG, probably Mantu. Mantu's pretty good. I don't mind a bit of Mantu. But of course, like, I mean, Valder as well. He's such an influential player. I think if both Valder and Mantu come alive, it's going to be pretty difficult for Big. But it's going to require either Valder or Mantu, I think, as the sort of star for OG.
And if we take a quick look on Big, what sort of players do you expect to step up from them? I mean, you mentioned earlier that Serson has been playing really well for them lately. Do you expect him to be high on the scoreboard for this one as well? Or who would you like keep an eye on for that one?
Yeah, Serson. He's been lightning. I'd say he's probably going to be. He's got to be at the top of the scoreboard somewhere. Maybe not the highest, because of course Tabson and Xantares, they can both come alive. Even like Tizian's had good games. So really, any of those big players are players who can come online. It's just been Searson's been so active lately. If you can translate that from the Pro League into now, it's going to be a great performance from him.
And we just got information that the veto has been posted, so let's take a quick look at it. So as suspected, OG did go for a ban on Vertigo. It is their permaban. They simply don't play it. So it makes perfect sense. Big going for the ban on Train, again, makes perfect sense. It's a map they don't play. Then we come to the picks, and they're very, like, it's exactly what we talked about, honestly.
Yeah, exactly what we said.
We got OG going for Inferno. Again, it's their most played. It's actually not their most played, but their highest win rate currently. Big going for Dust 2, their highest win rate currently. I'm not entirely sure of the Mirage. I think maybe Mirage as a decider would have been, or could potentially have been better. So the second ban wave is OG bans Overpass, Big bans Mirage. So Big had the deciding factor whether they wanted to go for Nuke or Mirage. Do you think it makes sense for them to go for Nuke over Mirage, considering they have a pretty good win rate on Mirage?
I think Nuke's the better pick here. I think both teams will be happy with that. But I mean, you could say maybe a gamble pick of Mirage, but I don't know. It's neither team is really excelled at it, if you know what I'm saying. They're both pretty decent. I mean, Nuke, neither team's good at it, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, OG, they've been really good up until recently. If they've been able to get over the sort of hurdles they faced on Nuke, they're going to be a very strong force on that. So I think it's a pretty fair veto, pretty fair set of maps, and should be a very interesting game.
I think another thing that comes into effect when you have Mirage as one of the last maps, it's Mirage is kind of like, I would say, a very, very puck heavy map, kind of like Dust 2 in that way, where everyone knows all the smokes, everyone knows exactly like the angles that they're meant to hold. They know pretty much every single strat on the map, so you got to be really good on Mirage to have like a huge edge against someone, or you're just gonna be playing like mostly just DMing, I guess, on Mirage. So I think that's another thing that we need to take into account for Veto, right? Do you
Yeah,
agree with
I
that,
think so.
or am I completely out of it?
No, I agree. I think it's a fair point, and yeah, I'm just really wanting to get into the map. Really, I'm just excited to get going and ready to see what these players can do.
I
But,
feel you on that. It's going to take a little bit longer, but we are going to be heading into the match in just a few moments. Again, real quick, we do have OG versus Big. They're going to be battling it out on a best of 3, of course. It is going to be Inferno, chosen by OG, then Dust 2, chosen by Big, and third and final map, if we get that far, will be Nuke. Can we get a quick prediction from you, Dan, excuse me?
Jan?
I'm not sure what happened there.
Jan predicts it's probably going to be Big taking this one, 2-1. I went for G2 last game. It bit me in the ass. Complexity won it 2-0. I predicted a G2 2-1. Didn't go that way. But we are getting ourselves into the game, and yeah, I think Big will probably end up with the fat dub in this opening map. So
I'll have to go with you on that one, yeah. Big probably gonna take the victory on this one. Inferno, though, should definitely go in the favor of OG. We're gonna see how that pans out.
Yeah, we do get into it. OG on the CT side. Mantu, it's actually gonna be using a CZ75 on the pistol round. Interesting. Don't generally see that on a CT side pistol round, a CZ75. He's even got armor with it as well. It was dropped over by probably Alexi B, I'd imagine, who has no armor, just a single flashbang. Valde had a bit of utility himself, but no kits for the OG side is what's the difficult position. However, MBK, if you don't let them get towards a site, there's no reason to have a kit. Mantu going to take a position towards the apartment, and the CZ will win out that fight. Keto to fall and Big. We're already 2 players down early on.
But now Santaris, Pep in his step, quick over towards top banana. Valde, good positioning. Unfortunately, not quite connecting the shot here. Santaris pushing in, pushing further, trying to see if they can find the plant. Should be able to do exactly that. Santaris almost shooting his teammate there. But it's a 4-on-3 situation. Santaris going for the peak. Deals a lot of damage on NBK, but it's taking care of Titian. Valde shutting down Santaris, and now it's going to be all on Cezanne. Absolutely nothing left for him to do. Is this clean headshot to finish off the round, and that'll be OG picking up the pistol on their CT side.
Yeah, I mean, Big, obviously, they've chosen to start on the T side. This is OG's map pick, so, I mean, they're obviously wanting to do something on this T side, get underway pretty quickly, but OG, they'll stop them short at the pistol and hope that they can get themselves back into this one. Big, obviously, bomb planted. I have plenty of cash into this next round. And they're going to go for a couple Galeals. I mean, it's okay, I guess. A couple Galeals, a few pistols. Not the best will in the world for this round for Big, but if they can pick up an opening kill, maybe towards this B site and really get in there, create a bit of a fort of that position, it's going to be certainly a winnable round. Mantu. You're just going to drop another smoke towards top mid and Big. They're just going to push through with their utility. Smokes towards Moto. Smokes almost everywhere. As MBK, he'll get the opening, but can Issa find anything from the pit? No, he can't. Tizian takes him down. And these 4 Crossfire weapons are working out for Big. On the side, he can find shots, 2 quick ones for him. Tabson and Searson are going to be able to put themselves into a 2v2, but Searson, he was on the back lines, he was trying to get a cheeky frag. Tabson's now left on his own with these 2 players pushed in, but a nice open shot from Val. They win it out. Yes, he can. OG, no, just about win it out there. It was close, but no cigar for Big. And OG, Valde's just going to be looking around trying to find as much utility as he can, as he's the only survivor in this round. He has the kit, plenty of time to work, and he will get the defuse.
Pretty good stuff there from Big. So again, they managed to get the bomb down. Very important for them to, at the very least, get the bomb down. Furthermore, they managed to deal a lot of economic damage towards the OG side of it. They were very close to securing the round as well, and that just came from a couple of Galils and upgraded pistols. Obviously, they had a good amount of utility in that round as well, but now they're in a bit of a weird situation here, because they actually have enough money for a similar buy to the previous round, and they managed to deal a lot of economic damage towards the opposition, but they do decide to go for just a bit of a min buy here, if you will. Upgraded pistols, Kevlar, bit of utility, that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously that bomb plant does help out just to give a bit more cash to that T side. It allows them a bit of a weaponry, but really nothing much that's going to change anything. If they can find a few kills here, though, it's certainly going to hurt the OG economy. As you can see, they only have 2 M4s, Issa and Alexi B, with both of them. And a few MP9s. These MP9s, though, if they get kills, that's $600 a piece to reach those kills. So you can really start to reap the cash in on those weapons. Especially against unarmored pistols, of which there are a few. But just under a minute on the clock. Big. They're going to set up what little utility they have towards this A site. A smoke from Tabson to come through, I believe. Is that the Moto smoke? Or is it the library smoke?
Should be the Moto smoke. Oh, actually lands right there on the corner as NBK.
Yep.
Right before it balloons, he finds a brilliant double. Deals a lot of damage with that SMG. In the meantime, Big, they were setting up for the CT to be split. Losing a lot of those players as they try to move into CT. It's going to be all uncertain from that angle. He gets taken down, Alexit. And Mantu with the final couple of frags for the round. LPOG picking up that 3-0 as suspected. Was a bit of a low buy there for Big, so statistically should go in the favor of OG, and they managed to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to go OG's way, wasn't it? Wasn't really much chance of anything else happening in that one as we get ourselves into the next round. It is going to be the full buy from Big, though, and you can see OG going for a bit of a bonus round, because obviously the 3 MP9s is going to cost money to upgrade those. As you do, that's how CSGO works. But 2 M4s against these 5 AKs, oh sorry, 4 AKs and a AWP for Searson at the bottom there. I didn't quite see him at first.
He was hiding.
So, yeah, he's obliterated Alexi B there, hasn't he? That's the B site completely open for OG. Like, there's nobody there anymore. OG aren't even rotating anybody over. They're just gonna, you know, if Big go B,
really
go
smart.
B.
Yeah, this is actually really smart for them, because they know that Big are known for not overcommitting early on to like a single kill, and OG, they obviously know this. They heard a couple of players close by. Danceris, he finds one, but NBK, he drops him immediately after, and now they are going to go for that rotation back over towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, just MBK and Valder alive. I mean, as I said at the start, bit of a bonus round for the OG side. Not really much to say about it at this point. 2 MP9s. I mean, they may be able to find a kill on he's going over on the balcony. Gets dinged down. 26 points of health for him as he tries to get himself away. That nade is going to chase him down the corridor. He will not be living any longer. And that's a couple of AKs picked up for the OG side now. They've been able to salvage them from the apartments, and if they can take them into the next round, that's going to be really nice for the OG side. They will keep himself alive, and that was the only player who was chasing them from Big. As the first round for Big is going to get posted, the bomb ticks its way down, and OG, I mean, they go into that round with 3 and 9 rifles. They'll come out with a couple rifles, slightly better than the ones he went into it with, though. The AKs, AK-47, the Kalashnikovs, whatever you want to call them.
It's actually a pretty good, as I said, a pretty good call there for OG to leave their players close towards the A bomb site, try and see if they can pick up a couple of kills, and then maybe upgrade their SMGs to AKs. And that's exactly what they managed to do. Holding on to those AKs could potentially help them in a round like this, and they still got plenty of money to upgrade on the rest of the players. Big managing to find their first round, and now the first frag for this one. Citizen going on the aggression with the AWP.
Just a little sliver of arm shown there, and Citizen's gonna gobble it all up. Opening kill, but Mantu with his AWP. That's a little bit of a peek down mid, has to back away, doesn't want to overextend to the peak, wary of a player towards Boiler, of which Tizian is there. And it looks like Big, they are going to try and create presence towards this B site. For now, only Valda is in that location, but look at the rotations from OG. They're gambling as well towards this B site. 2 players rotating over, leaving just Issa towards that B, or towards that A bomb site rather. They're going to boost up Valda over at Tree. Issa's going to try and hold for this long flank, and OG, they've read this one really well. Unfortunately, Issa can't find the shots, and that does open up the back lines. And do Big commit to this B split, or do they now backtrack towards A? Tizian
looks
like
like
a bit
you
of a
got
look
your
towards
answer.
C. Yeah,
the bomb is making its way closer towards the A bomb site, though, and it's James time, I think. Something that we see quite a lot on a map like Inferno.
Yep.
If you get caught on the opposite bomb site and you haven't really killed anyone, or even if you're just a man down, it makes sense for you to try and hold on to your weapons rather than try and go for it. See, OG just going to try and see if they can hold on to the double AKs again. And the AWP here on Mantu. Bit of utility behind them, but not a whole lot. Big will pick up their second.
Yeah, I mean, a very clean round coming through. Obviously, that opening kill towards the B side onto Alexi B didn't really help matters out for OG. And, well, Big, they run with that for the rest of the round. The OG side actually read that round really well. If this was able to hold down long there, because if he was able to hold down long, it would have been a very strong position for OG to be in, because that B split would have been completely ruined. Obviously, they end up going towards A either way after getting that kill on towards it, so they sort of figure out. But if Issa can hold strong there, then that's an entirely different round. And it's probably just Big straight executing in towards that B site when they lose the fight towards long. We do get ourselves back into things. A quick timeout does come through, and OG will have those few Sage weapons, the 2 AKs, the EWP into this next round, and that's really all they have. They've got a couple Deagles for those, or Deagle for Issa at least, and a P250 for LXCP as Mantu tries to take the quick shot down mid, almost connects onto Searson, but can't quite land it. An OG will remain in a 5-on-5. They've got both those AKs towards the B site, the AWP towards A. So this B site's going to be quite difficult to try and overcome here. Big just slowly walking their way up Banana to try and get themselves towards this B site. MBK up on first oranges. Might take the contact here, and he will take down Veto, looking for more. Can't find it. Captain is quick on the trade, and probably just going to try and spray through the smoke, try and catch them off guard. Going to miss all of the timing there. they're able to start between the bursts of gunfire, give themselves that to B bomb site, a 4-on-4. The smoke fading. They got re-smoked. Now Big. Actually finding a kill over towards Long there. Tizian taking down Issa in Library. He's going to try and go for more. Mantu would just take him down, and that's going to be OG now. 3-on-3, but this B bomb site is so hard to get yourself back into, even with even numbers, even with an advantage. It can be so punishing. It's a bit like a fortress. As Citizens just posted up towards New Box with that AWP. It looks like Big are going to roll this one out. Looks like OG trying to save. Halder goes for the peak. I mean, he was forced out by the Molotov, but Big, a third on the board, and they're starting to work this T side exactly how they want to.
Yeah, another brilliant round there for Big. Just very methodical. They knew, like, they had a game plan going into that round, and they knew exactly what they wanted to do. So slow walking up Banana. And then right as you get around the corner there at the top of Banana, throwing down the smoke for CT, and then going for the engagement. Brilliant stuff there for Big. Worked out fine for them. 3-all. Big now with a fairly hefty bank on some of the players at the very least. Tapson is sitting on 7,000. Santaris the same. Cezanne sitting on roughly 5. Good amount of money on the team as a whole here for Big. At least enough to get a solid buy if they should lose this one. If we look on the opposite side of the aisle, still not a whole lot of money in the hands of OG. 2 FAMAS in play, and an SMG. Now lacking a bit of utility as well. Alexi B, that's a nice shot though. Good timing on the peak from CT. Meantime, Santaris trying to find an angle up towards top of the mid.
Tizian in towards the apartments. He's going to try bursting out of there as his teammates approach through short. 2 plays in the site for OG. This is a difficult setup. Mantu out towards long with the AWP can try and provide a bit of overwatch. He's currently covering towards long, but nobody is going to be pushing that way for Big. And these 2 plays in the site are going to be in a world of pain as the Taurus pushes his way in, gets the first Issa to fall. MBK's able to hold the line for a bit longer. He gets double the bomb drop very far forward. Some nice flashbang. That's actually a team flash from Searson. Eventually MBK will fall, but it's only 2 players alive for Big. As they're going to try and go forward, try and collect that bomb and get in towards the site. Alexi B is on a long rotation, that Molotov. Oh, Tizian. He's able to get out the flames, but only with 30 points of health. And Alexi B and Co might be able to get themselves another round on the board. Might be able to get themselves a 4th here as they're going to push in towards his A site. They have the advantage unless Searson can pick off something with assault. No, he can't. Mantu take him down. Teams it all up to Tizian. Gets 1, gets 2, looking for the last. Mantu 1v1, but no scoping his way into the site. Mantu will evict him and will reclaim it for his own. Landlord comes back and, well, it's up for sale once more. OG pick up a 4th on the board. They finally fight back after a few consecutive rounds from the Big Clan.
That's such a big risk to take. Obviously, they didn't have all the information that you and I do. They didn't know exactly how much HP Tizian was sitting on. They didn't know if that molly actually connected, like, a lot on him. But still, kind of a risky play there from Mantu to go for the no-scope, especially around that box. It's a difficult shot.
Hey, he wins it out, you know. All's fair if you style on them and win. But, I mean, obviously could have used the USP, perhaps. Or a secondary, whatever he had. I think it was the USP. But, he goes for the AWP. Works out. And OG, they have the lead back. But, 1-for-1 trade. MBK has fallen. And Big, they're looking towards this B site once more. They've had a lot of success here. Can they find a bit more now? Because it's only Valder on the defense. Has an MP9 and he's just sitting on the other side of the smoke. A dangerous position. He climbs up on top of the first oranges as the smoke fades. He's got Alexi B rotating in for a bit of support. Looking to avoid that nade. He didn't push her forward straight away. He's just going to try and spam through the smoke a little bit. Not going to connect any damages now. He'll push forward, but Valde, he's caught out. He had to dodge the flash, and Keto takes him down. Now that he can try and find something as he sits inside the smoke at Coffins. If he could take down the Planter hit, that would be nice, and he certainly does. But can he get away? Yes, he can, just with 13 points of health. 3-on-3, Mantu trying a few shots through the smoke. He's going to connect. And are OG just backing away from this one? Are they saving? Certainly looks like they are. And they're going to allow Big to a fourth. They bounce back over towards that B site.
Yes, as pointed out, it's something that we see time and time again. The B bomb site, well, either of the, like, any of the two bomb sites are difficult to retake. If you're a man down or if you're not entirely sure. So we have Alexi B on 13 HP, and they don't know the HP of their opponents. And with that, Alexi B is pretty much dead at this point, right? So you gotta be thinking, okay, it's essentially a 2-on-3 situation. Do we actually want to go for it? And they decide against it this time around. We're gonna see much more of it. Don't worry, we're gonna see them save time and time again. And when the halftime comes around, we're gonna see Big Clan doing the same on their CT side. It's just the way that Inferno is played nowadays.
Guns all around. OG, well, they'll have MBK on just a FAMAS, but Alexi was able to salvage an M4 at the back end of that round, so he upgraded from the MP9. So they actually carried pretty decent weapons forward, 2 M4s and the AWP. So that's obviously nice, but tied up 4-4 again, Big. We're looking pretty strong in these gun rounds. Hoping that they can find a little bit more than what they've been getting. They'll be hoping for a 5th round here, that's for sure. There's Big. They keep getting given a lot of space towards Banana early on. OG not really wanting to take that fight early on. They've actually been taken down quite a bit by Citizen's AWP in that location. Now they use a bit of utility to fight back and force the CTs, or force the T's rather, back down the bottom Banana, giving Carr back to the CT side. Valde. Flames all around him, he gets out of there before things get too hot. Too hot to handle, that is, and Big. 35 seconds on the clock. They haven't committed to one of these sites yet. It looks like it is going to be the A site as Zantares starts to work his way forward. There's a smoke down towards Long. And is he just going to push through it as it fades? MBK's on the other side watching for that position. A smoke towards Moto. Will allow him to push forward, and they're locked in towards the site, but Mantu will get an opening. And Big, they're working their way through Long. Tizian can get one in the site. Zantares, is he coming through the smoke? Is he going to be able to find anything? Mantu is in such an awkward position. Does have Issa for defense, but only 7 seconds on the clock. Mantu denies the plant, and Issa will finish the final kill. And it will be OG close out that round. A very, very awkward pushing towards that site from Big.
Yeah, Big were looking a little bit confused as they pushed in towards the bomb site. Mantu, that frag through the box though, that was something else. Beautiful shot there. Probably was gonna go in their favor regardless, but that certainly helped out a little bit. Here comes the odd hero AK that I hate so much.
It's not too bad, this one, to be fair. Zantares,
Yeah,
I mean,
at the very least, they still have money. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a valid point, but I just don't... I don't like it, okay? Like, something in my analytic heart says, what are you doing? I mean, if it works, it works.
Out. Yeah. I mean, it's not working, is it, really?
Nah.
Valde, 2 quick kills, everybody's just dying. Veto eventually finds one, but that's all they can get. OG. The ones who retain the lead here, 6-4.
So normally when I say I don't like it, they actually manage to win the round. It's sort of like a caster's curse kind of thing. It happens almost every time I point it out. This time around, they showcase exactly why I don't like that hero AK buy. It's a lot of money to throw into a round. You give yourself a slight chance of dealing some damage, but your chances of winning the round are not great.
No. Especially, I think you either go for the play sort of where you sort of pack hunt with the sort of rifle and just all the pistols around it, so you can keep tossing the AK between players, or you sort of just try and push forward and use the AK as sort of an opener, can opener into a site, and then you pick up weapons and sort of build momentum from there. But it doesn't work out for that one because everybody's dead. So we'll focus our attention on this next round now. I think. But Mantu, he has that AWP once more. Searson has it, and the T side of Inferno isn't the easiest to warp on. There's limited sort of angles you can play, but once you get in the post plant, it's actually really powerful. And MBK, a very powerful push, catches Tizian in alt mid, and that sort of all but confirms to OG that it is going to be this B site, because he saw Tizian setting up a few nades, just falling away from that A site. You wouldn't be doing that if you were trying to hit towards the site, and he only saw the one player. So now Big, they have to commit towards B, but there's so many players here. Alexi B is caught between the Molotovs, and he's just going to burn, baby, burn, as he gets hit down the smoke. He's going to hold them back. Valde at least brings it back into the advantage for OG, and they're all being held back. They're going to have to dart back towards this A site. 20 seconds on the clock. They do have time to get the bomb down, I think, unless MBK can catch them in rotation. He's going to deploy a Molotov towards short, and that is horrible. They have to go through it if they want to, and they do deploy a smoke to get themselves in towards the site. Tabson will get the bomb planted, and now OG, they'll rotate in 4 on 3, 3 on 3. As Searson catches MBK, that's a huge frag to find here for Big. And Tabson with another one as well. Yeah, and OG, they're going to have to save.
Wow.
They don't have a chance anymore. That round was looking so strong for them. MBK getting caught out, though, at the library. And Big, a crucial decision there to dart back towards the A site. Works out wonders for them. And they will post a 5th on the board.
So for those of you who are aspiring, you know, in-game leaders and such, or coaches, even if you've played Counter-Strike and you want to be a coach or whatever it might be, take note of the rotation time there. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. And you notice that they land at the default box on A bomb site with 6 seconds remaining. So 14-second rotation. That decision making there for Big is so narrow. Yeah. They don't have room for mistake. They need to be very, very quick about it. And they went for it, and it paid off. I mean, you gotta give them props for that.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, it was 6 seconds remaining, but obviously 4 of them needed to plant the bomb. So if they decided to rotate 2 seconds later off that B approach, or if they were like a little bit further in already, there was no chance for them. They cut it so fine. They do come out with a round, and it works out wonders, especially as well with that Molotov for MBK. That almost just blew up everything up for them. But luckily the smoke, they were able to push through it without taking too much damage. And these are just some highlights from the past rounds as we get back into the game now.
We saw a bit of a tactical timeout coming through. When the players are talking about what to do for the next couple of rounds, it's a good time for us to take a look back on what we've seen thus far. That's a lot of damage on Tizian.
Yeah, certainly. You'll be a little bit of a softer target for these OG players now. The MP9 might be able to finish him off. But Big, looking pretty decent so far on OG's map pick.
Yeah, especially considering, once again, as you pointed out, it's chosen by OG. They have 80% win rate on it. It's not like Big are bad on this map. They have a 62% win rate on it. And we know that in the past, they actually used to play this map religiously. And BK and Issa, they're both incredibly low on HP here. And this time around, Big, not faking it. They're pushing straight forward, closing in towards the B bomb site. Mantu forced to change up his position.
Yeah, still a 5-on-5, but OG, they're gonna go for the save again. They are not feeling these retakes today. Oh, that's a tough one. That's Mantu going down. That's the up. Goners. And, well, they're going to try and save these few M4s, the MP9. And, I mean, Big, once you get into that B site, as we were saying before, it's so hard. Like, they're allowing Big to a 6. They'll carry rifles through to the next round. Alexi B can probably drop a little bit something to Mandu, but they're not going to have the AWP, that's for sure.
Big Clan tying it up at 6. Back and forth it goes. Yeah, Big deciding to start on the T side, as you pointed out early on this one. So Big obviously have a game plan on their T side. And I guess, like, it's something that we see every once in a while. On maps like Inferno and on maps like Dust 2, we're not always entirely sure what side they're going to be starting on, because both of those maps, like, T-side is pretty good on both of those maps, honestly. So Big Clan, they want to try and see if they can get a strong start here on their T-side. Try and create a bit of a ruckus on the OG lineup.
Always love a ruckus. A ruckus in the tuckus. Mandu. Ooh. That is definitely a ruckus. A ruckus in Tabson's head as he gets absolutely annihilated, and the kill enemy coming through for the OD side, dunked onto Xantares. It's only Searson who remains, and with the AWP hemmed in towards Boiler, Mantu spots out the barrel, will spot out his head. Doesn't find the shot though, as Searson is able to finish him off. 12 points of health remaining. He's just going to back away, but is he going to back away into Alexby's SMG? I mean, Searson being quiet, but that won't matter if Alexby just spots him out either way. And actually, yeah, Alexby's going to go up. Oh, is Searson getting in towards the kitchen? Alexi B, does he know he's already passed? No.
That's such a weird position with an AWP.
Yeah. But, I mean, he manages to get there just in time that OG don't believe he's already there. Or at least Alexi B doesn't. And as they clear out closer towards the apartments, they're going to realize sooner rather than later that he must have been somewhere around that location.
They're using a lot of time to try and clear out all the angles here, though. And that means that he should be able to hold on to his weapon, unless they go for, like, a crazy wallbang towards the end. We've seen that once or twice in the past, or I've seen that once or twice in the past. But yeah, not happening this time around. So good on Searson. Managed to hold on to that AWP for the round.
Yeah, and for OG, they have been saving quite a lot this game, but you can see what impact that has into these rounds, because they came into that round with a pretty solid buy. They were able to win it out. Yes, they conceded the previous round, but it was an unlikely win. It would have had to have been something special from those OG players, and that's not something you want to rely on too often. So they go for the save. They pick themselves up a decent buy for the next round with those saved weapons, and are able to formulate a better strategy. As big strategies out the window here. Tabson's just running his way towards top mid. 36 HP remaining. He's all the way in CT with a minute 30 on the clock. Searson has found the opening kill as well. Valde fell. And this is a weird situation now. MBK up on the balcony trying to check short. Does that smoke base towards Moto? Tabson going to boost up on top of his teammate. Absolutely clips MBK. This is now the last player in towards his B site. And if he goes down, it's going to be over for OG in this round. And he will only find one. Tizian finishes him off. And OG allow Big to a 7th. Well, I say allow. Not really much choice here.
And obviously at this point for OG, they know that, well, we're heading into the final round for the first half right after this one, so they have to go for the save here. They want to bring that AWP into the next round. They have to bring another weapon into it to allow them to get a very solid buy on all the players. Good. Manto. It's a good frag.
Yeah.
Big needs to be careful about hunting.
Banana, yeah, they don't have much
really have. Yeah, exactly.
I I mean, if they could lose all their weapons and still get a pretty decent buy through. Like the bomb plant money helps with that, but you don't want to be constantly on the edge of being able to buy. So 3 players alive, it allows a few players to keep a bit of cash in reserve, and it allows them to at least have the chance of getting a rebuy if they lose a round.
Fairly solid, mostly a full buy here for the final round for the first half.
Yeah.
NBK is on a FAMAS, lacking a bit of utility on the OG side of it. Pretty solid buy here for Big Titian. Makes a lot of noise as he falls down. Mantu. Oh, that's a nice shot. Assassin is right there for the trade. Trying to find a little bit more, but it's going to be Issa with a nice double.
He's clapped them. He's clapped them. He's absolutely clapped them. And now it's just Keto and Xantares remaining. I retract what I said before about the saving enough cash for a rebuy to lose, because it is, of course, the last round. So there's I retract that statement. Please don't kill me, chat. You know. I'm just a young soul. Xantares, though, has young souls like Lexi B for breakfast, as he's flanked through T-Spawn and got on a kill on towards him. That leaves Val there alone towards B, but Keto, he's still over towards alt mid, and he's going to hear these players rotating down main mid, and he's going to get a free plant towards A if he goes for it. Is he going to take the kill onto MBK? Oh, this is so smart from Keto. There we go. Gets the kill. Has allowed them to rotate all the way over towards B before he gets that kill. Give them the longest possible rotation. And now we'll link up with Xantares towards that A site. And Big Braining is what their name stands for.
I mean, to be fair, their logo kind of looks like a brain as well. They definitely got the brains for it now. Xantares lines up the shot for the first. Can't connect on the second. It's Valdit against Keto. Keto, good positioning here.
Oh, he's won this. Keto has so won this. Oh, Valdero, he's sticking it. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. No. He steps off and...
No! Keto, what are you doing?
It was planted in awkward position. It was planted on the opposite side of default. And, oh, I'm not so sure how that would be.
Yeah, OG, they managed to come out on top. 8-7, very close game though. They're going to be heading to a short break. When we return, it will be with the second half. We'll see you guys then.
In paradise, the sun never goes, it's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore, the horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You want want you to believe.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain alone, made me stronger.
We are back into the second half, and OG, they hold themselves a one-round lead over the big side as they now switch over to that attacking half big. They've already lost Keto. And BK hoping to find something towards your apartment. Well, might be greeted by Searson trying to take him down. The flashbang does blind him up, but he's able to get back into cover, but only just. Big. Need to try and make a stand on one of these sites. A minute on the clock, and that's not a stand. That is a collapsed. That's a very collapsed stand. Mantu with the P250 just absolutely nails him over towards the coffins and leaves just one player towards that B site, but with a bit of an aggression towards Long. Searson has been able to find one kill as they push now in towards this B site. OG, can they dismantle a setup that Zantara's had? Yes, they can. Mantu with another kill. Leaves it just up towards Searson and Tizian. And are they going to go for this? I mean, Tizian has a kit, so there's 5 extra seconds to work with, but they're going to be quick. Either way, 4 kills to find, and with this, oh no, very long flank. It's not going to be easy. Searson trying to find the shot. He'll get one. And another. It leaves it just up towards 2 for the OG site, but Issa and Lexi B will secure the round, kill the chicken. The post-match celebration. Or post-round celebration there, taking out the chicken.
Yeah, OG picking up the pistol, very strong style as well. Mantu getting the, he got a double opener there in that round. Definitely helped them out in that one. I believe Valdo was the secondary who opened up alongside with Mantu, so great on those players managing to shut down the initial couple of players from the big lineup. This time around, though, Searson, scout in hands, trying to go for a forward position. Deals a bit of damage. Takes even more. Oh, the nade tolls. That works out perfectly. Alexi B, forward stance of his own. Veto forced to fall back entirely. He's the sole defender over on that B bomb side now.
OG. They have whittled down the numbers of big. However, they've lost a player themselves. Have taken quite a lot of damage as well as it's a couple of UMPs. The MAC 10 for Alexi B and MBK with that AK-47. But the Deagles fall big towards this A bomb site. Tabson, he's hiding behind the hay cart. The Molotov not going to touch him. But nobody's nearby. Alexi B's worked his way through long undetected. And looks like OG, they're going to dart back towards that B site. Keto, the only player in defense of that position. He's going to have to try and come up huge here. I feel like if he doesn't really find anything, Big will probably just save these couple Deagles. As Keto was spotted out, being tagged down, switches out to the Deagle, and I shot on towards Mantu. But MBK is quick on the trade, and actually, Big has low HP for these OG players. They're going to go for this. Both of them coming through the banana position. There is a couple SMGs and the likes on the ground they might be able to salvage, but with Alexi B so far forward towards the library, they know they're going to be coming from banana at this point, and these 2 players on the site can just crossfire their way in towards victory. And with Valde picking up the opening, it's all up towards Tabson, and with a UMP in hand salvaged, he will just back away. Both that and the Deagle can be useful for the next round.
I kind of like this idea here from Tabson, though. He's just holding by for a little bit longer, but obviously OG, they know his position. They also know there's no reason to throw their own weapons away. So they'll exit through CT instead. But I like the idea from Tapson regardless. Trying to hold a close angle with a UMP could potentially give them a decent amount of money had they exited from that position. But it's going to be another round on the board here for OG. 10-7. Finding the first couple. Big. Going to be limited for this round as well. Giving OG a real good opportunity of extending that lead even further. If they don't mess up their utility.
Flashbangs, yeah. It's never good to hit your teammate in the back with a grenade. Some worse than others. I mean, a HE, definitely one of the worst to throw at a teammate. Flashbang, depends whether there's someone meant to be receiving it on the other side, really. And Big. Do just have that UMP onto Tabson's hand, and, well, okay. Nice flashbang from Keto, the car flash. Gets him an opening kill. He does swing very wide, and Zantara is taken down one towards mid. Forces OG to now ready themselves in towards this B site. Two players already on the defense. Keto has Searson rotating in, but he just has the UMP. Keto, though, Deagle is finding a lot of damage, and the kill on towards Valde. He's put Issa down low. Zantara's nade is going to finish that off, and it's all falling apart for OG. Alexi B, the last one alive with just 13 points of HP, an AK in hand, a smoke to try and create something, but, well, Pig, they have the bomb in their control, and Titian's just watching the backlines, making sure Alexi B isn't going to try and save this rifle. Just walk into the crosshair. Easy as you like, Big. What the hell?
That's absolutely amazing. So much damage, as you pointed out, from that Coffin's position, and then the HE from Santares. Okay, let's be honest, Big got a little bit lucky in that, but they also hit some great shots. They also played it well, but they needed a little bit of luck to edge that round out for them, and they got it.
I think it was Zantara's getting that kill towards mid and catching the player in rotation there that really just put a lot of pressure on OG, forced them to try and go in towards that B side, even though they weren't really ready. And Big, they caught them off guard. So now, Big, they stay within arm's reach of OG. 10-8 on the scoreboard. But OG, they've gone for the force buy here. 2 AK-47s, one into the hands of Valde, one in Alexi B's hands. Well, the rest of the team, they're just going to work the pistols, hope for the best off the back of them. Searson has been able to get up and all pretty early on in this half now. And a few AKs and a UMP around it. With just a minute on the clock. OG going to switch some weapons around. MBK will now be entrusted with that secondary AK-47 alongside Valde as they now set up some utility towards this A bomb site. However, the bomb is currently positioned over towards Barn, and they're going to send Alexi B on a one-man mission towards this A-long position to try and create noise, and he's burned Searson down to 20 points of health, spending a lot of time in that Molotov. And Alexi B's, because of that, has been able to work his way over towards the library and is able to cut off rotations for this big side, at least from CT, as the rest of his team now push in towards B site. Tabson towards Dark, can't find anything. His teammate was setting up a flashbang, but Tabson's already dead. Keto has to try and find something, and on the Deagle, he's going to find more damage, looking for more. His second shot, and a fourth. Immense from Keto as he just bangs out everyone. 7 seconds on the clock. There's no hope for Alexi B. Big, huge kills.
What?
It's bigger than that, Chris. It's large. That is a large round from Big. Holy hell. What the hell was that, Geet?
Look at this. First is so clinical. Second is a flick. Third, they line up for him. Oh my God, that's so good from Keto. He did in the previous round, he did so much damage from roughly the same position with the same weapon. This time around, he does even better. And I'm sure that tactical timeout call now from Big rather, is just to calm Keto down. Say, Keto, you know what? It's cool that you get all these kills, but you gotta slow your roll, man. Look at it. I can watch this all day.
Oh. And Keto with the one deeks. Oh, another one. Oh, and a third.
That's absolutely insane.
Oh, lordy lord.
The absolute scenes.
Big, what the hell are they doing right now? This is too much for me. I mean, I said Citizen was going to be sick at the start of the game. I didn't expect Keto to be the one having moments like that with a Deagle. Oh, I might need to dry myself off after that one. That was too much for me. And he's going to keep using the Deagle. He's feeling fierce on it. He's got a UMP. He's taking close angle shots. He'll let it be low, and he will finish it off with the UMP. He's going to get a second.
Come on, mate.
What is a UMP?
Are you kidding me?
It's absolutely outrageous. He's leaving them in the dust now. This is the HG as well. He knows he's going to go down. It finishes off this and then tabs and swings in for the final two. Jeez, 308 damage in that round.
Pick up the Deagle again, I dare you.
I think. Well, like
he decided
he was
against it
using
this
the
time
Deagle.
around.
Yeah, he was using the Deagle in full buy rounds. Like that was a full buy round. He's just.
What a monster. OG, they gotta be feeling the heat now. They just tried to push B 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row. They got stopped by Keto. They gotta be scratching their head thinking, what are we supposed to do? And I think Big got the read on them. Big realized that they just got stopped 3 times in a row by Keto on B. So they've gone for a 4-man stack on A.
Yeah, and well, I mean, it's Big have got themselves a 4-on-3, but MBK still trying to find damage as he got himself towards a pit. It's Big who are really riding a bit of momentum now. Keto has given them so much to play with in this game, and OG, they are scrambling. Like, Keto, I mean, he's got, what is it, 15 frags? I mean, he's top of the leaderboard now for his team, but those frags he's been finding on the Deagle are just too much. Now, just pistols for OG. It's probably going to be Big to 12, and this is OG's map pick as well. Don't forget that. Biaser. Taken out of action straight away by Searson and his big AWP.
I'm still in disbelief. I haven't quite, like, I don't know, man. Big, they looked all right in the first half on their T side. They didn't look amazing, but they certainly know what they're doing here on their CT side. At the end of the day, like, 3 of their rounds can be credited to Keto at this point. OG. They gotta be feeling the heat now. 4-on-5 situation. Don't really have a whole lot to work with here. Got the upgraded pistols. Bit of utility remaining. They just used some over towards the A-bomb site. Yeah, I'm gonna be wrapping the A-bomb site here. Searson finding a shot on MBK. LXB trying to connect a shot of his own, but Santaris, he takes care of Valde. Santaris finds yet another, and now it's gonna be all on Mantu. 5-on-1 situation and a dream, but I think alongside with Mantu, that dream will die pretty soon. 12-10. And yeah, you see the odds swing heavily in favor of Big at this point. It makes sense. They are... they've come to party.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, 12 to 10. OG, they get themselves another buy-through here, but Big don't show many signs of slowing down at the moment on this first map, and OG are going to be kicking themselves if they let this one slip, and they're probably going to be quaking in their boots as they head towards B. Look at Zantara, just kicking down mid. He's going to line up two. Done a lot of damage towards Valve as well. There's the third. And Big, they've just all come online, haven't they? And it's only NBK and Alexi B with a max 10 that remains. And Molotov behind Alexi B does force him forward, and that's straight into the waiting arms of Keto. He's happy to have a bit of a feast once more. 2 kills for him. And Big, this is disgusting. This is scary for OG now. Oh. And, well, Zantara is almost 300 damage that round. Looking strong. 13 to 10. Big are battering OG in these last few rounds.
It's been all Big for the last 6 rounds in a row. Not only have they managed to win those last 6 rounds in a row, they've managed to do it in a very comfortable fashion. We can see that reflected directly on their economy right now. We got almost 16,000 on Tijan, 12 on Keto, 14 on Sisson. Santaris is sitting on 6.5 and still 5,000 on Tapson. There's a lot of money on Big Land. It's going to be very difficult here for OG to bring this one back at this point. And this round is probably already out of the question.
And yeah, it's a lot of buys needed for OG, a lot of wins needed for OG here. And well, it's Tech 9s and a Deagle for this one. So maybe they can replicate some of the magic Big have found. But for now, Big are certainly riding a tidal wave of momentum, of confidence. As OG, they're going to try to look towards this B site. Tabson and Keto, they are waiting, and the Molotov will take them down all very low as they push forward. Issa, though, he gets the opening kill, takes down Tabson. Good job from OG to give themselves an opening in this one as Keto tries to spray through the mosaic glass wall. Unfortunately, can't connect any bullets as now Big have themselves a 4-on-5 retake needed. No weapons collected for OG. Now, can OG hold the line? Because these pistols might just find damages. Searsman's made, though, has taken down one, and now Keto pushing forward. He'll get himself up for full. But they line up for Valde, and can he find a third? Yes, he can. He denies the defuse. Keto, can he get it in time? I don't know if he's got the time for
Gotta
the
be
defuse.
close.
It's gonna be close, but he may just about have it. Big. Oh,
yes.
Jesus. I mean, that was way closer than should have been for Big. That is not a round to celebrate for the Big Clan players.
That's true,
Valde
but
makes
look at Keto again.
Yeah. I mean, he just about gets it for his team. Just off this one game, one map. Yeah.
It's so sick, because Keto is actually currently the lowest ranked player on the Big lineup. Yet he's absolutely dismantling OG like it was nothing. He could do this all day. I love this. I love this so much. I'm one big smile, and that's only gonna get better.
Yeah, it was like the snap of a finger. Keto just come online, and I mean, yeah, Big, they shouldn't not have got that close. I mean, the retake was looking pretty good for them. Valde with Tech 9, though, finding a few kills made things very, very interesting. And Big, they're going to be a little bit sore after that one. OG, they're running out of time. They've got themselves a full buy here. That's what they saved that previous round of. Remember, it was just pistols for OG in the last round, and they forced Big into a very difficult position. Now, NBK. He's going to be having a little bit of a look towards the apartments. Him and Issa will double peek down the hallway. Nobody there. And OG, do they try this B site again? They found success with that previous round. Obviously with a pistol. Can they replicate some of that here? got themselves an opening. That smoke from the big side. It lands very deep towards the car position and does hold back OG for the time being. Still a 5-on-5. Alexi B has taken a lot of damage. He's going to be building that up. Dropped over by Searson. Sorry, not Searson, Mantu. That's the wrong team. But he is going to be building the up nonetheless, and they set themselves up some nades for this A site. There's going to be pressure on this side of the equation. Can the big players stand up to the task? Some smokes towards Library and Arch. And that suggests to Big that it is going to be that long push. A beautiful flashbang completely blinds up Valve, but he's able to repeat his teammate 4, takes down Tizian, as this B site needs to hold strong, but these players coming in from long are going to prove to be a very difficult adversary. Tabson, he could only find one from the pit, and OG will set themselves up for this post-plant situation, a 3-on-2. Kits for Big. It's going to be Keto and Xantares to try and get themselves back in towards this site. A lot of damage done towards OG as well. Mantu, just 11 points of health. Alexi B, 14 points of health. Mantu will have the AWP back in his hands, and probably rightly so, as he can be so impactful with it. But MBK, can he find the shot? No, he can't. Xantares will take him down, and that leaves just 2 alive. But Mantu, with the AWP, is quick on the trigger, and, well, Keto's looking the wrong way. It will be OG finally to break the spell of the Big Clan, as they put an 11th on the board.
About time, though. Like, it's been a while since they've gotten around on the board. It was, just to put it into perspective for you guys, it was 7 rounds in a row in favor of Big to put them to 14-10. Finally, OG managed to find a round of their own. About time. But they need a whole lot more.
Now, oh, Mantu, that was pretty nice. And he's taken down Keto. Nice opening for the OG side. As Mantu starts to get himself into the groove of that AWP once more. Site.
Searson shutting them down. Hitting some good shots. Valde and Mantu. Oh, it's Mantu. He hit some gnarly shots of his own. Connects on to Searson. Makes this a little bit more interesting, but we still got good positioning here from Tapson. Should be able to get something done from this one. He hasn't made any noise from the position yet. One drops down to the pit position. He swings and he finds the opposite opponent, but Valde still shuts him down. Valde! There you have it. Beautiful double from the Dane. That's exactly what he needed in that situation. And OG, it seems like they lost all their confidence, and now they've got it back. Or at least some of it. Works out pretty well for them these last couple of rounds.
Sorry about that. I had a bit of a lag out during that round. I am back now, though. And if you say OG, finding a bit of their mojo, Big have been stopped short, and maybe OG can fight back on their own map pick here. And I really hope they do, because I'm wanting a free map series here. And Big, they've got themselves a buy once again, but their cash now running thin. OG, they've been able to wear them down slowly but surely. As Searson, he can't find anything towards that B site. Alexi B's Mac 10 is good enough to take him down, even while Blind Tabson will be able to secure a couple of kills from the back of the site. Keto with one as well. That's his B site. Returns to some of the form it found earlier. Flashbang just blind up Manto, and that allows Tabson to reposition. Moving towards the Coffin token for frags, but Keto will find it, and well, they just find everyone on that B site. Big 15 on the board. And just as I say, OG are starting to look back in the game. It's Big who secure match point on this one.
One round away from shutting this one down. And now it's all on OG. And again, we gotta remind you guys, this map was chosen by OG. Made sense for them to choose it. They have 80% win rate on this map. Out of 10 times played in the last 3 months. Big. 62% win rate. That's gonna get bumped up if they take this one. And yeah, with Dust 2 being the second in this series chosen by Big, and it's a strong map for them. This is not boding well currently for OG.
No, I mean, it's going to take a few rounds here. As you can see, obviously 15 to 12. Hopefully, OG can bring this one back, because it'd be horrible for them to lose their own map pick here. But Big, I mean, it would be undeserved. Can OG push forward? Tizian boosted up around the edge of the smoke. Alexi B is going to fall to Tabson instead out towards long. And well, Tizian had a bit of a jump around. Won't find a shot above that smoke. Tabson's going to be looking for some more, but Tizian caught out from Valdez, pushing from the balcony, and this OG side, they're going to be able to find a couple kills. They'll be able to open up that A bomb site, get themselves a 3-on-2, and Tabson, probably wisely, is just going to go and save, rejoining with his teammate Keto. And OG,
yeah, I like this.
They'll find a 13th. Yeah.
This makes pretty good sense here, because obviously, Keto, they want to save that AWP. Tabson, he want to save the silenced M4, even though it is a silenced M4. Jokes aside, they just want to save these weapons to make sure that they can buy up comfortably for the next round, and they will be able to do so. Also, this is what gives them the most amount of buys. Is it actually? It should be, yeah. It's very difficult here for Big, though, because it all, like, rides and dies on this round for them, actually. And I think it makes perfect sense for them to take this tactical timeout, because if they lose this round, right, they're going to be very limited for the next round, which is going to be the last. So, a lot rides on this round here for Big. They don't have a whole lot left to work with. Oh, I'm just
that Keto people again. It was so fine, and yeah, such a big impact on the game.
Yeah, so that Big will be able to buy up for this round, of course, due to them holding on to a bit of equipment from the previous round. But they are going to be limited in their reserves, so to speak. Well, they actually don't go for the force buy. That's interesting.
No, I respect it. They're going to play. They're going to allow OG to 14, and rightly so. As Valve, they're going to go aggressive towards the top banana. Is to join him, and they clear that position out pretty quickly on in the round. That forces Keto back. Doesn't want to go down early. He wants to keep his team in this one. Keep it in a 5-on-5, but well, OG. They're not completely out yet. They're down. They're not out. They can force this one to OT. That would be mega.
They actually have a really good chance of doing it.
Oh, this is going to be sick. Keto, maybe not long for this world unless he can find multi-kills. He misses the first shot, looking for more. Alexi B just toying with him, and Issa will finish him off. Takes down Keto, exposes that B site. And it's only the single M4, a few deagles for Big. And they're probably just going to save this one. Carry the armor into the next round. Carry the M4 into the next round. Give everything you have for this final regulation round.
So this actually, again, makes pretty good sense for them. Obviously, they want Tabson to save. Because he wouldn't have enough money to go for an M4 in the next round with, like, utility and all that good stuff behind it. He needs to save this weapon, and he needs to save the Kevlar. It also kind of forces... I didn't think of this until just now, but it also kind of forces OG to go for a hunt, because they haven't heard any of the other weapons.
Oh, those are a couple nice kills.
That's good.
I mean, OG, they still have plenty of cash. OG still have plenty of cash, so it's not too bad. And I think Big, they get themselves a buy up either way.
But the thing is, in that situation, OG, they didn't see the weapons. They didn't see whether they had weapons or just pistols. So they kind of had to go for the hunt there to try and deny them those weapons if they bought weapons for the round. It was actually kind of... Maybe I'm putting too much into it, but if Big thought that far ahead, that would be mega. That would be insane. They've already proved that they have big brain plays, so, I mean...
Yeah.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, and, well, 14-15, it all rides on this for OG. Can they take this to overtime? We're about to find out. A minute 20 on the clock for OG to try and do thy bidding. Big, they've gone aggressive towards Banana already, catching a lot of space in that location. That means that an extra player is going to rotate over towards this A site. Tizian, can he hold them back? A Molotov towards the apartments is certainly doing the job for the time being. OG, they're going to lose their opening player. Alexi B caught towards mid, and that was a peek from Keto down Banana, and that leaves OG in a difficult spot. But MBK just straight through the smoke will annihilate Tizian. Valde with one as well. He's going to secure the site, and Valde will just absolutely open this one up like a can opener there. Searson and Keto, the last two remaining, but Searson still hitting shots on the AWP. Maybe if he went for the wallbang, he might have been able to catch another, but Keto has now come to rejoin him towards long here. The bomb not yet planted, and Keto is going to cut them down. Another player, MBK, to fall. 2-on-2. Valde trying to find the shots. The bomb's still not planted, but Valde and Mantu, they will force it to OT. They get it done. A beautiful execute, just an explosive execute in towards that exciting. And what an exciting game that was. Big, they had the chance there to try and close it down. But it was just them. Looking so fierce. OG held out for as long as they could. And it held them out long enough to take this to overtime. We will be going to a short break.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but no, I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no deep R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dogs on a vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud, willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
Welcome back, everyone. We're heading straight into overtime. OG versus Big. What a banger of a first or regulation between these two here on the first map. Absolute scenes today. We saw in the first best of 3 of the day. We saw that second map go into OT with a big comeback in it. And we see the first map here in this best of 3. A pretty big comeback of their own. OG managed to bring it all the way back. Big. Should have probably closed that one out, let's be honest. They still have the chance as we're heading into OT. Obviously, once again, it is ML3 16k. That means first to 19 will secure the victory. If both get 18, we're going to head into second overtime. Going to continue that until one of the two teams string 4 rounds together.
Yeah, I'm so glad OG took this one to OT. This game deserves it. It's been so fun to watch, and I hope everyone else is enjoying this as much as I am. As OG, they do continue on the T side. MBK trying to have a little bit of exploration towards that apartment, but not spotting anything out. Big happy to play further back in towards the site in Quito. Well, it could either go very well or very wrong for him. He's hiding behind a wood plank of car. He may spot a couple players and they're not going to check him. Oh, they're not going to check him. He's only up to find one, though. I don't think he realizes someone has already passed him, and that is Valde, who takes the kill and will secure a 4-on-4. A spam from Tabson to try and deny the cross. Alexi will be able to get over with that bomb. 10 seconds on the clock. He'll get it down unless Tabson can swing through and deny it. Oh, it's a bit close, a bit awkward, but they do get it down. It's all up to Tizian as the kills favor OG. This has found free. And now, Tizian to try and find the shots. He can't find the kill, and it's the 4K for him. Beautiful work. Secures OG a 16th as they post the first round of OT.
Pretty massive round there from Issa. He just managed to shut down any attempt from Big early into that, early into the retake. Like, whenever anyone tried to push anywhere, Issa looked in that direction and took them out immediately. Beautiful 4K from him. OG stringing a decent amount of rounds together now. 4 rounds in a row from them. That's a sick shot from MBK.
Okay. There's just annihilated Searson. There's frags aplenty across the map. But it is the OG side who have the advantage. A 4-on-3. Tabson's taken a lot of damage as well. As Tizian swings around the corner, he will take down one. And that evens things back up into the 3-on-3, but OG, they'll be able to get the way in towards this bomb site. Zantara is hoping to spot one jumping from the balcony. Nobody going to present themselves, though. Zantara is pushing close to that Molotov. It allows him to focus on mini-pin, and he's able to spray down one, but he's blind and he can't find a second. It's what the hell was that? He's just absolutely rinsed them. 3 quick kills for him from the grave, and he's put OG on 17. 2 huge rounds from Issa coming through. What is it, 7 kills between the 2 rounds there?
Yep. So real quick, I went back and I actually counted the amount of kills that Quito got in that 7 round, like 7 rounds in a row that Big had in the middle of the second half. He managed to get 12 kills in those 7 rounds. It's roughly 2 per round, and he had 3. No, he had 4. No, excuse me, 3 rounds where he didn't get any kills.
What has Mantu done? How has Mantu found 2 quick kills?
As OG did in the last round.
Alexi B's in library. What is going on? Searson will eventually restore a bit of normality, but a 2-on-3. He's going to try pushing towards the site to find Mantu, but his teammate MBK will be covering Mantu's back, and MBK is through the smoke. A 3-0 in the first half for OG.
Okay.
They are tired of this.
Oh, I guess that's one way of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, like...
To be... Go ahead.
Jeez. I'm just saying, like, OG, they will push to the brink in the second half. They worked it back into OT, and now they are just rocking it. They are bored of playing this map. They want to go to the next.
It's their map choice. I mean, I guess there's a reason why they have 80% win rate on it, but seeing that second half in regulation, I certainly didn't think it was going to go this way, but good on them. 3 in a row in OT. A lot of damage dealt towards Big in the start of this round as well. Look Searson, look Tapson. Barely any HP left on Searson, down to just 3. Big.
Yeah, they're up against it here, Big. OG
Up against
quite
the wall,
possibly
man.
take the game here. Yeah. They're going to try this A site, but OG, they've got plenty of players here. They're going to try forcing their way up towards top mid. A flashbang to try and force that through.
And 18, 15.
Yeah.
Can OG shut it down?
MBK from the balcony, he's able to find 2 quick kills. He's putting it in the advantage, and the nade from Mantu secures another. It's only Tizian and Searson with only 3 points of health. With 20 seconds on the clock, they need to get these kills found. Tizian towards mini pit is still trying to dice with MBK, but the kill is found, and OG, they will secure 19 against the big side. They will find it very quickly. And what a exceptional
game,
match
Dan.
that was. Yeah, I believe
insane.
I believe we're going to a very quick, well, not a quick break, but a short break before the next match gets next map gets underway, which is going to be Dust 2. So I assume we're heading to a break now.
Perhaps. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Oh, well. We'll talk for a bit longer. That's fine with me. So just to go through what we saw here, we saw massive numbers from multiple players on both sides of the aisle. We had a few players who were lacking a little bit behind, but most of them actually managed to bring it back. The only one who was lacking behind at the end was Alexi B. But out of everyone, like Issa had massive rounds, Mansu have massive rounds, Keita, we saw that. We saw it on replay many times. Santaris had a couple of rounds where he put up numbers. Searson hit some gnarly shots. NBK towards the end here had a couple of good rounds. What a way to start this best of 3. Inferno goes in the favor of OG. I mean, how? I'm not sure. Ridiculous stuff. Either way, now I think we're ready to head to a short break. We'll be back in just a few moments with Dust 2 coming up, chosen by Big. See you guys then.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Ring ring! The IEM New York Experience Box is here. Hot, fresh, and delivered straight to your door. Tasty ingredients make this box a must-have. Claim yours quick at the ESL shop before they sell out. Oh, and there's no real pizza. Get your taste of New York while it's hot.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Feeling lost like I just wanted time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say
I might be tired like the stones they throw, picking up scars and I hold them close. They shot me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel, fire, fire burn.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you, an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some beat?
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into Dust 2 in just a few moments, but before we do so, Dan, let's have a quick look on our expectations to Dust 2. What do you think about this one? Do you think OG has any chance, or do you think Big are just going to shut them down on this?
I don't know. I think, well, I have some ideas. I have some theories. I'm going to theory craft with you, as Anders would say. I expect Big probably take the map, but I'm expecting OG to put it close, because Dust 2, it's a bit of a puggers map in many ways. So with OG having players firing on all cylinders as they sort of did at the end of that game, obviously Valda, MBK, Issa all just coming alive at the end of the game and into overtime. So there's potential for them to carry that through. It depends whether Big have a lot of stuff set up for themselves, and whether OG, well, obviously, I was going to say if whether they have that basic grasp of the map. Obviously, they do. They have pretty decent records on it. So I'm expecting good things from OG if their individuals can come online.
I'll have to agree with that. We saw the individuals, as you pointed out, come to, I guess, come to life at the very last couple of rounds there on Inferno. What we need to take into account here is that Dust 2 for Big is a map that they've played 9 times, and they've won 8 of those. They have a 90% win rate on it, or 89 to be exact. They're doing pretty well, and that's up against teams like Mouse Sports, ENS, G2. They've beat OG on it not too long ago. I think it was at the start of last month, if I'm not completely mistaken here. They beat Ego on it, Heroic, and Endpoint. Like, they're pretty good on this map, and fairly strong victories in most of those games. The only team that they've dropped Dust 2 to for the last 3 months is Na'Vi, and that was a 16-11. So still a fairly close game in that one. I don't know, man. I think Big should have this one, but at the end of the day, as you pointed out, we saw NBK, we saw Valde, we saw Mantu, we saw all of the players, honestly, except for Alexi B. He was a little bit lackluster on Inferno. I hate to say it, but that's the truth. But we did see pretty much every single player on that OG lineup actually bring it back and pull out some crazy kills towards the end of it. I still think it could be a close one. As you pointed out, it's a very puck-heavy map, so it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top of this one.
Yeah, I think I was saying before about OG needing the start, like the individuals to come online. Even then, it's still going to be a tough one for them. I think Big should take this map, take it to a decider. OG, I've got to pull out something special. Big, I've got to have a disappointing run, which I don't think is going to happen based on Inferno. But I'd say Big could take this one overall.
And with that, with Big potentially picking up the victory of this one, we might see that third and final map. Just a quick one on that. It's going to be Nuke if we see it. We spoke about whether it was the right decision to go for Nuke or whether they should have chosen something like Mirage. Big decided to go for Nuke rather than Mirage. Do you think, like, who do you think, if this goes to map 3, who do you think will take it?
Oh dear. It's annoying because Big and OG haven't played each other on Nuke for a long time, if at all. So it's hard to draw sort of comparisons on previous matchups, but based on current form, sort of how it's going, I'd say probably Big take it. I think individually they're probably going to be able to outdo OG on Nuke if it does indeed go there. But we'll have to wait and see what comes from this next map, which is Dust 2, as we are going to get ourselves into the game. It is OG starting on the CT side. Big will have themselves the T side start again, because obviously on OG's pick, they picked up, or they chose to go for the T start on their map, or on OG's map, should I say. But pistols all out, a kit and a couple flashbangs for Lexi B. Big, they're going to lose a player early on. That's MBK finding one with the USP. A nice kill to find Keto Falls. Difficulty now for this Big side to try and find anything in this round, as Valde's going to be going aggressive towards the long door, trying to find a shot on towards Tizzy. He needs to be careful about taking that duel. As if he gets caught, it leaves the A site quite undefensible. That's, at least from long, it's going to divert the attention of these OG players. Now, a push comes in. A player drops in towards CT. A dink comes through on towards Valde. He's low on HP, but he can still find shots. Mantu towards the site needs to get something. Trying to find Searson, who's completely blinded. Eventually takes him down a little bit longer than needed, but it's all up towards Tizian. A 1 versus 3. And can he find anything? No, it's a... We'll continue from the form he showed in that overtime. He's got so many frags and so many rounds for OG there. And he'll pick up a couple kills at the end of this one.
So it is going to be OG now with, what's that? That's 8 rounds in a row, if I'm not completely mistaken. I believe it is, yeah. If we count the previous map. It's pretty good from them, honestly. They managed to bring it back on that previous map, take it into OT, and from there, clean sweep it in overtime. 4-0 in overtime. That's... We don't get to see that too often. But yeah, they showed up in style. Especially these last couple of rounds on the previous map, and the first couple of rounds on this one, he's doing pretty well as well. We're going to see Keto inching his way forward with the Desert Eagle. We know how dangerous he can be with that weapon. Here's shuts him down, however. Well, B and Valde is taking care of the rest. That'll do it.
Unfortunate. Quickly done. And OG, they secure a second. Nice kills coming through on SMGs as well. Does help to build up a bit of cash. and get you into a good position in the economic standpoint. Valde with a couple certainly helps up, obviously $600 per kill on those SMGs. There's a big. We'll take an eco in this one. Just a single P250 and a Deagle. Overpass are just going to run down mid with 4 players, and this is going to be under a bit of threat here as they actually try and push him. A couple kills come through for Big. And this smoke there towards CT, though, means that they can't push that way, and MBK is able to catch Zatara trying to escape, but the nade from MBK will finish off another, and it is just Tabson. 1 versus 3 with a Glock in hand, and a lot of work to do. MBK's SMG finishes off the round for OG.
Quick 3-0 here for OG. Making quick work of it the first couple of rounds. And now we do have the money flowing through on the big side of it. Gonna try and see if they can... Ooh, interesting to see Surson actually going for that scout. It's not that interesting, honestly, because I said this so many times that we see it right there. Surson is an absolute machine, an absolute mastermind with a scout on this map. I don't know how he does it, but Dust 2 specifically is such a strong map for him with that scout. Man2 trades him out, however. Brings it back. 4-on-4. Got a scout on the CT side of it as well. Valde. Gonna pick up the secondary AWP. 3 snipers on the CT side. I'm not entirely sure about that one. Yeah, nice shot indeed from Keto. Man2 finds one of his own. Keto in a good position. Santaris takes a lot of damage though.
And well, Ito found that opening towards the A site. They're going to roll with that, the big clan. And they're going to be able to get that bomb planted. A 3-on-3 retake needed. MBK and Man2 with the scout and the AWP respectively. This is going to be coming in from long with an M4. Probably a position you prefer to have that AWP up. But try and find shots nonetheless. Tag down Ito a little bit. But I think for OG, it's going to be the save. And Big, they'll post their first on the round. The guns come out, and the round is posted on the board for them, but they're trying to hold back these OG, or these big players rather. Tizian fields of MBK though, and that's just the scout gone. But Tizian actually goes down to the bomb, so only 2 players surviving for the big clan means that a lot of reinvestment needed.
Yeah, at the very least they managed to get the round on the board, but as you pointed out, they have to reinvest on 3 of their players. It's going to be expensive for them, so they won't be able to build up an economy just yet. Furthermore, we see that OG, they got the money to reinvest into this round. We have a FAMAS onto Valde. Ooh, okay, that works.
It certainly does.
Try to say we have a FAMAS on Valde, and then Issa gets absolutely deleted. Keto stealing the AWP from Surson, then going for a quick peek out towards long, and he gets rewarded for it.
But Tabson, or rather Tizian, might be leading the charge in towards this B site for Big. Alexi B posted up with a secondary AWP. He's in a car though. It's not the best position for it. Close up, he gets one. Can't find anything else as Tizian yields a killing blow towards it. But MBK swinging through, not the kill. He wanted to fight. Instead, he's dead. And that's now OG having to save once more. Man2 and Valde will keep these guns alive. That B site is no way back in. That is a one-way entry. OG, I'll have to save these weapons, and Big 4-on-2. They're going to try and catch them. I think Searson just about spotted the edge of Valde getting over towards the cubby towards T-spawn. And that means that these big clan players are going to try and hunt him down. Tabson to lead the way. Got an AWP from behind him to watch over. Make sure that he doesn't get peeked out wide, and as Tabson nears closer, he will surely check this angle. Actually spots out the player towards the bottom, and I think the AWP from Manson, which way was he watching there? I don't know, but either way, they'll both fall, and OG Can't save those guns.
Pretty brilliant chase. As you pointed out, Surson actually spotted that player on the right-hand side of it, which is why he indicated that that player was spotted by looking in that direction and then like quickly moving his mouse around a little bit. So yeah, Surson definitely spotted that player. Then taps and he did the right thing there, just pushing forward, slow and methodical, checking all the angles while leaving his offer to watch for the play on the right-hand side. Very methodical hunt there from Big. Now we're gonna be on a bit of a limited buy for OG. Barely anything invested.
Yeah, barely a buy at all. It's almost a full eco, just a P250 and Deagle bought up. But look at the positioning for OG here. This is interesting. Keto is having a bit of a conscience about, cognizance about that position behind them. A lot of noise made by Big. But OG, they're actually going to break up a little bit. They were right next to the long doors, and now they pull away. I'm not sure if they think they're trying to fake out this A site, but they had a great position. Obviously, Keto was watching it. Tabson is now. And they're going to work closer big towards this A side. A bit of spamming through the smoke from the OG side. Not going to connect anything. Valde might be the first player to receive contact, and it's almost him going down. But they can't quite find the opening kill. Alexi B just diving through the air. Will get caught down to 14, but it's still a 5-on-5. Valde trying to shoot through the smoke with a Deagle, not finding anything. Alexi B has been finished off, and Big with the bomb planted. I'm going to tie this game up 3-3. There's not really much OG will be able to do with this one now.
Yeah, you make a pretty good point there. So OG decided to go for the short boost with a lot of players pushing out towards top of it. They got good positioning behind the long doors. But you don't really want to take that duel, like pushing long. You don't really want to take that duel when you don't have anything to work with, basically. So what they decided to do was call some of the players back. What they should have done was push all the players back, all the way up towards the A bomb side, and just play around those tight angles close towards the bomb side. I think that would have been a better idea for them, but they played long angles, lost a player real quick, and then just decided to fall back, all of them. Bit of an interesting decision there from OG, honestly, but at the end of the day, Big could have pushed a couple of players over towards the B bomb side. They didn't check that initially, so that definitely was a very, very real possibility. Either way, it is going to be Big picking up their third. This time around, we do have enough money for OG to buy him once again. Okay.
And then trying to make an entrance in towards a B side. It goes 1-for-1, and Tizian takes a lot of damage. Look, he's backed away as that nade comes flying through. Zissa will be able to maintain control of the B site. But Big hoping to find an entrance once more. Keto is just holding from these mid doors, holding towards CT, hoping for an angle of one of these players. Is this going to burn? Yes, he is. Of course he is. He's going to be able to take down one of those before he falls. And Torres will be the one who finishes off. Keto tries to swing in from mid, but will be deleted by Alexi B. Maybe she could be called Alexi D as he deletes a second. Now, Antara is left all on his own, Sim. A 1 versus 3. A beautiful flashbang to come through, and he has been spotted out. They're going to push for him. Alexi B over the top, secures himself a 3k. And it will be OG denying Big the lead in this game. They'll take it back for themselves as they find a 4.
A very methodical round there for OG. They made a weird decision in the previous, but they definitely made up for it in this one. So NBK with the AOG. If you're playing the AOG, you gotta be playing back plats on the B bomb side. It's probably the absolute best place to be playing with that AOG. We do see NBK playing with it again. As you can see, odds this time around swinging a little bit in the favor of OG. That makes sense considering that they managed to pick up the victory on their own map choice. I remember, I think it was 4 rounds prior to regulation ending on that first map. It was like heavily swayed in favor of Big.
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously, Big were looking super, super sick towards the end of Inferno. OG, though, they clapped back, clapped some cheeks, and got us to Dust 2 with an opening lead in their favor. And now they sit here with a round lead as well. Big. They're not just going to roll over and die. They've got themselves the full weaponry. Plenty of utility as well. And try and take control of short. Give themselves a bit of space in this direction. But OG, they're playing quite far back. They've not got anyone up on that close angle. Instead, it's two players. One of them was over towards the ramp. One over near elevator. And oh, it's that's a lucky little jump spot there. Has spotted a couple of players in towards mid, I think, off that little jump spot, and MBK is going to be towards the back of this B site on the plateau, hoping to find some shots with the orb down range. He's finding a lot of damage, no kills, and eventually will get taken down Big and forced away in towards his B site. 3 kills come through for them, and OG, they can't put up a defense in this one. Alde will find one over towards T-Spawn, but he's probably just got to save this. Actually going to get another kill. How much more can he find? As Bantu's keep posted up towards the A site on his lonesome, and Xantares will eventually find Valde. Take that gun out of action, but damage done at least by Valde does give them a bit of a run for the money. Big forces a couple rebuys.
I pointed out that if you're playing the AOG, you gotta be playing back plat of B bomb side. NBK, he did it in the previous, he does it in this one. This time around, though, yeah, he deals a little bit of damage, but he barely hits any shots. Like, one of the good things about the AUG in that position is you can scope in slightly, and it's incredibly accurate. But obviously, you need to be accurate as well. If you're not accurate, it doesn't really help that the gun is.
Yeah, it's like can't hit the broadside of a barn. Doesn't matter if the gun can hit a dinner plate at 500 meters. They're just going to try and really exploit their weaponry advantage towards this B side as they do take control. A few quick kills bounce this, and the smoke bounces off the corner. Not where he intended it to go, and that leaves the doors open for Electric B to find some shots where he can't quite find the kill on towards Xantares though, or towards Xantares. But he's left with 11 points of health. It's just Mantu who remains AWP in hand, just trying to save it once more. Was hoping they'd come his way, but I believe he has been spotted out. Definitely has now.
Look at the positioning on the minimap. We got multiple players moving in for the hunt. 2 from CT, 1 from short, 1 from long, and there's absolutely nowhere from Manta to go. Even if they didn't find him right then and there, they had so much time to hunt him down with. They knew his exact positioning. It was just a matter of time. Eventually, they do manage to shut him down, pick up their 5th round. Back and forth it goes, like is very typical one does too. I think it's the map where I see the most 8-7 half times.
Yeah, it is a pretty balanced map. I think maybe you'd say it's more likely for the T's to find the 8. I've not looked at the stats myself recently, but just from gut feeling of watching games, I think the T side is just slightly biased, maybe not by much. I think it's pretty much 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, I believe last time I checked it was 50.8 T-sided. Something like that. It's ridiculous, like, straight up 50-50.
Yeah, and with OG finding that opening kill, you're going to be able to double it up as well. Just 3 players left for Big. As they're going to try and push in towards this A side. Tabson just leading the charge bomb on his back, but his teammates are falling one by one. Can he find anything for his team? Searson will get one and leave Tabson in a 1 versus 4, but he spots out the leg there of Alexi. He's not going to go for the shot. Instead, waiting to spot more players. Tabson, though, he'll pick Lexi B out of the air as he tries to jump spot cat style. And that kill comes through. Can he find more? No. Issa is the one to shut him down, and it's 5-5. OG, they bounce back. 2 players surviving as well.
That was a pretty nice shot there. Gotta give him that. But yeah, equal grounds once again. Money is there for both of the sides of the aisle here, so basically like just a straight up gun round between the two. We got orbs on both sides of the aisle. We got the rifles, decent amount of utility, a bit more utility on the big side of it. That could potentially cost OG a bit. 2 kits in play though.
Listen, he's trying to find something with that AWP. Nobody's going to give themselves up from OG, though. They're happy just to chill, you know, bide their time. Looks like they're going to boost, then never mind. Maybe Kale drop a smoke, and then they'll go for the boost, perhaps. Up towards that box in CT. A nice little angle that actually allows you to see over smokes that they deploy towards CT to allow them to cross mid to B. However, for Big, that's not going to be the case this time. Instead, it looks like it's going to be a short hit. As smokes come through. Nade from Valde could do a lot of damage. A player drops in towards CT. That surely been called out as a nade. It does monumental damage towards short. They're trying to push through the smoke. But there's a player on the other side. It's Valde and Alex stopping everything up. Antara has been sprayed down. He's 10 HP. It's just him and Tizian. All that remains, and they're going to try and just do anything here. But it's OG who are going to be taking a 6th for themselves, surely. No way back into this round for Big unless Tizian can find some huge frags. Just put out 1, but can't find the shots. Just has to back away. Xantares is already over towards the B tunnels. Just shift walking around, hoping maybe to find a player as he just go for the save. 8 seconds on the clock. Xantares will be joined by Tizian in that as well. So we'll save these 2 AKs until the next round. And I mean, they've got quite a bit of cash up. Xantares can drop 1. Searson can buy. Veto can get himself something, not much. Nice work, Valde. Just holding down towards short. He only gets 1 kill, does get an assist and a lot of damage that forces those big players back.
This time around, Big are gonna be a little bit more limited, but I'm a little bit confused about this, actually. We got Tizian buying up completely, Xantares almost. Like, I'm wondering why Tabson and Searson didn't full buy for this one.
It is interesting. I mean, obviously they've got a couple players less than 2k. And they've not got much loss bonus, I don't think, the big clan side. So it's definitely not easy as Valde. You know what is easy? Popping up a couple quick kills towards long. He can't find any more, though, as Tabson swings wide with the P250. Will finally finish him off, and an AK collected for the big clan side. They now all have weapons, all 3 of them that remain, but they've got a disadvantage. They've got a player down. OG, they can still close this round pretty simply. As long as you just play this one correct. Big kill coming through. Xantares and Tabson finding one together in towards mid, but no, they line up for Issa. And a huge double comes through. Tabson and Xantares, they hit the deck faster than you can say. Big clan are going to lose this round, and now it's just Searson, a 1 versus 3. Issa on the other side loves this and tries to push through and actually will collect the kill. And maybe I was a bit premature saying Big Clan are going to lose this round. Maybe he can find himself a 1v3 here. Not going to be easy, but he smokes towards a door. 10 seconds on the clock as he crosses. Leaves him time to get the bomb plant, but just running straight through. Man2, he knew what he was doing. He knew he either pulls him off the plant or he gets the kill. Either way, it's OG who win.
OG now managing to string a couple of rounds together.
Oh. Big kills from
That's
Issa.
a nice lineup, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, OG managing to string 3 rounds together to be exact at this point. That's going to help them as they're moving towards the later stages of the first half. Again, we got to keep in mind, OG took the victory on that first map. So a lot of pressure on Big currently. That being said, furthermore, we got to remember that this is the first set of matches here for IEM New York 2020 Europe region. Got plenty more matches coming your way over the season. Over the event, rather.
I don't think we'll be broadcasting any of them. I think it's just today we're on for.
Yeah. We won't be broadcasting any of the other Euro games, but we got other regions too.
Yeah, we'll be around for CIS. Pretty much the entirety of that, because Big, well, they've mopped up this round quicker than we could finish our conversation.
As they should. As they should. Great stuff here from Big. They needed that round. They managed to bring it. And furthermore, the economy is not amazing for OG currently. NBK is sitting fairly low, at least below the 2,000 mark. Issa, likewise. Roughly 3,000 on Valde.
That round has really put OG in a difficult spot, because they won out the previous one, but only 2 players surviving is not good for the economy. And now we're left with a difficult question. Do they force or do they eco? What would you do?
It's honestly, it's a tough call. I think you have to eco this one and then go for the 8-7. Apparently they disagree with me. The problem with ecoing, if they decided to eco this round, is that they're still gonna have 2 players who are gonna be a little bit limited on their money. So I see why they're going for this, but I don't personally agree with it. I think holding onto your money and making sure you get as comfortable a buy as possible is the right choice.
Yeah, and if they could pull off this round, I mean, that would be very lovely jubbly, but as much as it pains me, I think Big will probably secure this one. As much as I love to see Pistols finding frags, actually I hate to see it. Don't know what I'm talking about. Unless the dual Berettas, that is. Unless the dual Berettas or a Zeus, you know.
You have some
get a
weird
couple...
thing with dual Berettas. I don't know what it is, man.
Please, just use them in a few games of MM. Warm up in deathmatch with them, you know. Get on that ESEA grind to rank S dual Berettas only. And you'll see the few true power of them. But Big, they see the true power of a mid to B split by the looks of things as they try and push forward. Zantares knife out. Please, no, that's the bomb. And Veto needs to try and mop things up here. He will find the first. And his teammates coming in from behind will close that down. And they do recover, but got out a little bit there, Zantares. It's just Valde who remains. And just with an M9, not really much to do here.
This is kind of what I feared. When you go for a force buy like this, where you don't really have a whole lot of firepower. So they had 2 rifles going into this round. I believe it was on LXB and Man2, if I'm not completely mistaken. Either way, they had 2 rifles going into this round. And that's not a whole lot of firepower. Furthermore, they had 2 players on just pistols. Kind of a weird decision, in my opinion, to go for this force buy, but...
At least an AK picked up for Valde.
Yeah. I don't know if that's really gonna do it though.
Yeah,
It
I
feels
mean,
like they need not just the AK and the like SMG and the FAMAS and the utility. They need a whole lot of luck in this round for it to work. It's not gonna be an easy round for them to pull off.
Nah, Big probably secure themselves an 8th there, and they've done pretty well dealing with these low buys from OG. If they can continue, it's going to be a nice map for them. As this is their map pick as well. OG just about managed to close out Inferno, which was their map pick. That was overtime, 19-17, wasn't it? I believe, or yeah, I believe so. Was it 19-15?
19-15. 15,
19-15.
yeah.
It
They
was,
took
yeah.
all
Yeah.
like a 4-0 in OT, yeah.
It was the complexity G2 game that's 19-17.
Yeah.
But we do get back into things. Timeout comes to an end. And as you see, not really much to see on the OG side. An MP9 for MBK that's going to have an investigation towards the beautiful flashback. Santaris is caught out, but his teammate Veto is there to support him. That nade doesn't do any damage. I think it's around the edge of the pillar. But Issa will eventually take him down. It goes 1-for-1. Big. They can still work this round because it was just the MP9 that pushed in towards that tunnel for OG. Big
4-on-4 situation here. Velde posted up from the corner. Flashbang wasn't actually that good, and he takes an extended duel. Not something you see all that often. Smoke in each direction, but Big Clan yet to commit to this for good reason. Keto, he's pushed through the B bomb site. Look at his positioning.
Oh dear. Oh dear. No! He turns around to throw a smoke towards the B site, and Issa will find him. Big.
No.
Oh, that's an awkward spray from Tizzy in long range. Not going to work out, and leaves Alexi B all on his lonesome.
Okay.
But Big, they still win out the round. And we're going to go to a short break here. We'll be back in just a few short minutes for the second half of Big versus OG.
was running round so many nations.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second half between OG and Big, and we're straight into it, as you can see. NBK rushing forward, shuts down the first player. Certain hit is taken clean off, and as you see, the odds brought to you by GGBet. Very, very close between these two right here on Dust 2.
And a 1-for-1 so far, but Tabson, he's going to clip off Mantu's head, look for a little bit more. As there goes Issa. Leaves just MBK and Alexi B, but MBK can find one. Second of the round, this big player trying to push forward. MBK's going to try and play headshot. A beautiful shot on towards Torres. And MBK, talk about a crisp aim. That is phenomenal. Now left in a 1v1 as his teammate falls. It's Keto versus MBK. Could this be a huge round for the OG side? Is MBK going to secure the ace?
What?
Of course he is. That is outrageous. He can't be doing this in the pistol round, MBK. He's got 11 kills and 5 of them.
Natural born killer. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, it wasn't even like he was just finishing off players. 480 damage done. 5 kills. He basically just found every single... Well, he did find every single kill. Absolutely brilliant. And... Oh, just that last shot on.
Look how clean those were, though.
They were very,
so
very
clean.
Yeah, quick as well. Just, I wish I had reactions like MBK. But he's put OG in a very nice position. Valde, he'll be able to open up that first kill. Mantu with one as well. Actually gets the headshot on towards Tizian. But Searson's scout is still alive, and it's going to try and find some damage for this force buy from the big. Had a couple of kills come through, and it's only Tabson and Searson left, but they brought it into a 2-on-3. Damage done. A couple of weapons can be collected for the big side. Not all too great. It's a Galil for Tabson. And with his teammate falling, it's going to be a Galil that has to 1v3. That's the bomb. It heads in towards the B site. Tabson is just going to save this Galil over towards the car. Over at long and hope that none of these OG players are going to come and wreck him. Never mind, there comes MBK, and guess what he does? He wrecks him.
We spoke about it towards the later stages of that first map. Actually, in OT, the last couple of rounds, NBK stepped up tremendously. Not that he was doing horrible the entire game or anything like that, but he was sitting like roughly in the middle. Actually, exactly in the middle. I'm just checking it now. He was towards the middle, towards the end of the game as well. But yeah, he stepped up in the last couple of rounds, and he stepped up in, well, this game entirely. At this point. Again, he's sitting in the middle of the pack. A little bit above at this point. Good work put in here by NBK, and he continues. Yet another beautiful shots. Again, EQing opponents. He finds even more. It's a double for him for this round. Again, EQing opponents.
Yeah. Found 3 already. So, last one alive, and can't replicate the form from Inferno with that Deagle, unfortunately. A 4K would have been very nice there with it, but unfortunately, MBK has just turned into a different animal on the T side of Dust 2. He's gone from 6 kills to 16 in 3 rounds.
It's pretty insane.
It is very insane, I'd say. As OG. 4 AKs, a scout for Mantu. Searson, he'll be wielding that big bigger brother of the Scout, the AWP. Hoping to rocket. He does have armor, but no utility to go along with it. So he's going to rely on his teammates with their rifles to try and lay down the groundwork for around here. He's going to try and pick up maybe an opening kill to give his team something to work with.
Bit of a slow and methodical start to this round for OG. Don't want to run straight into anything and don't want to overstep their boundaries early into this round. Want to make sure that they push as many players together as possible. Try and deal with this setup here from Big. 3 players defending at A. Big gap in the smoke. That's a nice shot from Thurston.
Definitely, and that opens things up for the Big Clan side. But Tabson, no! Can't hit the spray with the M4A1S. The silencer doesn't work out for the kill. He's just going to take a lot of damage from the mollies as well as Issa is going to double himself up. 1 HP, enough for the kill, but Zantares is still online. Zantares is still finding shoots. The kills are coming through. Mantu with 1. It's up to Mantu and Issa, but that 1 HP for Issa is going to make it difficult as he goes down. Had the chance. Mantu 1 versus 2. He takes out this, and Zantares over the site will pluck him away and secure Big a 9th lead with the guns out. We'll put a 9th on the board, and they just about managed to get that one through.
Very important for them as well, because OG, they look very confident. And with Tabson missing his opportunity, was sitting in such a good spot. Should have had at least a kill. And he missed. And he didn't get one. Let's put it like that. I think he got, I actually think he got found out due to his silencer there. I think the second he looked away from the box to try and shoot the players who were a bit further back pointed out that he was sitting in that spot due to the silencer.
Maybe. That's very bold from Tizian though. Trying to go fast in towards B long. Will get caught out though by those T players, and now Tabson next up in line. Over the top of the garbage, the skip hits all there with 1, but Tabson quickly trades, and there's Famas looking for more as he's able to knock down 1 more. And MBK found the towers elsewhere, and eventually Tabson will fall, leaving it all on Keto, and MP9 against 3, and not much chance for OG. Sorry, not much chance for Big. Plenty of chance for OG. We're in a 3-on-1. Keto is going to salvage an M4, but save to come through.
I was just about to ask if we were watching the same game, but you made up for it.
Yeah. Even, I mean, no one's perfect, as much as I try. I'm far from it. But, yeah, Keto just holding on to this M4. We'll hope that he can stay alive. It's actually sort of close towards those long doors. I don't think Mantu's going to push through them for fear of dying himself. That would be an AWP given over if he did so. And I suspect OG don't really want to give that to the Big Clan side here.
Keto holding on to that weapon. Doesn't really mean a whole lot in the great scheme of things here for Big Clan, because they still don't have anything to work with. Tabson could potentially buy it, but there's no reason to, because the rest of the players don't really have anything to work with. Tabson did alright in that round, which is one of the reasons why he got a bit of extra money in the bank. OG, though. Again, they took the victory on Inferno, and they're looking pretty hot and heavy here on Dust 2 as well. It's not their best map, far from it. Wouldn't necessarily call it their worst either. But 43% win rate here for OG going into this game. Big with a 90% win rate going into this one. We could potentially see both of those numbers sway a bit. We should see both of those numbers sway a bit after this.
Yeah. And OG. Ooh, Sisson in the Molotov. Takes a lot of damage. He'll eventually get finished off by Alexi B. And OG against these pistols, a single save M4 for Veto, which has now been removed by Issa, who doubles himself down. These are all up to Tizian. And a very, very clean round from OG. Not a single player going down.
And obviously, that's exactly what OG is looking for in a situation like that. They want to make sure they leave as little interpretation as possible, making sure that they stay alive with as many players as possible, work on that economy, build up their strengths, try and bully Big out of a map in this one. Trying to close it down in a 2-0. A lot of flashes out towards long here. Still have taps in a fairly strong position.
I'm through the smoke. There we go. Finally gets him in the end. A couple kills from Big. Do put OG in a difficult position, but they're going to be forcing their way into mid, trying to get their way towards that B bomb site. Currently, it's only Keto who sits there, and as Xantares tries to push forward, he's going to get caught out, and this gives OG a chance. If they can get themselves in towards the B site cleanly, Keto towards the back with the AWP, trying to find shots, won't get them, and Alexi B and Valde, they're finding all the kills needed. This has swung so drastically back in OG's favor. It was a 5-on-3, and now it's a 3-on-1. Just Tizian remains for Big. And there's really not much for him to say here. Just going to chill outside the B tunnels, AK in hand, hoping for a better world.
I mean, what can Big do at this point? How can they... What are they supposed to do to change this up? Because they played really well towards the middle and close towards the end of that first map. First half on this one, pretty back and forth. Still OG, they managed to come out on top with a couple of good rounds towards the end of it. So what can Big do at this point to try and bring it back, perhaps?
Find kills.
Simple as that.
I mean, the odds very much in the favor of OG. 1.3 for the OG side. It's they're sit 1-0 up in the series already. Big, they had that massive comeback on Inferno due to the hands of Keto. I mean, an easy answer would be, something like that to happen again. A big, clutch to come through or something of the like, just to invigorate these big clan players. But for OG, things are looking all rosy. They're getting closer and closer to securing it this series. And, well, I mean, Big, they'll go for a bit of a... They've gotten Searson on a scout. That AK saved across. So they're going to keep their economy alive. They'll allow OG to 14. And Searson is tagged down early on. Mantu. A nice little up shot there through the door.
I said it earlier, Searson is typically incredibly strong with the scout on this map. Got a nice kill with it earlier in the game, and now it's Xantares with the Desert Eagle. Okay. Oh. Tizian taking care of Mantu.
This is falling apart for OG. 2 players alive. Issa is able to clear out one towards B, but the bomb is dropped in mid, and Valde is trying to go on an expedition to secure that explosive device. Tabson on the Deagle. Spotted out Valde. They spotted each other. Flashbang, I don't think that's going to work, but going to try and back away, and that allows Tizian to slide in for the fight, wins it out, and that leaves Issa a 1 versus 3. Not really much to say in this one. He's going to try and get towards the bomb. It is around the corner. Tizian won't be able to spot him if he collects it. Unless his gun sticks out. But no, he will get it silently and without being spotted out. So he can head over towards that B site, get the bomb down. And if he's able to isolate 1v1s over towards his B site, he can certainly give the big clan side a run for their money. But this shouldn't be in this situation at all for OG.
Yeah, OG shouldn't really have much of a chance in this one, especially with Searson posting up with that AWP. Issa, he could throw the molly down. That will give him some coverage.
Flashbang, maybe?
Flashbang is not going to do anything. He finds the frag instead. That helps. Still needs to get the bomb down. Time is running low, but he will get the plant. 2 players moving in from tunnels. Flashbang through. He finds the kill on Tizian.
Oh my god!
Oh my... There you have it.
I mean, getting that opening kill was very nice. He was put low. That nade.
Disbelief.
Yeah, that's...
Mate.
OG.
This game, man.
Thanks to
this game.
Of round 14 on the board and a 1v3 clutch to do so. Huge from Issa there. Only just gets it as well. The nade actually kills him.
Yeah.
It was an afterlife grenade, but big now. They had a chance. That was a bit of an eco, and OG just about slipping by. Now sit 5 rounds in the lead, OG. And just 1 away from match point. So starting to create a bit of presence towards long. Searson is posted up with that AWP as his teammates holding short for him from that lower tunnel. They've gone quite aggressive in towards that position. Only 2 players towards its A site, but Searson and Tizian, they might be able to find a lot here, or absolutely nothing, as Tizian can't find anything. He's dropping the smoke, he gets caught with it in his hand. Searson at least did find 1. OG will get the bomb plant, a 4 and 4, and Searson has taken a lot of damage. So is Alexi B though. Utility all over the site. There's not many safe places to stand, but Issa has got one here. And there's going to be a lot of players coming in from short for big. Can they find the kills? Valde taken down instantly by Tabston. Can't find the shots. The flashbang pushes Issa back, but let's see if he finds one. Can Issa put up frags once more? Him and MBK, they're holding true. And it's only Searson who remains. It's going to be the save to come through. And OG will once again just about clinch the round, as they will find match point. Big, they sit on 9 on their map pick, and it's going to be falling apart for them.
This is absolutely insane, Dan. Think about this for a hot moment, right? It was 14-10 in favor of Big over on Inferno. OG managed to bring it back. They took it to OT, and then they took all 4 rounds in a row in OT. And now, back and forth in the first half on this one, OG taking complete control for the second half.
Yeah, this opening kill as well going OG's way. It's really not feeling good for Big. If they can find something here, I'd be impressed. But a UMP for Keto towards B. He's going to be playing it close towards the entry point. That'll at least give him a bit of a chance to find something with it. An M4 for Tizian, an AWP for Searson. And a FAMAS for Xantares. The Big Clan force by... Well, are they able to force around here? That's the question, because if they don't, it's all over, and it's OG taking the series 2-0. Create a bit of space, OG. They've already got that opening kill. They don't need to push for all too much. Big, the banking on mid being the main pressure point for OG as well. Searson towards A, and he's going to get immediately deleted by Issa. A quick shot comes through, and now that Molotov is going to hold back those big players in towards CT as well. They're going to be able to get that bomb planted. Veto, though, works one onto short. That's Issa going down. A huge frag to find. And a 3-on-4 still favouring the OG side as they're getting that bomb in towards the site now. Alexi B will go for that plant in a safe spot. 12 seconds on the clock as he does so. Nothing to be alarmed about as Keto is going to try pushing forward. He's taking a lot of damage, and Mantu will finish him off. Tizian with his AWP looking to try and find something in towards the site, but it's Xantares who will get the kill. Looking out towards long as well, but Valde will shut him down. It's all up towards Tizian. Quick shot on the AWP, looking for more. Going to be pushing forward, but 2 players to find. One towards long. That's Valde as he pushes his way towards elevator. The no scope. It's not going to land, and OG will take it 16-9 as they close out the series 2-0. What a performance from the OG side. Wow.
I'm in disbelief, man. What an insane game we had throughout. We saw on first map Inferno, it was back and forth in the first half, and then like weird big clan just taking full control towards the second half. OG brought it back and eventually managed to close it out on Inferno. And here on Dust 2, map chosen by Big Clan, a map that they're statistically incredibly strong on, OG still managed to shut them down in the second half. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it's also a map that Big have beaten OG on many times. So I'm not sure if OG maybe going for the sort of counter strat approach towards Big, sussing them out. It's definitely a possibility, and one I'd like to find out about. But certainly OG, they looked down and out at the sort of towards the back end of Inferno once Big got towards match point. That was impressive to come back though. So very good from them. Yeah. And I believe we're
we
going
have
to have
information.
MBK. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We got MBK joining us. Nathan, thank you so
Hello.
much.
Of course.
Hello.
And congratulations, man.
Yeah, thank you. It was quite a tight game, but happy to win it for sure.
Yeah.
So let's start off with Inferno. Let's talk a bit about your the team's mental state on Inferno after Keto went ham in that Deagle round. What happened?
I think it's a recurring theme a little bit in our games where there are some moments in a game where we just don't press W, and W is always the answer, as Arthur would say. And really, I think it just kind of came down to that. So it's sort of a matter of just coming in those officials with a bit less fear, and when you have to take the side, just take it. And it's just really what was lacking for us on our own. So yeah, I mean, our Inferno was pretty shaky, but getting the win was very important.
Yeah, you
How
guys
did you
were very
manage to pull
impressive,
it back?
actually, but...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead then.
I was just going to say, you guys were actually very impressive towards the back end of Inferno there. You recovered actually quite nicely once Big started to put up some good numbers with mainly from Keto's sort of side of things. But going into overtime, you just looked sort of unstoppable, just running through smokes. And was that the sort of change of mentality you were talking about then? You said obviously pressing W more is helpful, and it seemed like it definitely sort of changed going into OT there.
Yeah, I think what's very important for Big is to disrupt their game plan and to just not let them be established with their game. And so going through smokes, just picking dry, all that kind of stuff is going to be very important to counter them, because that's the situation where will be a bit less comfortable. And I think that's what happened in overtime, where we brought chaos in like a lot of those rounds. And then you just had to be in good position and then to rack up the kills when they were doing like those retakes and those type of things. So yeah, for us, it was the key to manage to disrupt them in what they wanted to do. And yeah, like we managed to do it at the end, especially of the map. And I think that was the key for us to close it.
Let's jump over to Dust 2 for a moment. On Dust 2, again, first half, just like on Inferno, very back and forth. Really like split down the middle, actually, after that first half on both maps. But you took complete control in the second half. Did you feel like you just had the upper hand throughout? Like, did you have a really good read on them? What went through your mind on that second half?
I don't really know. I think we played our best tier half on Dust 2 that we've ever played, to be fair. We just played solid all across the board. We had individual plays. We had good moments where we were going together and still like keeping lucidity in some rounds. And again, like it's more work that we have to do on us to bring that type of level of play like through and through, because sometimes like some games become very chaotic for us, and so it feels like we're a bit ourselves, even though it's very cliche and every single team says that. It is something that we feel, and in terms of adaptation, there wasn't that much, to be honest. It was about playing our game and just taking headshots, and again, like it's one of the best way to disrupt Big is just to get into their face and not let them establish their game plan. And then once you just throw some sand in their whole plan and their whole scheme, that's when they start struggling a bit more. And again, that's what we try to do on Dust 2. And yeah, I mean, we have the individuals that showed up, and and it helps definitely against them.
Yeah. I guess acing on the pistol round helps as well massively, doesn't it? That was very nice.
Winning the pistols are pretty important in those type of games for sure.
Yeah, you came into that second half a different man from the first half of Dust 2. I mean, I think it was 3 rounds, you found 10 kills. That was was that just sort of the you being more prepared for the T side? It felt like more comfortable. You just run your own stuff rather than having to sort of let Big take control of the sort of pace.
To be fair, they're always very annoying when you're CT because the way they play against you on their T side, because they have like, I don't know, 10 ways to approach B. It could be contact, it could be the upcoming, it could be just strats. So they have a million ways, so it's always very hard to adapt, especially when you don't always have control of the money. So that was a struggle on CT a bit more. And then on the T side, like at the moment, the way I'm training, the way I'm focusing on my individual level is pretty specific, and I feel very comfortable in what I do to improve and to focus on myself. And I know that it's just a matter of time that at some point things are going to click, and it's just time to take over the game in a way. So to me, I don't really think too much about the game plan. There is full trust on Alexi that does an excellent job at this, and I'm just here to headshot and to entry and to take all the space, and sometimes to ace on pistol. Apparently, that shit happens.
Awesome.
So for this online era of Counter-Strike, here in New York 2020, you're in Group B. You just beat Big. You also have Heroic, who are currently leading the ranking, and you have FaZe in that group. Do you feel comfortable in the group, or do you think it's a tough group to be in?
I mean, it's definitely a tough group, but I think both groups are tough. To be fair, I think it's been seen for the past month where all the teams are having a really good level. Whether you want to use the online card or not, it doesn't really matter. It is the way it is, and you have to perform. So the most important is just to get through groups, and it's already a good sign, because when you have, like, as you said, like a team like Heroic is extremely hard to beat. Big as well. It's like one of the first time we beat them for the past 2 months, and we played them several times. And it is the situation we're in, and if we want to be among the best teams in the world, if we want to show our potential, well, you have to beat all those teams, right? At least sometimes. And for us, it's kind of the trend, like getting over that small of glass roof that we had for since we started in August, or to be in control of games and then losing them in the last moment. And if we can start beating those teams a bit more, then we can really establish ourselves as a very solid team. And that's really the only thing we're trying to do. We take matchup after matchup, team after team, and we just try to beat everyone. There is no idea on whether a group is tough or not tough. There's nothing we can change about it. We can't control it. So we just go in and we play our best and try to win.
You certainly played your best tonight. Once again, big congratulations on the victory over Big. Big individual plays from you and the rest of the players. Thank you so much for joining us, Nathan, and we'll let you get back to the team and enjoy your evening.
So yeah, we'll do, definitely. Thank you. See you guys.
See ya. And with that, we're going to be heading to a short break. So thank you guys so much for... We're not heading to a break. We'll end the show, I suppose? Or will we head to a break? I'm not sure. Regardless, we got some commercials for you guys.
Yep.
So we might see you on the other side of it. We'll find out.
My name is Trace Saranthus. I am building a PC for Jordan Gilbert.
My goal was really to get something that was no compromise, super powerful, and ideally not built by Trace.
Yes, thank you so much, Jordan Gilbert. We don't make mistakes around here. We made happy accidents.
I get a booster seed here. Enter now for a chance to win one of 3 PCs built by me, Jason, or Trace.
ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
All in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. To the drum of steel boots, banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Breathing in, breathing out. There's no more room for any doubt. Empty mind, steady hands. Just stay close, stick to the plan. I hear them coming, I hear them coming, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. I hear them coming, I hear them coming down. Ready as I'll ever be. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. This is it, this is not a drill. Hold nothing back, it's sure to kill. In this leap of faith that you're in me too. You stand alone, but I'll watch over you. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. A single second could mean everything. Time is running, the time is running out. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. Now's your time to shine. Make it count. Honor our sacrifice. And now this is your last chance.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. they see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, oh, don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. In paradise, the sun never goes, it's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore, the horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Or this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Or this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a slave. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the lost my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time, searching for a way to find relief. And I can stay inside, go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I'm just trying to learn from all the things that I've been told. I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the dark, but without it you never let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass that filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
We're living for the moment now and one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't. Oh, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. You know what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more.
Been a while, yeah. Safe to say over a year. Still it feels like I saw you every day. Tired of hanging around the ones that always need an explanation. I don't need to every day. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out about all the parts that made me. Used to feel like I belonged to a certain place or a town. Feeling safe, feeling sound when I'm still around. But there's something in the distance. I wanna know what it's like. Don't worry, I'm still with you all the time. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out about all the parts that made me. Something's
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the show. Welcome to the North American division of the Intel Extreme Masters here for New York. I am the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne here on the B stream. My Aussie friend, how are you doing on this fine UK night?
Mate, I love it. I absolutely love it. You know, we had a chance of being able to follow a few of these teams in the closed qualifier, now getting to do the main event. I think there's a few storylines to be built, and I'm hoping for some really good games to go ahead tonight, Jay.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are expecting or hoping for some relatively good CS. Obviously, this being the RMR event of the North American division right now, we're expecting a couple of interesting matches, especially with a lot of the teams coming forward trying to make their get their final points of the year together right here for IEM. As well as that, my understanding is that the winner of this New York division will also qualify for the IEM Global Challenge at the end of the year. So lots up for grabs in North America, which is why I personally think it's the most dominant division of the Intel Extreme Masters for this month. So yeah, let's jump in. Let's start talking about some of the matches that we will have on today. We've got two best of threes on the B stream. Our first match will be the New England Whalers versus Imperium. Two squads that you would consider at this Mountain Dew League level a bit of a lower level division of the North American scene, but should be a relatively exciting match because of course they are still competing within that same sort of region.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate or it's like some, really awesome news. Like for Imperium, I should say, they're a team that probably shouldn't have been here. They placed third and fourth in the open qualifier. They didn't even get to the closed qualifier, Jay, but it ended up that they ended up getting a replacement invite. So this is an opportunity of a lifetime for these guys. We haven't seen them on really any top teams in North America before. We haven't seen them playing at really any of the big events. This is an opportunity where, this is their chance to really prove themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, this is kind of like a good starting matchup, I think, for Imperium as well, because it's not like they're going straight in against a massive tier 1 squad, like 100 Thieves we'll be seeing coming up a little bit later today. They're up against a squad that they're most likely going to compete in later on in the next few months in Mountain Dew League anyway. So, the chance to take on the New England Whalers here early, get a good best of 3 and potentially have a good little matchup ahead of them. It's an opportunity, I think, for them to really sort of step up to the plate and try and prove something here. But as you mentioned, a lot of their results, especially here when you mentioned their replacement invite, essentially, they didn't actually qualify like the Whalers were able to do so. Yeah. So, in terms of confidence levels, how do you think that's going to play onto the minds of Imperium? Do you think that they, do you think they deserve that spot? Do you think that they think they deserve this spot? Do you think that they should even be here at all under any circumstances?
Mate, if someone turns up to you and says, do you want this spot? You're going to say yes 100% of the time. Look, yeah, maybe they don't deserve the spot, but the fact is, there are circumstances where replacement invites need to come through. And there's only so many teams around sort of at this kind of division that can be invited. So, look, I think they're going to struggle. I certainly think that if you were to look at the entire team list of IEM New York, they're probably one of the weakest teams, if at most the weakest team in this group. But at the same time, there's an opportunity, take a map here and there, get experience against the top dogs, and face off against an MDL level team like your New England Whalers. Like you said, they're probably going to face off against each other a little bit later down the line. You've got to think, going into this big name event, this is the perfect matchup for them to start their, start the event off.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be in a really good position, I think. As I mentioned, with the nature of these two squads at the place that they're playing right now, there's going to be a lot of potential on the line for this squad, especially considering that New England Whalers aren't even playing with their main roster. Just last week, they officially made a move where they're going to add B-Wills in place of Booby. But the reality is that Booby's actually playing directly into this into the RMR. Event. So they're going to be sticking with that old lineup for the moment. I kind of wanted to ask you that dynamic. How is that going to change things up for the New England Whalers? Do you think that maybe losing B-Wills here in New York is going to kind of hamper their chances at getting some decent points?
I think it might. It's always difficult sort of playing with an old roster rather than your new one if you've updated and made roster moves. But when you've got your RMR sort of ruling in pace, if you actually use like a new person, you deduct points. So look, for New England Whalers, they haven't got any RMR points. We saw them back in Summit where I think they placed like 12th or 13th. So they did decently there, but it wasn't enough to be able to get any points. So this is really their opportunity to get some points on the board, try and get some ESL Pro Tour points. They're currently ranked 17th in NA. They're on 25, so it's not a massive amount of points, but it's still them up for grab. And look, one sort of side of the argument, they've played with Booby for a very long time. So yeah, maybe he's not part of the active lineup, but they've played with him for so long that he should fit in relatively well. Yeah, it's not going to be a match made in heaven, but look, they're going to be able to work with it the best that they can.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like New England Whalers, they've sort of been like constantly building this side ever since they were known as Ascent. For those of you who remember, way back in like season 31 of ESEA, like just talking about how far this roster has come, just changing out parts per parts, is actually a complete far cry compared to that lineup from way back in the day. So for them, like they've still got a little bit of competence in that respect. I think that losing B Wills for this tournament alone is going to hamper them in the short term, but obviously with him coming in the long term, I think for them it's a case of trying to weigh up whether or not it's worth taking that hit in terms of the points overall. And I can sort of see where you'd say that, but at the same time, there's also their first appearance in an RMR event. So roster locks and such. Maybe they might change up B Wills later down the road. There's a lot of sort of intricacies and nuances behind why they would want to keep their old player in the roster at the moment. But I think that it won't affect them too much into this matchup alone. Maybe later down the road, it might be a bit of a problem for them. But for Imperium, there's a good chance that they could potentially exploit that, because there's a good chance as well that they've probably been practicing with B Wills. There's probably a good chance that B Wills is going to be queued in all the strats. And yeah, they'll still have Booby in the server right now, and he'll still be in a position where he'll also know the strats and he'll know how to play around this team. Yeah. But there's a good shout that actually the dynamic might have changed up a little bit, and New England Whalers will be a little bit weakened by comparison.
Yeah, no, that's certainly a bit of a possibility. I mean, look, for New England Whalers, the one thing I'm really hoping for is your top dogs don't sleep on these guys, because I'll tell you what, they're actually a really decent team. They're undefeated. They're 8-0 in MDL. I haven't had a major amount of experience of watching them, but when I do, they seem to be a really drilled team. You've got a fantastic AWP player of Pwn alone. I know that Rampage can be a really solid rifler. I think DJ was one player we mentioned a lot in the closed qualifier in terms of his consistency. He was opening up bomb sites. He was clutching out. Was getting massive 2Ks and 3Ks. So if there's anyone to keep an eye on this roster going into IEM New York, I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on DJ. I think he's got a lot of star potential. I know he's getting into his late 20s, so he's not sort of like a young up-and-comer, but the last few months, he's really hit a big high on this team.
Yeah, and the New England Whalers as a whole, I guess you could consider them as a borderline team. Like they probably are on the precipice of going, to the. They're probably going to be in the playoffs of the SCA season. They're probably going to be, contesting for a spot in some of the Tier 1 tournaments very soon. And the case in point right here, they've got a great opportunity to do some damage if they can capitalize on their best elements. Now, whether those best elements will come together, that's yet to be seen. There's a lot of matches to play out here in the group stage, and of course the playoffs of IEM. So we'll sort of reserve that, put that little point to the side, and sort of focus on that as time goes on. For now, though, getting back into the meat of the matchup, we do have our map of vetoes, Dweg. So I know that you've obviously mentioned that we're very inexperienced with these two squads, but we can sort of pull from the map pools and statistics a little bit. But what we've got is an Imperium pick of Train, a Whalers pick of Overpass, and a nuke map being played out last, I think. So tell me about this veto. Break it down for me. How do you feel about this series?
I think Imperium have gone with the right option with picking Train. I know that for New England Whalers, it's not a great map, but I remember seeing them in one of the DreamHack quals against quite recently for New England Whalers, and they look decent on the map, but it's certainly not one of the strongest ones in the pool. So I think Train can be very interesting. I think that New England Whalers can come into it and put a lot of pressure on. You've got to think that Imperium are one of these teams that have only recently been promoted from ESEA Advance over to MDL. So being in a high-pressured match like this, maybe not one of the highest ranked teams, but there can be a lot of pressure on the back of this Imperium side. So look, I think for New England Whalers, I think Train can still be quite a big of a contest. I think Overpass is going to be a pretty big stomper, honestly. Like they are one of the best teams in sort of that MDL level when it comes to Overpass. They play it a hell of a lot. They're on a 7-map winning streak. So I think for New England Whalers, I think there's a pretty decent chance for a 2-0 in this Veto J.
Yeah, I could see that, but as you mentioned, I think they've got the right maps in the right places for the Imperium side. You talk about Train obviously being a relatively weak map. Well, Nuke is one of their strongest maps on the Imperium cap. Like, they've got a 75% win rate on it. They haven't played it many times, and I guess all of these comes with the caveat in the sense that we haven't got many high-level results from Imperium. With this being one of their first big top-tier tournaments, you're only going to have that as a natural sort of asterisk. But for them, to get a strong map in as the last map, a decent map in, an upset potential map over on the first map, like, if they take Train, I will give them at least the benefit of the doubt. I mean, it's still going to be difficult at the end of the day. Like, these are two different squads from very different worlds. Imperium only just promoted to the MDL league, so like they're in a bit of they're sort of out of their depth, if you will, without being in the nicest way I could possibly say that term. They're in this position where they're not going to be in the they're not going to be in the most confident of angles. But to get these two maps in, especially on Nuke, if we go to a third one, I think it could be a much more surprising brawl than people might expect. Not one that I think Imperium can win, but there might be a couple of tricks up their sleeve.
And I think that's one thing we've certainly seen from the North American region over the course of the last sort of 3 or 4 months is that sometimes there's a lot of surprises, and not only within the top teams, but some of the lower ranked teams, around the MDL level, they like put up some really big contests. It goes down to the wire a lot of the time. We see a fair bit of overtime. So I am really keen to sort of see whether there's a big contest coming through in this game. You've got to think for Imperium, their best chance at having decent results is got to be against Rebirth, and it's got to be against New England Whalers. When you're facing off against your Fury, your EG, you can forget it. You're not thinking that you're going to come out on top there. I think at least going into this New England Whalers, I think we could have a bit of a contest on our hands. But the one thing, Jay, that worries me the most is the inexperience. That is really one point. Yeah, you can have some star players, you can have some big fraggers, but if the pressure gets to them, that's where I can see Imperium really start to struggle.
Yeah, and for a team that also shouldn't even be here by all extent, like they didn't even make it to the close qualifiers, so these guys are in a weird position where it's like, okay, well, they kind of been given a free pass into this one by virtue of other teams dropping out. So there's pressure and there's a lot to prove, I think, for these guys. Whether that lights a fire under them or cripples them is yet to be seen. That's certainly an aspect to see in the best of 3 series. But for me, it's got to come down to Train. If they can't win Train, then the series is already over, essentially. Like, they're definitely not winning Overpass. That much is an absolute guarantee. Like, being one of the best maps, one of the most played maps there for the New England Whalers. Like, it's a pipe dream to even imagine them. I mean, it would be online shenanigans if they did, but I highly doubt that second map is going to go the way of Imperium. Like, that seems to be the most constant element of this veto for me.
Yeah, look, I certainly think that if we do go to Nuke, I'm really sort of keen to sort of see, are we going to see the double orbs coming out for Wilksy? I've seen a little bit from Imperium. I was able to watch a couple of their MDL games over the last couple of weeks. But again, their results haven't been great. They're currently 14th, so they're right down towards the bottom of MDL. You speak about gifts. They didn't even, they went to the relegation of MDL last season. They didn't even qualify to get to MDL. Another team ended up dropping out, Jay, to allow Imperium to go into MDL. So it seems like it's been twice now in the last few months that they've had some really big opportunities, and I just hope that we at least get to see some magic from these guys.
Yeah, and again, it's a lot of hoping, I think, at this point. As you mentioned, like, a lot of the opportunities that have been given to the Imperium side, they're yet to sort of capitalize on them. So, like, I don't want to be too harsh in saying, oh, they've been given gifts here and they've been given gifts there, they've been given a gift in MDL, they've been given a gift in IEM. But these are very early days in both this tournament and that tournament, and a lot of the other tournaments that they're competing in right now. So yeah, you can see a trend there, but you could also see a bit of magic and again, as you mentioned, a fire lit underneath them to really perform and sort of overperform at this stage. So for me, I'm looking at this thinking, like, let's keep an open mind about this matchup. Let's keep an open mind about Imperium. A lot of people are expecting New England Whalers to win. I think, honestly, if I had to make a prediction at this stage, it probably would be 2-0 for the Whalers. But I like to keep optimistic about things, especially when it comes to underdog squads, because obviously me and you have been very proficient in the European scene in the lower levels, and we've seen a couple of really big squads sort of come out the gates and manage to sort of shove some really good surprises this year. So as we're still yet to close out 2020, I'm hoping that maybe Imperium could also add their name to that list.
Yeah, and even a little bit of brand awareness, right? I would certainly say that some of these sort of like big dog tournaments probably don't really know the likes or the names of the guys on Imperium. So this is a good chance, even for them, even if they close out IEM New York without a single best of three, even if they get a few map victories here and there, they put their name on the map. They prove that they're able to compete with this kind of level of a squad. So for them, personally, I wouldn't go into this event with too many expectations. I think if you say, right, let's just say we win 2 or 3 maps of our map picks, I think that's great. I think that's a really good sort of goal for them to achieve. But we'll really just have to wait and see. The one player I have seen a little bit from this side is Heretic, their main AWP, and he's pretty nutty. He is really sharp. He's very consistent, moves around the map a lot, especially on that CT side. So I think there are some really strong elements from this side, and I'm just really keen to sort of see what they can deliver on the server today.
Yeah, again, curiosity more than anything else. You talk about obviously their, the player over on Imperium Heretic. Who for New England Whale is standing out to you? For me, it's got to be looking at Booby exclusively because of that roster move. Is that going to affect his confidence? Is he going to be able to still perform at that level? Will he even be bothered to perform at the level that he should be performing here for this tournament? I mean, that's one of the questions that I'm definitely asking for New England Whalers. But for you, who are you looking at for this one?
Yeah, like I mentioned DJ a little bit earlier, but I also kind of want to keep a bit of an eye on Ponalone. I certainly noticed in the closed qualifier, we had a lot of AWPers really underperform. I think Wiz on RBG and especially Ponalone on New England Whalers had a bit of a difficult time. It seemed like it was the riflers that were really fighting the most amount of impact. So I really want to keep an eye on him. He's had a lot of experience. I think probably his most big name team was when he was on Singularity. So he is one of those names that has been in the NA scene for a very long time. He hasn't really had an opportunity of playing on a top NA team, but look, I don't think there'll be pressure on the back of him considering the experience that he has, but I really like to see him deliver and really sort of show their potential, because that's one of the things, especially in a matchup like this where you're not facing off against an EG or a Fury or 100 Thieves, is you can show exactly what you've got. You're not going to get punished for making silly mistakes. You're not going to get overwhelmed by, over aggression and things like that as much as you would against the top team. So this is really a good chance to sort of see these players shine, Jay.
I mean, I don't know if I'd agree with the notion that they won't get punished for the silly little mistakes, but it definitely won't be as prevalent as if they were in a matchup against, 100 Thieves, your NRGs, blah, 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 blah. So, that's all time to be told at this stage. For now, though, unfortunately, we've got to go to a short break. We were supposed to start this match 2 minutes ago. Unfortunately, we've had some tech issues on the players' side. So, as those start to get resolved, we'll come back in a short few minutes and start off with our first map of this series. Don't go anywhere as we come back with the New England Whalers versus Imperium after this break.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G. M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk rock, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. We just make jams, all make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, honey with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game. You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game. A warm welcome to the war game.
myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through.
And welcome back to IEM New York. We're ready to get into our matchup between Whalers and Imperium. If you're just joining us, we're all aboard the Whalers hype train as we go to train as our first map up as picked by Imperium. It's the best map they probably could have got out of this pool, Dweg. So let's see whether they can make good on their T side. It's the pistol round about to get started. Our GG bet odds definitely favor the Whalers camp as we get things going straight into the pop dog area. Fast placing to come out from this pistol. Frontalone is in the back lines. Ellison's going to make his way quick in, but Carter J first casualty. Got a good angle on towards that default plant. Way too exposed to the Ivy angle. Now Heretic and Burt, last two players. Now just Heretic standing alone in a 1-on-5. This is a pistol round going the CT side.
This is more than a pistol round. This is a shutdown, Jay, coming out from Layla's camp. Imperium, they try and go quickly. Oh no! Oh, even the 9 for Tempest trying to come out in the end. The pistol's going to be able to secure the deal, but my goodness, Imperium, they went for the real quick play to the outer bomb site. They had 2 smokes around the bomb train, in out through T-Con, and from Pop Dog, they didn't find anything, Jay. No kills going the way of the Imperium side. Whalers just cleaning up.
Absolute decimation from that defensive, just held together so effectively. And again, open plant, which really sealed the deal on that round. As soon as that bomb plant got taken out, there was no chance left for the T side. And, well, the Whalers will definitely get things started on the right foot. You can say that much at the very least. Out to the eco, the pistols set, and the SMGs are ready to receive them. And just to farm up the cash, if possible. Imperium playing a relatively slow default here. Out towards the Brown Horns, they're going to flash for entry, but that's it.
It's relatively passive too, coming out from the Whalers. They'll pretty much expect that they'll only be up against Glocks, considering no kills or a bomb plan came through. Just a waterfall out to this B bomb site by the looks of things.
Spray up from Rampage, very awkward, gets shut down by Ellison. Alone does turn around with that scout shot, all bang on towards him. Nade up against Burt will deny that bomb plant again. Big kills coming in just to take away any sort of money gain from the Imperium camp and force stay alive for a simple second for the Whalers. No investment from Imperium though, so there can be a bit of a buyback coming in. They can see the rifles coming out early here.
A little bit disappointing that Imperium have been denied bomb plants twice now. But look, in the end, it's only a Glock round, so it doesn't really make the biggest of differences. The bomb plant would have helped everyone get full utility sets, but they still come away with 5 AKs, a fair bit of utility too. And for the Whalers, at least Rampage holding on to that MP9, making sure that he wants to keep that as a little bit of a bonus. Imperium putting some really early flashes to try and get a player out. But DJ's going to be able to find 2.
Now making it 3 in the end. Ellison falls. Next, Heretic last man standing. And wow, the cleanup rounds coming in very effectively here. I gave them the benefit of the doubt on the Imperium side, but it looks like they're just not getting off that great on the start. Pistol conversions, rifles, all getting shut down by Whalers. Some very fast plays, looking very scrappy and uncoordinated.
Yeah, look, it is looking pretty scrappy coming out from Imperium. We're seeing a lot of quick hits, at least so far in the early rounds. We saw in the gun round, very quick execution coming out again to the outer bomb side. Rather than trying to slow it down, bait out utility of that CT side, maybe see if you can get someone over aggressive. Just Eagles to follow going into round 4. Whalers putting a lot of pressure on in the early stages of this half.
Rampage has the first simple kill coming in for that AK. Nice and effective. And, well, the Eagles just next to face and next to four. I mean, it's not really much of a round here. Eco coming through and now getting shut down pretty effectively. Again, they get away with one good pick. That's about all they're going to come up here. But does get another good frag, actually. IEM Boo will shut him down. That's 4-0 for the Whalers side. Max loss bonus. Imperium coming back with some AKs.
And I'd like to see Imperium out. they beat me to it, Jay. I was going to say, I'd like to see a bit of a tactical pause, have a bit of a think about things, get the AWP going, and that's exactly what they've decided to go through. I think it's some really good sort of mental attitude there, Jay. Some teams, it might take sort of 6-7 rounds lost in a row before they really start going in thinking, okay, this is time for a tactical pause. They've used one before it's too late.
Very, very early onto this one. And again, it makes a lot of sense given the circumstances. Definitely do not want to lose control of this early and allow the New England Whalers to just spiral out of control. Because the moment they do, there'll just be no chance for Imperium. And on this map, their pick, their best shout of this series, obviously it's not the start that they wanted to on T-side, but still a way to pull this back if they can get that tactical effective. So AK's out, AWP into Heretic. Also, Orb to respond for Parallel. You talked about that double setup, one of your favorite setups, it seems like, but at this stage, it's only the single orbs, and it's being played out into the connector area. Trying to challenge Heretic from passive. It will just be utility and all the bullets and nades put down against them, so they can't make their way out of position early.
Oh, Rampage is so aggressive out through the brown holes, and Wilkie just does not expect that at all. A little bit of nade damage going up towards the top of Pop Dog. Some spam trying to come through. And we haven't seen the double orbs coming out for the Whalers just yet. Keep an eye on whether Bentley decides to go for that double orb out towards Ivy. But for Imperium, it's a bit of contact out from T-Pop, not being successful though, Jay.
2 kills found, loads of damage done to Carter and Heretic. Now Carter burning a little bit more in the pop dog position as Heretic joins up with him. Rampage is still held to the brown halls though. Are they going to read this position? Obviously he played this up very aggressive earlier on in the last round, but no one's checking it. He takes that face, drops that one. 2 more T-side players to be seen. What's the head of the second? Swings in for a nice quadra. What a round from Rampage to close it out. But again, Whalers just facing the full brunt force of the aggressive defaults from Imperium and just shut it down immediately.
I'm getting worried already, Jay. This is just looking so one-sided. We're already 5 rounds in. You look at how much confidence Whalers have got. We saw Rampage getting very aggressive in through round in the early round, found that opening contact, and rather than just falling back and playing passive in the side, Jay, he starts to relocate, and then in the end, finding 4 kills. Big round from Rampage.
5-0. And Eagles PT50's in again for the half by round from Imperium. Flash is already in. Ben's going to take his face. Does only get that 1 kill. Trades are good from Imperium this time. 1 rifle to pick up, but not much more to be found. The CT is pressing forward and then falling right back out of the back of that. DJ comes up with 2 more picks in the T-con area. AWP does get Burt next to full. And Heretic standing. Easy peasy. And Boo's here. He's feeling this. Like he knows they're in control. And the Whalers, they have every right to BM because they've got 2 players on the opponent's team without any kills so far.
Yeah, and look, I think from Imperium, this is actually a pretty good opportunity to kind of strike with an early kill. We're seeing Whalers get really aggressive. We saw, especially in that last round, Jay, Flash coming in for Bentley to peek out towards Ivy. We've seen Rampage get very aggressive in through Brown Hall. So the Whalers could maybe start to get a little bit overconfident, Jay, on the CT side and a bit too over-aggressive. That could be a chance, at least from Imperium.
Ellison first facing out of the gate. Unable to receive the individuals, make his way out as Wilkie takes some damage. At the very least, they are trading damage back on the CT side, so there are a couple of opportunities opening up for the Imperium camp, but again, it's Bentley there to open up the kills with the AWP. Boo falls to Carter, though, as the Navy doing as much onto the 2 players out of Ivy as they would have expected it to. So for once, Imperium chumming 1 back in against the Whalers.
A good start, at least coming out from Imperium. One of the most competitive rounds we've seen from them yet. And they've got a little bit of control. They've got 2 players with the bomb out to that Ivy position. You had that early member out from T-Con. Oh, but Rampage, Jay, they can just stack up this A bomb site. He's so aggressive again.
The confidence to go for this play. Allison has no idea. He actually responds to it. That's a good frag. That's a good way in. 4-on-3 scenario as the T-side players each other the Molotovs and the smokes down to the Ivy control for Burt, hoping to flush CTs away, but again, Whalers are being very passive about this. They've lost the man advantage.
If he can at least try and isolate one of these picks towards the outer bomb side, he knows that DJ's stuck into this hell position, but he needs more support from his teammates.
Bentley turns it around with an AWP pick, phone alone here towards Connector, gets the kill as DJ gets Carter J in the interim. Heretic now in the 1 versus 3. He's found a kill, but 18 seconds now left to the clock. Requires a bomb plant, requires some more time. Ideally, the man advantage to be evened up if you can find the next AWP player. No, Pone alone catches him. Simple shot as he crosses 7-0 now for the CT side.
I'll tell you what, they need to deal with Rampage. They just need to be able to stop him getting that aggressive. Yeah, we actually saw Ellison being able to win out that duel, but they're allowing so much map control to be taken on this CT side, Jay. Imperium, it seemed like they'd had a bit of an opening opportunity there. They had the man advantage, they had the 4-on-3, but they just weren't able to be able to isolate the players on the site itself and at least turn it into a post plant. They haven't even got a bomb plant yet, Jay.
Getting real good for the Whalers side. All the potential from Imperium has been taken away effectively. Ibu with that kill. Wilkie will turn around a good trade out in the open to a 4-on-4 scenario. Flashes and smokes coming in positions. DJ wraps in, takes that frag. Damage to Ellison next up. Still back here at that secondary kill on through triple, not quite. Burt will shut him down. Wilkie, the E-box now behind the red train, will try and join his teammates, but they're sliced off from each other and they're both low. Burt's been seen as well. They fired on his position. They will keep him suppressed now. 1 minute and 10 to the clock. And I mean, yeah, they have got a 3-on-2, but the HP is so low that I doubt they'll be able to do much with their positions.
And they know exactly where both the T-side players are. That bomb's dropped in not a fantastic position. It's still uncomfortable, but they need to be able to find these kills, and they're not going to come through. Bentley and Rampage working together to get an 8-0 start on their opposition train. Oh my goodness, Jay. I thought this matchup could have been one-sided. I certainly did not expect this kind of a start from the Whalers.
And second tactical coming in from Imperium as a result. This is not fun. Very much not fun for them. It is T-side, so, you know, take that as you will. But even on T-side of train, you should expect at least a decent level of rounds here. You know, these guys, you know, we're currently playing on T-side meta, so even though this map is still heavily CT-based for a lot of teams, you would hope at least a couple of good rounds out when the rifles come in, but the AKs have been ineffective so far from Imperium. I don't want to rail in on them too much. Again, they are the clear and definitive underdogs in this matchup. So seeing the Whalers go ham like this, go 8-0 up at the start, it doesn't surprise me too much, Dweg.
Now, you've got to think that the double orbs are just can continuously get invested coming out from the CT side. There needs to be able to find at least somewhat of a response of these orbs, and upon alone, he's going to find the opener with just an ego round, so not too much to come through from Imperium, but away with 1 kill.
Nearly a 2-for-1, or 3-for-1 I should say. 2-for-1's already come out as Carter and Heretic have fallen, but Wilkie on 10 HP, now nothing. And Ellison held out towards the T-con position, hoping for a good peek in the pick-in against likes of DJ next. Finds man, can't get the kill though, but falls to the bomb in the open. And DJ survives his encounter on 4 points of health to continue the round streak for the New England Whalers. This has definitely been what you would call a dominant affair. Rifles coming back in for the Imperium side. They need to get something on the board. I mean, the realistic chances of a 15-0 half are very, very they're very likely. You know, like it's a real possibility at this stage.
I'd like to see maybe Imperium think outside the box a little bit, Jay, whether they go for like some outer smokes and quickly hit inner, or unorthodox card. Jay going very aggressive in through pop dogs. That's an opening kill being found from Imperium. It's been a while since we've seen them with a man advantage, Jay.
Simple frag, a pop down, a pop dog, beating Boo to the punch, and of course getting away with a lot of HP. So a first from Imperium here on the T side. Now leaning in towards the brown holes here for these boys. 5 players total, 3 going to make their way out first. Rampage had rotated towards the A site, so now realizing that B's going to be the play. He will flash out, but also go passive and wait for backup. He realized the bomb that we conceded, and they're going to concede the round as well. Whalers Wrapping out towards... Okay, it looked like they were going to go for a save call, but now they're going to make their way in for a proper retake.
Yeah, look, as soon as Connector gets smoked off like that, you really want to either be rotating in through Pop Dog and getting through Brown Halls, or at least come in from the CT spawn. Imperium, the bomb's been ticked for quite some time now, and finally the kills started. This is looking like Imperium are going to be able to get the first round on the board, unless Pokemon absolutely huge. He only gets away with a couple of kills. So Imperium, they pick up their first J, and for the Whalers, they gamble stack that A bomb side. The rotation from Rampage back into CT to B, it was already too late. They'd already actually got into the site itself.
Yeah, I feel that retake call was a bit indecisive because they sort of rotated out, went back through CT, then went back into the site when they could have gone for a two-pronged attack via connector and CT spawn. So, you know, and that seemed like it would have been the quickest and most viable affair for the Whalers. I mean, correct me if I'm speaking out of turn, and I'm completely incorrect in that respect, but, you know, it definitely felt it was a bit half-hearted there from the CT camp. In the longs game, it won't matter too much, though. Of course, they've got a double upset about the Bentley and Polo, as they have done throughout most of this huff so far. Putting bullets on range as standard Heretic. These up to train, but the Molotovs will force them off angle, and they'll be unable to get a pick. A lot of damage done in turn, though.
And one thing that the Whalers have been pretty sort of silent in is just nade damage. We're seeing on a consistent basis, HE and Molotov damage is actually very, very high for this CT side. Imperium, a little bit slower in their default attempt. It looks like the run boost is going to be coming out for Heretic with the AWP out from Ivy. Oh, doesn't quite land it.
That's upsetting. That could have been a decent enough play to, you know, catch a Bentley off guard, but in the end it works out against them. Carter will actually catch an old stopper though, so a secondary frag going their way again. A man advantage now capitalized on here by the Imperium side. 5 versus 3 situation. Ellison tentatively peeks out of the Pop Dog area, sees 2, gets shut down by Punalone. Rampage trades it to a 3 versus 3. Orb doubles up for a secondary pick. Wilkie and Heretic suddenly left at a disadvantage. Wilkie gives up his position, trying to escape the dodge here. Where is the bomb? Is it on someone's back? I don't really... I think it's back at the spawn area.
Take on.
So someone's got to pick that buck up. Yeah, that's been a big mistake. That's going to cost them time from Imperium. They've got to go to the A site now. And with a 3-on-2 disadvantage, this probably is going to fall apart.
Yeah, look, even for Boo, he's got an opportunity of ramming down through Pop Dog and maybe being completely undetected. And Ponalone's going to start to hear the footsteps, start to give the call that it's here to hit out towards the A bombs. Like the bomb plant should come through. They're flying his clock very low, and it gets denied. This round is absolutely over. Heretic just to hold on to the AWP. That's his best chance. He's got to bring it into the next round. A 5-on-3 advantage, and then they just don't capitalize on any kills after that. They look so pressured. It's almost like they're playing awkwardly. They're so pressured that they're not playing their own game. In a 5-on-3, you should convert that 99% of the time. Work together, just rush into that A-bomb site if you like. Play together as a unit. They took so many individual one-on-one duels, and I just can't believe the Whalers bring back a huge disadvantage to make it a round victory.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? The man disadvantage is what cost them there. The fact that they were able to turn it around and still get it back for the Whalers camp.
Yeah.
That's crippling to Imperium. They have everything to play for as well. They need to get that second round together, looking so confident right up until the trade started coming in. Now back to an awkward buy up the AKs, AWPs, and Mac 10 in for Ellison. The smokes down as standard. It looks like an early A hit. 2 smokes coming up, and yes, they make their way outside into the other bomb site. It's Bear with the kill. Second kill for Wilkie as well. Carter Day on site dealt with effectively. 4 kills concentrated, barely any damage done. And Heretic, well, he's out of this round. He'll get a frag back from Pona at least, but who's there to shut it down? 11 to the board of the Whalers camp, and the dominance will continue despite a bit of a hitch in the carriage.
Look, unfortunate there for Imperium. Again, it just seems like when they go for these outer hits, they just get cleaned up. We've seen DJ really been rock solid. I think one thing that sort of stands out to me the most in this matchup so far, yeah, he's 16-6 and he's had a world amount of kills, but he hasn't been the player that's been aggressive. He's been the one that's been sort of in the site itself, the anchor that's been finding so many consistent kills, so many multi-frags, and just a hell of a lot of impact. Triple B setup. They're going to run straight to the stack, Jay.
Yeah, this is going to be ripped apart so quickly. So quickly from the Whalers side. They're going to play semi-passive around this one. Ponalone's there to take that first shot, then Rampage going to swing on the next 2. They've also got a crossfire set with Bentley. No flash around this corner. It gets the wall back as well. They play nothing on a stage, but Bentley gets himself too big. G2K in against the MAC-10 does get shut down in the end. So at 3-on-3 scenario, as Pernalone gets back to Summit Bot and waits for backup to arrive. At least they've thinned out their numbers from Imperium.
I tell you what, that's decent from Imperium. They were running into a triple stack, which is the first time we've seen that from the Whalers, especially over towards that B-bomb side at least. You can see two players rotating into A, just leaving Booby out to the B bomb side. But now he's got the information, they can rotate Pernalone back towards B if they like.
Lost another player. Two standing from Imperium. Boo getting back out of dodge here. Back to the passive angles of connector, ready to rotate towards A. Will take some contact though, and Pernalone will make his way back in. Ellison up the site. Bomb plant on default. That Molotov won't extend far enough, but Boo will. Get position, take it down. Full BM in as well. The fuse will be secured by the Whalers. 12-1 on the CT board.
I mean, don't you think they've had it rough enough? Like, you're down 1-12, and you're still BMing them. Like, oh, it's gotta hurt. It's really gotta hurt from Imperium. And for the Whalers, like, honestly, Jay, they can do anything. Like, they can get aggressive default, they can get aggressive hot dog, they can go after the ground. It feels like they can really do anything they want on this map, and they're not gonna get punished for it.
It is. Honestly, I'm trying to find a point to counter you with that, because like, you know, it feels like you're 100% whatever they want, and just dominate it as just off extension of their own accord. Like, this is so simple from the Whalers side. Imperium have struggled. And significantly struggled at that one, Dwag. I honestly don't know if there's a way back at this stage. Like, I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I gave them the credit. I thought maybe they can do something here on train. Unfortunately, this T side is... I mean, even if they're able to make a massive comeback on CT side, the reality is that there's so few rounds to work with in Buffer that we're going to be looking at a situation where things are going to just be a couple of rounds away from the Whalers' victory.
And I think that one thing it certainly proves going into IEM New York is that I think we're going to be certainly seeing some one-sided affairs. I think that we're going to see a big sort of gap in terms of skill level. You know, you look at like your pro leagues and what have you, and you have like all your top teams, you know, 8 teams. This is 12 teams. So you're certainly going to have some that are going to struggle at this kind of a level. So look, for Imperium, I said that their best chances of getting some decent results was against New England Whalers and Rebirth. You know, they've got some top teams to play as well in this event. So look, it's only going to get tougher from here, but I'm just hoping stay strong mentally. Look, even if you lose 16-1 on this map, go into Overpass with a fresh mindset. As soon as you're down in the dumps, as soon as you've got the mental attitude that this map's done, it is done. Like, you just can't get into that sort of mental attitude.
Yeah, and you know, the experience certainly has favoured them over on the New England Whalers to be able to punish it and BM and do whatever they want to against the Imperium side. It's definitely looked like a confident affair from them off the basis of firepower alone. You know, Imperium, I don't know, I mean, you know, it just feels like it's rough around the edges more than anything else. It's not like it's the worst played side in the world. I don't think it's the, I don't think it's like how much I'm going to describe this. I just don't think it's the worst T side ever. It's just the fact that, you know, they've just got such good fraggers on the opposing side, a well-rehearsed, well-organized New England Whalers squad who have made waves in MDL and in other online qualifiers for a reason. You know, like they're a good team, and they're currently just very quickly slapping the the Imperium side about all over train, you know?
Yeah, and I think that New England's really proving that like they're a team that should not sort of be slept on. Again, yeah, both of these teams are in MDL, but you've got two very different levels. You've got New England Whalers that are second right at the top, and you've got Imperium that are down at 14. So I certainly think that New England Whalers are one of these teams that the more experience that they can get in these kind of events, Jay, that you know, they can start to rise up the ranks. But it does seem as if we do have a couple more technical issues. We are going to head over to a short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Train just after this.
Keep on moving on, never look down, never fade out, never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. In paradise, the sun never goes, it's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore, the horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. Cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When you see me coming, better run for cover. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. I've been running over all the corners of my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of.
And welcome back into the matchup between Whalers and Imperium. Not much of a matchup, unfortunately. Imperium still have only one round after this technical break that has fortunately finished up, and Whalers are only 2 away from finishing out this half on the 14-1. The odds haven't shifted much. They were about this number when we started off, and they're probably going to end off a bit more one-sided against the Imperium side. They're back on rifles, Dwayne. They need to get something on the board if they want to have a chance in the second half.
Yeah, look, at least 3 rounds. Look, there's maybe a chance of a bit of a recovery, but it's going to be a tough one. So, Imperium, it's just to sort of see, can we pick up any kind of pieces? Can we at least get some sort of success going into this second half? You even see, like, just no Brown Horse control coming out for the T side, and that's probably just with the fact that Rampage has just consistently got this aggressive out from Brown Horse. This time around, though, he's so much more passive at B. Instead, it's T-Con control that's been taken.
Flashes over into the Brown Halls to try and force the aggressive CT forces out. Obviously, Rampage was up there at the edge of the boxes in previous rounds. Got that 3K from the earlier crossfire. He's passive on B this time, though. Going to put some incendiaries up the stall for time and call for backup, as it looks like the real hit will be coming through towards the B site play, and they are ready for it as well. Behind Oil, Rampage will get up top, wait towards upper, and they all come out from lower. Nades up and smokes down, trying to buy a bit of breathing room, seeing that one player in the back lines. You do get away with that one good kill first. Final alone to fall, though, on the CT side. Carter J is very close. Wilkie is going to get that bomb plant in. Rampage should see his foot below the train. He doesn't actually. Wraps back in. Sees Glass. Phase 2 takes him down. Turns one. He couldn't get Wilkie for the quick double up. So a 1-for-1 trade once again. And Burt in the back line's ready for blue. Facing in. The AK wins that fight. As DJ doubles up on the site, it will be a 13th for the Whalers.
And one thing I kind of want to give a bit of a positive to there, Jay, from Imperium, is that they actually took a little bit of site control before getting that bomb plant, which is something they haven't really done too often in the past. Again, they haven't been able to get too many bomb plants in this first half, but they started to over-aggress, try and get around that oil train, or at least out towards Summit, see if they can cut off some of the rotations, but the Whalers just putting too strong on the retake.
Double AWPs coming in from the CT side, the AKs, the M4s, all out at standard. Last buyout from Imperium is going to be limited on utility sets. They've already used a decent amount of it to get access to the A site and held out on positions ready for Wilkie and Carter J. Will spade through. DJ gets that kill through smoke. Rampage gets Heretic and final on a Rampage continuing to frag back. Decimation in out of Ivy Zillison, all left to him for a 1v5 clutch. Shut down by Bentley, and no scope at 14-1, a dominant half from the Whalers as we go to a break. Imperium that'll be praying for a miracle.
Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what it say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more from home. Oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the keys, the
Over in 2 rounds could be the description of this half if Imperium can't get something on the CT side here, Dwag. A lot of work needs to be put in to bring this comeback, and realistically, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. It's a pistol round to try and maintain something. Imperium going out to the defensive. A lot less aggressive from the Whalers, though. Not quite as heads-up forward play as their opponents were in the first half.
A bit of aggression might actually come out towards Popdog. We see a HE, at least towards one of the ramp players at the B bomb site, trying to establish a bit of a crossfire bait and switch setup. Heretic swinging out, instantly gooshed down.
4 HP, Imperium. The back foot, moves in, looks down towards the stairs area. Doesn't see the man behind the stack, instead it's Wilkie. Beacon out, getting damage, getting a kill as well. Berg gets Bentley and everything. More kills coming in. The backstab players, the Pop Dog push, you talked about it. It's come through good for Imperium now. 5-on-2 T-side players that remain with the lurkers, the flankers trying to wrap back into the backstabs. And Rampage coming up from Pop Dog, gonna have to work very hard to get this back in. If he goes down, the round is basically over. The Carter Steen spam through. USP gets the frag, and Pod alone is left for dead.
Oh my goodness, there was a lot of mistakes there, unfortunately, for the Whalers. It seemed like, Jade, they wanted to set themselves up to kind of show the bomb out from heaven and fake a B-side ahead, and then wrap around to A, because they had Rampage out towards Ivy, they had Porn Alone out towards T-Con, but they weren't able to do anything with it, because as soon as the Pop Dog aggression came out from the CT side, they just sandwiched them in.
20 seconds, taps up against Panalone's part of things. He's going to take some damage. The players are also tagged up on the CT half of things, and he's doing some decency working in this 1 versus 5. But 1 kill's all he'll get. He'll get shut down by Ellison next. Second round to the Blood of Imperium. And at least they get away with that much here, Blake. Not over in 2 rounds, 14-2, but a force back coming in from these Deagles. And, well, I mean, don't hold your breath, Imperium. You still could get shut down right here, right now.
A little bit surprising that we're seeing the force buy coming through. I mean, Whalers could have just opted to go for a complete Glock round and get the AKs to follow, but they want to try and see if they can pretty much end this map as quickly as possible by the looks of things. The Deagle's coming out, a little bit of utility armor across the board. Some early nades in towards T-Con, unfortunately not doing any kind of early damage, but 4 players stacked up to this A bomb side. You've got to think from Imperium, this is an important round to win.
But there with the opening kill on Rampage, of course, picking things up pretty quickly, spraying through against Bentley next up. Immediately coming in against him, Heretic will get another good kill on the UMP, so money going to be gained as the 5-on-2 ensues, and the Whalers side do not make good on their force-up, so DJ with one good Deagle frag comes in against Heretic next. But realistically, his chances will only be bought by a secondary frag, and Wilkie's going to catch him with his shoulder popping out of Pop Dog. Pone alone, left alone now. Imperium looking for their third on the CT board.
Any more damage can be a little bit of a handy extra. The Imperium, so far, only losing that single player, the UMP player of Heretic, so not a lot has been lost. Opponent alone, nice shot onto the bomb site itself, but can't follow up with any more kills. So 2 go the way of the Whalers side. Probably won't see another force, but I'll be very surprised. It's best for them, you know, maybe upgrade a little bit if they want to upgrade some pistols, but get those rifles out, Jay, and going into round 19.
Yeah, eco out for the Whalers, meanwhile, as they just got to concede this situation and just sort of take it on the chin. Go back with the regular pistols, kind of get shut down and try to evade the SMGs if possible. Any damage to Imperium would be great. Bomb plant will be even better, obviously, to bolster the own buy coming into the next round. The T sides have started to tank a little bit here for the Whalers side, so not quite as confident as they would have hoped for it. Heretic make his way in, hearing those players coming out of upper. He's got Carter there to support it, and Bentley jumps off, gets shut down enough HP to the point where he commits suicide by the game zone interpretation of it. Realistically, that was a Carter kill, so 4th on the board of Imperium, 10 rounds within the Whalers lead, but the rifles are out in force.
And this is going to be the real big test, Jay, for Imperium. You know, we haven't really got to see too much from them. They've got off to a great start going into the second half, but this is really the big test. You've got a gun round, you've got a really strong buy coming out for the Whalers that don't quite have the money to go for the AWP just yet on for Pone alone, but it will be AKs across the board, full utility sets. Imperium, they've got AWP onto Heretic, and I tell you what, if they win this round, they can even force a double AWP onto Wilkie if they want to start running that on the city side.
Martov's down, AWP watching the back lines. Carter, of course, held here towards back of White. Red on by Boo as he puts bullets down range through the wall, unable to catch any tags or do any damage here. Wraparounds from several CTs coming in as the Whalers do set themselves up for what seems to be a B commitment. Got the utility standing by in the set smoke positions. Set piece into the B site, down towards Connector. Onto the cross position of Heretic's part. You'll still watch upper as they re-smoke down the upper angles, facing the AK around the back of White. Carter comes up with that first kill, but DJ turns it around for the trade. Now the CTs are siphoned off, the bomb plant can be secured. 4v4 up from Imperium.
Very aggressive. DJ is looking to continue to push forward, and this extra bit of utility is put down. Just a single smoke and an incendiary is going to buy them so much more time and force Imperium behind this utility.
Pone alone gets that kill on Wilkie in the back line. He falls next. And DJ still so far aggressive. Are they suspecting him to be here? Well, they'll check it, and Burt will get shut down. Heretic next to face. AWP comes in the back line. Gets a second kill on DJ as well. But Molotov set here for Pone alone. Ellison's got to get on that defuse relatively quickly. They realize the time is low, and that Molotov might have enough. Those smoke straight through. He's been revealed, and Pone alone's forced him off. There's no time left. They're off the bomb. They're out of the round. Whalers will get to match point.
Everyone goes down 2 for the Imperium side. You thought that there could have been a chance of 2 players staying alive. Oh, Jay. Utility usage was just fantastic. It was absolutely stellar from the Whalers. And what they did was just waste as much time as possible. You saw Imperium were very quick to rotate in through CT Spawn and from Connector to set themselves up into retaking positions. But that extra wave of utility that came through on the T side wasted so much time. And in the end, it seemed very chaotic to get into the side.
One more round for the Whalers to clean it up here. Wilkie will get that first kill. Boo pops out a pop dog, though, takes him right back out the equation. Doubling up, not quite. Couple of aim duels going a bit awkwardly. I say that, and DJ flicks towards one head, doubles up on a lower HP Ellison. And Carter and Heretic, they do trade actually. AWP comes up big over at the old hell position. 2 kills up. DJ wrapping back in the backlines though. Sees Carter, turns around, but does not land the frag. And Heretic keeps Imperium in the game.
Oh, Heretic stepping up, and this is really what I wanted to see from him, Jay. Big performances. We sort of yet to see what he's able to achieve with the AWP, but finding so many picks. You saw DJ opening up the round for the T side, but it was the AWP to clutch out the 1 versus 1. I just give a little bit of hope going the way of Imperium.
There's an immense round there to win for Heretic especially. That AWP going to be a crucial entity. It was a crucial entity right there. Now back to the pistols for the Whalers side. A bit of a low buy, a half buy if you will. Not a massive investment from the T's, but the Tech-9s, the Deagles, the P250s are in here. And the SMG of Carter J is smelling money. Will he be able secure anything from the back lines? Well, technically the front lines here behind the stack area, but a fast hit will come through from the Whalers side. They can overwhelm, get a bomb plant, that will already be mission successful. He's let 3 cross, they've seen him peek into the crossfire, they get that 1 frag, but Heretic gets 2 more. Bomb picked up on Boo's part. If he plants on the bomb train right now, then he'll be able to secure some bonus money, and for a round like this, that'll be good enough for the Whalers.
So far, so good. A kill and a bomb plant. That's what they really need. Can they do any more? It's going to be Boo going down and DJ to follow. So a 6th round is going to come on the board once the bomb gets defused. But for Whalers, you've got to think that's all they really needed. They upgraded a little bit. They had a couple of upgraded pistols, a bit of utility here and there. They get a bomb plant. They try and keep the economy low on the CT side. It's not going to make the mass amount of difference because it's only 1 more round for the Whalers to win to go to that second map of Overpass. And you've got to think Pot alone, get that AWP going on the T side.
Still map point for the Whalers Cam, but as you mentioned, that bomb plant will bolster them into rifles. AWP for Pot alone as well, I believe, for the first time in this half. Coming out for the T side. Plenty of rifles in regardless, however, against the AWP of Heretic, he's going to have to try and challenge it. But it's going to be Rampage on the entry frag instead, making his way up and out towards Olof, with the Molotov down to the back lines, blocks off that incendiary thrown back from the CT forces as well. Right up in sandwich, look at how aggressive this guy wants to get. Boo challenging as Rampage gets that opening kill. Wilkie will trade it. AWP Apollon still looking into that back lines, hoping for something, but nothing else is going to be seen. The CTs are backing up passive.
A nice aggressive run coming out from Rampage. We saw the Molotov out towards the back Ivy, or back green position, smoke down for 5-6, and that sort of allows a little bit of a trail to come through to at least find the opening kill before getting traded. The Whalers now starting to slow it down. Now they've got a late lurk from Ivy and starting to take some Brown Hole's control, so you could think here that Bentley can either try and fake that he's trying to take some Ivy presence and help the B players get in.
He's seen the shoulder, but Carter gets away with damage. Incendiary up, going to stall for time from his teammates coming in. Swings out, sees 2. Burt will take down 1, but DJ and Pone alone trade it. 3v2 scenario. A plant on the bomb train, and under normal circumstances, I'd call the save from Imperium, but they can't afford to do that. They've got to go and make this round work, else they will be out against the Whalers here on their own map pick, their best opportunity in this series. M4 swings in, sees DJ, drops him to a 2-on-2, and Boo also low on the site, will let them cross. We'll hear both sets of footsteps. Look up top of the train, take that spray, lose it out to Burt next, and Pone alone left on up. I think Burt with a footstep, well, he's definitely going to get the conversion, and Burt and Ellison somehow, some way, on with that defuse. A massive retake coming in from CT side.
Probably one of the best retakes we've seen all day in this matchup. That was phenomenal coming out from Imperium in a 2-on-3, man disadvantage, bomb plant. Wow, that was sensational coming out from Imperium. The way that they peaked on each other's contact, were able to force Jules, swing the T-side down to the open. That was very, very pleasing to see from the Imperium side, and it gives me a little bit of hope, Jay, going into that second map of Overpass to sort of say, yeah, even though they're 7-15 down on their map pick a train, we can see glimpses of brilliance from this side.
Well, I mean, the fact that they're bringing us back from the brink, the fact that Whalers have not already won this game is already positive signs from Imperium. I was kind of hoping for this kind of outcome in the second half, but I wasn't wedging my bets on it. It has come to reality though, and Imperium still in the game here, still 8 away from overtime against the Whalers. Cap. M4's set in. AK backed up here towards the Brown Halls. Carter opens up the round. DJ to full first.
Unfortunately for DJ, wasn't silent about dropping down for those boxes, so information was given up for Carter J to be able to swing, and now all the kills are starting to come through. Imperium stepping up on this CT side, J. Whalers only getting a single round on T, and now in a 2-on-5. Like, what do they do here? Do they want to save the weapons? They want to try and bring them forward? There's, like, almost no way back into this now.
Especially with Boo going down right there from Carter J's part. Rampage isolated, and I mean, he doesn't know there's a player or 2 players top of green that are watching him right now, but at least know the 1 player over towards the Ivy entrance over on A2. AWP watching that angle, so up your battle, but Rampage isn't even going to take that face. 1 player is sneaking around him though, Elephant. That shut down with a headshot, and Imperium again managed to maintain control, managed to turn this around. And the Whalers only scoring a single round so far here on T. A 14-1.5. Imperium have brought this back for the moment. Can they bring it back all the way? They've got pistols in for round 24, so should at least be a decent chance here.
No, Whalers struggling to close out this first map, Jay, which is very surprising after that 14-1 lead they had in the first half. This time around, going for something very, very quick into the beat bomb side. Carter J going to put down the incendiary. How many kills can he find? It's only 1.
1 for 1, bomb plant secured here. At least Whalers get that much, but they're in a decent stance to get a little bit more. M4 picked up by Boo, dropped in the end by Burt. The bomb plant is secured. The nade on DJ will drop him next. So now the 4 versus 2 as the retake starts to come in from Imperium. They're held back on the bat lines. The Whalers are not pushing far forward. They're not going for fancy backstabs. They're just sitting, waiting for the CTs to come to them, and that's what they'll do. Coming in slowly but surely. Ellison leading the charge. Upper control coming in. Rampage gets that 1 good pick. P2 up close. Gets another good kill on Heretic. Hold the phone. 2-on-2. Not with pistols. Not like this. Bentley holding on for time. As long as he can get Wilkie next up, they'll be on towards the victory right here. Burt facing. Gets that sprayer. They got time for the defuse. Just about. That was down to the last second, though.
Oh, I was biting my nails there, Jay. That was really down to the wire from Imperium. Maybe a little bit too slow in the retake we saw. As soon as those smokes came down after the bomb plant came through, that they were expecting aggression. They expected the New England Whalers to push forward, take some really aggressive duels, but that wasn't the case at all. Both players that were still alive on that T side were very passive, very deep into the site itself. Imperium now running the second AWPJ. This could be a big turnaround.
Molotov's coming in already here. Flashes up and over. Wilkie watching for players to make their way out. Whalers are going to try and counteract their opponent's firepower with aggression of their own, but spotted, quickly executed by DJ, but Pwn alone falls in trade. And Whalers having such a hard time of maintaining this man advantage. In the end, they do get it back to a 3-on-2, but Carter, again, Bentley off guard. He does end up dropping towards DJ next, but Wilkie with the AWP and the backlines gets himself a tidy double. And Imperium continue to hold their own here.
These retakes, man. What do you say about it? The clutching ability has been here in the second half from Imperium. Oh my goodness. The secondary AWP comes out for the first time in this matchup for Imperium, and Heretic is the one that gets taken out so early into the round. It's Wilkie that steps up. I just can't believe we've now seen double digits for Imperium, Jay. This was a 14-1 lead going into the second half for the Whalers.
Boys, please take a tactical. Like, just take the knee for the moment and try and work on this, because this is not going well for you. Finally, Pwn alone. Confidence coming out, opening up that round here for the kill against Heretic. That's a good start, but again, as I've mentioned before, as has been observable in the server, there's always been a trade from Imperium, and Carter J is hunting for it at upper, trying to sneak at the edge of this smoke, but they vacated the brown halls. Now leaning in towards the A play, they'll get Ellison next. 3 is standing with the CT side. Is this finally going to be the end of Imperium here in this map?
Oh, I tell you what, Carter J, this could be the really important kill that they need, but it goes the other way, Jay, over to the T side, and that B bomb side's completely opened up. There's a rotator coming in of Wilkie with the AWP. That might now force Whalers back into the A bomb site.
So the 5-on-2 scenario turned to 4. AWP peeks in, misses, second shot on Rampage. Somehow escapes with his life. Burt gets a kill on DJ, and now he's the lone man standing, and Boo will find his spray through the smoke to get 16-10. And the Whalers will be in with the map victory. A good comeback there from Imperium, but just a little bit too much to handle in the end there, Dwight.
Look, I'm so pleased. I'm so happy that for Imperium that they don't just get 16-1, because going into the second map, like if you go down to that kind of a scoreline, it's so tough mentally to come back. But they showed us the goods. We saw retaking ability, we saw clutches, we saw double AWP. Tell you what, I'm very happy with Imperium on that second half. Unfortunately, when you only get one round on the T side, it makes it so difficult to establish any kind of a comeback. And you had a feeling that it was only going to be a matter of time until New England Whalers were going to take it, and well, they take it 16-10.
Yeah, and all that CT side definitely gave a little bit of encouragement, I think, to the Imperium side. Again, to go back to the pregame and what we were saying, I definitely think they needed to win this map in order to have a chance in this series. I don't see them winning Overpass. It was a good attempt. It was a very good comeback, and as you mentioned, a very good opportunity presenting itself to show at least a little bit of encouragement there. But I think in this second map up, they're going to get slapped around throughout the entire map.
Yeah, I'm getting sort of the same feeling like what we saw in that first half. I think that's going to be really prevalent going into a map like Overpass. Look, for Imperium, I don't think you can expect anything less from them. They get to double digits. I think that's a really big achievement in itself. But for New England Whalers, Jay, I think it comes down to them, maybe switching off a little bit in the second half. So I'm hoping that they kind of reset going into Overpass, because we really want to expect some really dominant Counter-Strike from them, and I'm sure they are too.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we're mentioning, of course, when it comes down to a lot of the squads and, a lot of the online nature of Counter-Strike at this kind of online era, if you will. A lot of players and might get caught off guard by the comfort being afforded to them by the underdogs. So maybe New England Whalers thought a little bit less of their opposition, but hopefully they won't think of the same thing going into our second map. It is Overpass. It is picked by the New England Whalers side. It is definitely a map that you can expect them to be able to dominate on, Dweg. So as we start to head towards a very short break, we'll come back with that second map, see if the New England Whalers can close it out 2-0 after this. Don't go anywhere. Until Extreme Masters New York will continue after this.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
leader. I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk rock, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
Welcome back to IEM New York on the B stream. We're into map 2 between the New England Whalers and Imperium. If you're just joining us, it was a one-sided stomp that turned into a near comeback over on Train, but Imperium still lost out their map pick to the New England Whalers. Overpass will be the second map, and of course it is a pick by the New England Whalers, a confident map from them across all facets of their competitive history. We took a look at this series from the Veto phase, and we said, listen, they've got to get that first map if Imperium want a decent chance. They showed signs of brilliance in that second half where they brought the comeback, but in the end, they still lost control.
Yeah, look, and you think it's only going to get tougher from here, right, Jay? Like, yeah, look, we saw a decent CT side from them, but now facing off against a team at this caliber, especially on a map like Overpass, where they've just been so successful, I think it's going to be a tough one for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the history so far from Imperium has dated back to ESEA Advanced is where they've got their best victories, unfortunately, on this map. The New England Whalers have definitely had better results against bigger and better teams. They most recently actually just defeated Yeah, for example, which obviously is a pretty decent squad. From the South American and of course competing in the North American division. They would have been competing here in IEM New York had it not been for a couple of roster lock issues that they didn't want to compete with. So for them, this is definitely a map that you expect them to be, competitive on at the very least, if not very, very good on. They're on a 7-map win streak. I don't think that's going to change right here. They're definitely going to want to rely on the CT side of thing for the Imperium side quite a lot, because over on train, that's where we saw both sides really step things up. I know it's pretty balanced for the New England Whalers in terms of half biases and such, but Imperium definitely need to rely a lot on their basics, and that definitely is over on the CT side.
I will be a little bit surprised to see whether we see a CT-sided team from New England Whalers. Like, over on train, right, we saw Rampage in towards Brown Horse, we saw Bentley out from Ivy, we saw them taking T-Con control round after round after round. Overpass is one of those maps where, yeah, you can maybe get, some short water control on the CT side, you could push up through Connector. Out towards the A-bomb site, Fountain, Long Playground, that's a little bit more difficult. So I certainly think that for New England Whalers, it might be a bit more of a passive approach on the CT side, and really for Imperium, I think that's going to help them, because dealing with that aggression when they were on T-side was such a difficult task, because it seemed like every time they were setting themselves up, whether they were going for an execution or just setting themselves up for a default, they were just getting caught off guard from aggression.
Yeah, and it's all about that aggression. I think that really won it for the New England Whalers. I mean, less so on the T side, but definitely on CT side when they were just pushing forward into T areas of the map, and they were just constantly just getting all the victories overall, which shows to me that this is a team that could very easily just win out the individual gunfights. So they've got to come up with something more for the Imperium side, and unfortunately, I just don't think they have the experience in order to do that. And again, as we're talking about in the pregame, definitely a team that we're looking towards, the long-term game as opposed to the short-term sort of getting the victory right here and now. In this matchup, it's very likely they're going to lose out here on Overpass. It's very likely that it will be one-sided, and it's very likely that they've got to look towards, other results in MDL, for example, where they're going to have to try again against the New England Whalers and hope to do something right there. But for the Whalers side, this could be a very positive start for them to get that 2-0 in on the board, start things off with a nice set of, just to start things off with a nice set of maps and a good victory in their groups to start things off. To see them sort of just, get off on the right foot, I think, is the main thing for them.
Yeah, and look, I certainly think that as well, in the pregame we were kind of talking about, who's 2 players or at least a couple of players on this New England Whalers side that we want to kind of keep an eye out for. And I think we both sort of said DJ and Ponalone, those 2 guys were the rocks. They were being able to find a hell of a lot of impact. Now, I thought DJ was very impressive when it comes to the multi-kills. He was a great anchor on the side. And you look at the AWP from Ponalone, it seemed like he was everywhere on the map, Jay. He was trying to look for picks almost everywhere on that CT side.
Yeah, and when they did look for picks, they usually end up finding them. So let's see whether the Whalers can do so right here on the T side to start things off. They're not going to be over on the defensive half just yet, but over on CT is where we'll kick things off. Definitely have favored odds over to their favor. Imperium going to work real hard to get this under control. The New England Whalers with a map advantage, and now with their pick coming up to play for here, we'll play things off on the pistol round out to the monster defaults. Very carefully placed here from the Whalers camp, and a very passive setup here from Imperium.
Yeah, it's really allowing a fair bit of map control at least to come out towards the A-bomb side, but that hasn't been the case at all. Whalers are actually slow walking out from this B-bomb side. Finally, a bit of incendiary and a little bit of utility is going to come out. We see the Molotov out towards the barrels position, smoke off for heaven. 5-on-5. This is going to have to be a retake from the CTs.
Whalers have got quite a lot of map control out of this. They'll look up towards the heaven position of Boo's part. Rampage tagged extremely low. Ponalone's already gone down, and Bentley is also pretty low of his own right. Boo and Ben do turn into a good couple of kills. Heretic gets a trade, but comes up with 1 Rampage with 2, potentially only gets that 1 frag. And now Boo held up towards the heaven area. Known entity. One going to get tapped once. He's pretty open for him. Jump facing, going to try and draw them away from the bomb itself. And now onto the defuse. No kit, but now tapped up here. Headshots come through. He's trying to spin away from the Glock taps, but as long as he forces him off the bomb, it'll be enough right here. Take that aggressive face, gets a 3K, and gets the pistol for the New England Whalers.
Wow, what a pistol from the Whalers, because for Imperium, Jay, they looked like they were in a really great position. Yeah, they allowed the bomb plant to go through for the T side. They had the man advantage. They had short water control, so it meant that retaking, they were already in very aggressive positions, but in the end, that bomb being stuck, no kit, ends up just getting off the bomb. Boo, big round from him for him to get 3 kills in the end. Imperium, it seemed like it was down to the wire. It was close, but it just wasn't enough to be able to bring it back.
Good effort from the CT side, though. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out for them here, so the T side can get things going, of course, with the rifles out, but mostly SMGs, and I guess they're suspecting the lack of head Kevlar from the CT cap. Flashes back from the defensive over on B. They will deal with Rampage first. Boo turns that AK on, and Bentley gets another good kill on the rifles. So Mac 10's not as effective as they would have hoped it to be. The bomb promptly secured here, and Imperium already backing off. No sense in throwing these weapons away, you know, especially when you've got a head Kevlar lacking in most players, and you know that there's Mac 10s in play for the Whalers camp. So, you know, don't give yourselves up the kills of the $600 frags. And that way the Whalers will just bolster their economy state, and Imperium would be in the dumpsters.
A couple of bits and pieces to bring forward as well, Jay. A couple of Deagles and a Scout, so they'll have a bit of a light investment going into that next round, but for the Whalers, it was pretty quick into that B-bomb site once again. Opening it up nice and easy from Bentley and Booby. I see DJ with that Mac 10, at least trying to see if he can catch off any of the saving players. They're a little bit too far from him. It's going to be Ponalone that takes a bit of a contact. Maybe a Mac 10 that can be picked up, something else to be brought forward. Nice and easy, though, coming out for the Whalers to secure their second round.
Good start. No big investment from Imperium. Of course, the Mac 10 still in play, still mostly rifles. Brought down by Rampage in this one. Majority Galils for the T side, but Imperium Scout set, Mac 10 Deagles in on 3. Yep, very quick play coming out. Only one player in heaven to defend against it, and he just backed up immediately. Ellison wants nothing to do with this fight. Mac 10 in Ponalone, getting Carter to 4. Ellison turns that Deagle on against Voodoo. At least find one good trade here with the pistol tab for the CT camp, but for the most part, this should be lockout as, well, actually, a couple of good trades come in. Rampage fall into the 3-on-3. DJ up next against 2. They'll throw themselves at this fight. Do lose themselves to a $600 frag, though. Heretic can get the trades. They lose quite a bit in Kevlar, and the AK is also out of action, so they've got to kind of recover that as they do push in. They do get those frags together. The AK stays in for Bentley, so 3-0 start for the Whalers.
I'll tell you what, that's still pretty damaging, and I'll tell you what, if Imperium are going to be able to take the first gun round, Jay, that can really sort of tiptoe, or at least wreck the economy, at least from the T side basis. We see a tactical pause coming out from Imperium. Now, we saw this on Train. They were down, what, 0-4 when they took their first tactical, so very early going into the second map of Overpass. They've used a tactical pause, trying to think things over, get that AWP into the hands of Heretic really early on, and at least one positive, Jay, is that they're starting on the CT side. They had a rough first half on T over on Train, so at least starting on CT, maybe if they get the AWP in the hands of Heretic, that could be an opportunity to try and build up a bit of confidence.
Rifles out early at the very least here from Imperium, and with the damage being done to the Kevlar players on the Whalers side and the reinvestments having to come through in the last couple of rounds, be surprised how quickly you can destroy the economy of the Ts. Not so much for the CTs anymore, but that point for another day. AWPF for Heretic into the mid position, ready to receive. Rampage taking a lot of damage out of the T-Con entrance. Those Molotovs being relatively effective. They're defaulting towards the connector area as well. But with DJ first up, gets that spray together, loses a lot of HP, but gets a man advantage for the CT side.
Tell you what, there's actually an opening here that the Whalers can continue this long press and actually get site control. Yeah, they're going to have to deal with the AWP of Heretic out towards bathrooms, but the site itself, it's completely open, Jay.
A simple plant in. Are they going to retake this one? They'll catch Boo off over to the back line to lurk over towards the B side. AWP looking in from the bathrooms, and no one has checked this angle here for the Ts. Hearing rotations coming in, Carter out and back, falls to Ponalone. in HP though. He's so low. The jump up Heretic throws his aim off. Wilkie turns it back to a 2-on-2, and the M4s start to move in. Burt so low, as is Wilkie though. One good face up from Bentley to shut them both down, but back in the backlines with his scout. He does catch Burt on the way out, and Ponalon's going to go past it. Wilkie, no kit in, AK recovered, but he realizes he's got to save it. Keep it out of the hands of the T side. They will concede 4-0 to the Whalers.
And you know what I actually really love in that round there, Jay, is that they give Booby the freedom. He's the player that's played with these guys in the past, recently been replaced on the lineup, standing in for them due to the RMR rules, Jay. But he was the one that was lurking out from the B bomb site. He was able to try and force some rotations over to that B bomb site and help the players out from long get into the site itself, create that post plant, and allow them to get aggressive out from bank, especially Ponalone that was getting at least very aggressive.
Yeah, and like it definitely felt like it was gonna, this was gonna start seeing a lot of aggression from the Whalers side. Ponalone example of obviously doing so much damage there just by pushing up towards the bank position, getting so far deep into that site, and again, it's nothing surprising here from the New England Whalers to see them sort of just pop off like this, see them sort of go ham and get frags easily, just sort of like out firepower their opponents. It feels like there's definitely the sort of right route. They're definitely on the right track when it comes to sort of like, playing against the Imperium side today.
Yeah, look, it does, and I think it sets the pace a little bit of the game early on. We've seen a lot of different sort of strategies coming out so far from the New England Whalers. We've seen the quick hits over towards the B bomb side. We've seen the slow defaults where they're trying to pull rotations over. So I think for Imperium, it might be a little bit difficult for them to sort of maybe dictate the pacing, see if they can catch some lurkers off guard and see if they can find opening picks. But the one thing I want to see from them, Jay, is confidence. Getting aggressive out towards short water, maybe trying to take some connector control, getting that AWP of Heretic really fired up, because we even saw in that round there, they were set up pretty decently. You had Heretic already into the bathrooms. Yeah, long control was given up and they allowed themselves a bomb plant on the side, but it felt like from Imperium, they weren't able to capitalize on the map control they had on that CT side.
Yeah, and like when you consider the CT side, obviously, gets a lot of map control by default on something like Overpass. You can get quite deep into, the mid position, for example. You can get out towards long. In a lot of cases, you can get so far as towards the tree at the very least before you take contact against the T side. There's so much opportunity there when it comes to map control. The fact they can't work with that map control is going to be a severe hindrance to the Imperium side. And I hope that CT side would be at least, competent in those basic respects, but unfortunately, it's not quite worked out that way for the Imperium side. They've definitely had a bit of a bit of a mare, if you will, here in the early game.
Yeah, and you've got to think for New England Whalers, they were probably a little bit disappointed with that second half of Train. I think that they probably should have been able to close it out a lot quicker. Yeah, a 16-10 on paper still looks pretty good, but when you've got a 14-1 lead, you should be pretty much closing it out really quickly. So this could even be like a kickstart from them, sitting down with their in-game leader of Bentley and, maybe talking to some of the experienced players like Ponalone as well to sort of say, right, yeah, we won, but it should have been a lot more one-sided. Let's go into Overpass, let's play our own game, let's get an early lead on the board, and that's what they've been able to do with their 4-0 start.
Yeah, very, very efficient so far from the Whalers side. Unfortunately, they can't carry that momentum forward as of right now. We've got a small tech pause as a result of, I believe, some internet issues right now over on the opposing half. The Imperium guys having some tech issues over the course of the first map and the second map. So I'm kind of wait for them to sort that out, and hopefully it won't take too long at this stage, Dweg. But I don't know how much you can put down to tech issues there for those guys. It definitely feels like fundamentally the team of the New England Whalers is in a much better place. Again, I keep reiterating that point. It's what we expect to see at this stage.
Yeah, and you've got to think as well, I'm hoping that we get to see like a bit of a curve in terms of performances from Imperium, because you would have to say when you're facing off against MDL teams on a very consistent basis and you get an opportunity to play like an IEM or something like that, it can be a really good sort of shout to at least be able to look back at those demos and just be able to put up some pretty impressive performances and learn from your mistakes time in, time out, Jay.
A lot to learn here for the Imperium camp at the very least. And they can get a lot of experience, as you mentioned before. This is the right team to sort of start off against them here so they can start to, grind up to that next level, because this is a team that's on the borderline of the Tier 2 region. So to see them, potentially move into, the opportunity for Pro League, for example. Obviously, this is going to be their first big, Tier 1 event in terms of, the New England Whalers history. So seeing them get into this position, of course, Imperium to start things off on the wrong foot in terms of the context of this group, but definitely the right foot in terms of their long-term future. So let's see what they can learn from here. Oh, a small HUD issue, I believe, actually. It does say that there's that there were 4 players on the server there for the Imperium side, but it's actually 5. They're back in the server. They're back ready to go here with their deco in for round 5. It's definitely not the best of fights, even though they have max loss bonus.
Clearing out so much map control really early into the round for the Whalers, going down from the top down through connector incredibly quickly, trying to clear out the important positions on the map rather than later. Imperium running a bit of a stack over to the B bomb site. Bird is able to get a fantastic deagle kill. Ooh. He's going to make it a second J. Oh,
and Heretic gets DJ as well. Bentley turns around with the AWP. They're going to trade back, but these deagles are doing all the damage. Suddenly, a 4-on-2 scenario. Imperium left with a massive round ahead of them here. The bomb will get picked up by Bentley and trying to rotate it back over to the B site. Make his way. Good tap on 1 frag. All the 1 taps in. Deagles, AKs, it does not matter. They do get us back to a 2-on-2. It's an AK for Carter J to work with. Wraparounds coming in from Connector on the part of Heretic. He's grabbed his own AK-47 to work with. No kits in on the CT side. And the AWP watching the backline in case a wraparound starts to come in. Flash over will allow Carter to peek. Heretic moving in from the short controls. They counter backstab him. The T side have worked and timed this wonderfully here. The AWP will take that first contact and he's smoked down for Ninja. The AK will take space in, take that 1 frag spray back on Boo. Won't be able to get that frag back. So 1-on-1. He's up for a 4K. Takes a challenge on Carter J. That'll be enough to force him back on the bomb. Try for secondary peek, do the damage at least for the CT side. But he's not winning this round.
I'll tell you what, not bad from Imperium. They actually ends up getting a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Carter J does go down to the bomb in the end, so can't recover anything going into the next round. But my goodness, Jay, did we see some sick shots there? It was the deagle to come out from Burt, and then Boo opens up the B bomb side, bringing it back into the 2 versus 2, allows the bomb plant to go through. They go back in from Monster, start to backstab out from short, and the Whalers find their 5th round.
Wasn't without its worries, though. Again, all 5 players to fall. Rebuy from Imperium is going to see a lot coming out in terms of the rifles. Limited utility sets for the Whalers camp. They're going to need a good victory here if they want to try and turn it back around. Spray's still on Boo's part. Flying through wall bangs and smokes, drawing a lot of attention to himself in the monster area, but no kills early on. Rampage in the midst of the smoke, and look at how close he is on that mini-map. You see the AWP, no contact on the player at stairs, but DJ's there for that trade. Swings in on the next player of Burt. He falls Carter J. Will push up, take a frag back. DJ looks away at the wrong moment, though. Barely surviving. Carter actually gets us to a 2-on-2. There's Bentley next up with a Glock face again against the M4. Needs that AWP to chime in, and needs to get that bomb out to a safe position.
Oh, it's just so many trades coming out from both sides. Very chaotic. A lot of players aggressive out to that sort of playground position. A smoke to fake out towards a B bomb site from Heaven. Oh, Carter J, does he read this, Jay? Does he read this? He does, but Bentley's there with the AWP.
Reads it a moment too late. The AWP kill comes in. The bomb plant will be secured towards Bank, a little bit open. The back lines of the site. Wilkie making his way into the mid position. Does he have any other way of getting this round back together? On the M4, just facing up the kits in play. There's a smoke down for a potential Ninja, but his current position right now is looking for an exit frag, and he's not seeing anything. No contact from the T side. They're backed up towards the A site. He'll make his way in towards birthday party. He'll concede this round. 6-0 start for the Whalers, looking eerily similar to the first map. Just swap the CT and T sides around.
Yeah, look, it is pretty similar, isn't it? Even though Imperium don't get away with a successful round there, Jay, I think that's a really good change-up, and I think that's a really good call from their in-game leader to sort of say, right, let's just try something different. We saw a lot of aggression coming out from the CT side. Yeah, it was a lot of even trades. We didn't really get to see Imperium in any kind of an advantage scenario, but at least they're trying to take the fight to the Whalers and try and have that element of surprise. It was Rampage to just open up, very aggressive, trying to work on the edge of that smoke. A 6-0 for the Whalers. And I tell you what, economy line is still very, very low for both teams.
Not a lot of cash in the bank. Good confident rounds to come out from the Whalers here if they want to re-establish themselves here on T-side and cripple the economy of Imperium. Meanwhile, Both sides up to lose quite a lot out of round 7. Good pop in from Wilkie, finds Boo, shuts him down with a simple spray. AK of Rampage next up here as Carter to receive. Carter gets his kill. The 5-on-3 scenario now ensues to the favor of the CT side.
Very aggressive there from the Whalers. We saw Booby was actually able to spot someone jumping over to the monster wall, so a little bit of information went his way, but it was just some really great individual one-on-one duels to come out from Imperium. We see Wilkie with the flashbang swinging onto Boo to find the open up. And now DJ, Ponalone, and Benley to try and bring this back. But Jay, we have seen them bring back big disadvantages in the past.
AK facing in, trying to look for the SMG, trying to look for players down in mid position. Only Burt backed up. Ponalone, left, looks right, sees that headshot, takes him down immediately. 4 versus 3. Imperium finally conceding one back over to the T side. A single man advantage though still favors them, and Heretic has got pressure of a lead. As the Carter getting DJ. Heretic swings out towards mid and drops another good kill, and Imperium get themselves their first round.
And I tell you what, I didn't really like that play coming out from Burt. He was so aggressive and so alone, but what it did actually mean that he was setting up his teammates really nicely on the A bomb side, because as soon as contact's established, you know the Whalers have to commit very quickly to that A bomb side. A couple of great shots being hit there from Heretic with the AWP to secure the first round on the board from Imperium. And we spoke about the limited economy. Whalers are now going to be on a force buy where they don't even have a single rifle. This is going to be another quick B hit.
Smokes and flashes in. Looks like a quick B here. The Tech 9 moves forward first. The Boo back out. Burns like the Carter J's Molotov. Simple kill. Ponalone with a Mac 10 though. Picks up 2 frags, grabs an AK. Rampage falls next with 3-on-2. DJ holding his trays together for the moment, and the bomb plant can be secured. Imperium have lost the man advantage here.
Retake mode coming in for the CTs. It's Burt and Heretic to try and bring this back, and now it's all down to the AWP. Heretic in a 1 versus 3 to try and allow this retake into the B bomb site. Whalers went so quickly into B, and it was the start from Ponalone's Mac 10 to find 2 kills on the entry. Even for DJ, he's looking to try and take the AWP. The jump phase coming out. Ponalone 3 with the SMG. What a round from the Whalers, and Imperium, they just got rushed.
That's the best way to describe it. They just got rushed. They just got wrecked, essentially, by a simple rush into the B site. And that enables the Whalers 7th to come through. And again, very similar to the way things went down on the first map. They got 1 good round from Imperium. Whalers off the back of such a dominant sort of start. And now they're back in with another dominant set of rounds, potentially. Force back does come through from the CT, so they have something to work with, but ideally they need a good round out of this one. They need to shut down Whalers because the economy is still on its ropes. You know, Whalers, if they lose 1 good round to the Imperium side, then they're going to lose control of not just their, round right there. They're going to lose control of potentially a good eco or a half buy or a force buy. Imperium still have a lot to work with. They just have to go past that final hurdle.
You even look at the amount of utility, Jay, that they've got on this CT side. It's what, flashes and a couple of smokes, that's it. Really not a lot from Imperium to work with. I see Boo time and time again being the lurk out towards the B bomb site when they go for these default plays, slowing the clock right down for the Whalers. I'm trying to see if they can establish a bit of this bathrooms control. They're going to have 2 players to deal with that are establishing a crossfire.
BJ, kill on Burt. Nice AK shot. Shuts down the opener here. Heretic still watching out the bathrooms position. Good kill on Benley to a 4-on-4 next. Oh, he lands a collateral. And the Whalers can finally sit down. Carter picks up 1 more towards long. Rampage with the AWP. Left to go on a rampage of his own, but he's left with all the pieces of his teammates around him and no chance left in round 9.
Oh my goodness, Heretic stepping up on another level, Jay. The collateral comes through to end up with 3 kills. And Rampage is just going to try and hold on to this AWP. You've got to expect a swing from someone when the time does get low to see if they can take him after time. They know that with a force buy going into round 8, the economy must be so low for this T side. I'm actually very surprised that Imperium aren't trying to hunt at all.
Unreal. Heretic Perfect lineups. And that play right there is the thing that shut the round down. The Whalers gonna concede a second to this CT side now. And with an awkward buy coming in, Rampage to save that AWP. As you mentioned, no hunt came through, which I can assume is only because of the economy state of Imperium. Despite them getting a good round in on the board, you know, there's still potential for them to lose control of this one. And even then, the money's just not quite there to justify another force back.
Fast short water control again from the Whalers. I don't know if it's going to be quite a quick B-site execution like what we've seen from them in the past, but all 5 players are here out towards this short water, Jay, and Rampage is very aggressive with this AWP, looking for an opening kill.
Got flashes and nades to try and send them off here. 2 nades stacked out towards the T-ramp. Ellison's position is a little bit too far back and covered up. A second player behind him over at the ramp position. The AWP will fire away and they'll put smokes down. Still those 2 flashes to enable the rush in from the pistols, so don't come out of this just yet. Just jump facing, looking for info. They've seen Wilkie at least, but Wilkie's also seen Boo. And 60 seconds left to the clock. The T's are about to start making their way in here. Rampage slow facing around the corner. One of those flashbangs coming in. First one's on its way. It makes its way out from Monster. AWP focus fire. Wilkie gets DJ. AK faces up. It's these 2. Only takes down the 1. Ellison does drop the bomb partner in the end. And Carter, AUG, ready to sight. Takes himself the final frag. Takes the 3rd from Imperium.
And I'll tell you what, that defensive at B looked really rock solid. We saw a lot of players peeking on each other's contact. I thought utility was really strong, especially those flashbangs that came out from Carter J. Of Whalers only get away with a single kill, and because of Rampage's economy status of him sort of surviving in one of those rounds to hold on to that AWP, it means that going into the gun round, Jay, he's only going to be on the Mac 10, and actually, no, Booby's on a Mac 10 as well. This buy is actually a lot worse than I thought it would be.
The Whalers having to be limited by the fact that Rampage still only had $2,000 or so in this buy-up. Balance the utility in the weapons as well. Imperium playing that economy game again. There was so much to lose in that round 7 or round 8. Despite that, though, the weapons are still doing damage in the early game. Bentley is the only player tanked up at 94 HP, but Ellison, Heretic, Wilkie, they're all lower than 75. All 3 players maybe faced up first here against the T-side line. And all 5 players stacked in towards short once again for the Whalers.
I'll tell you what, I'd like to see like maybe a triple boost out from Graffiti from Imperium. We've seen so many times that Whalers have gone for this short water control. No one's got eyes on that boost, so there's a potential from Imperium if they get a little bit of an information play that they're continuously running these kind of setups. This could be another quick BX. A couple of nades coming in, big nade onto the T side.
Carter there with the first kill on Pwn alone. Rampage turns around 1 good frag and Elephant and Wilkie quickly trade it. Still Boo close to the Mac 10. Bomb on his back gonna find the knife kill on Wilkie. That's a very, very awkward sort of kill to find. He doesn't get it in the end. The AWP will shut him down. No bomb plant for the T's, so the money's still not there. Gotta have to be a half buy at worst. I think the loss bonus will just start to stack up to you know, max in the next round, and yes, it will, but for the moment, it's just basic pistols. They can't afford full weapons.
And I'll tell you what, Jay, even though we saw a pretty good comeback on Train from Imperium, I would say this is the most competitive they've looked this entire series. They're putting up some really good rounds. Their trading's looked very good. Their retaking's been even better. And Heretic has really been stepping up with this AWP. 10 kills. I just think there's a lot of aggression again from the Whalers to try and see if they can get out towards Party. But they have to deal with the AWP, and now the bomb's been dropped.
Yeah, Pwn alone just dropping on low HP. Simple kill for Bert to find. Rampage gets the Tech 9 kill on 1 good frag. Bentley falls next. DJ is doing some damage. They do drop that bomb in the end. The Eagle left here for a headshot angle. Can't quite seem to find his man. But the bomb's been dropped deep on the ace site, so he's got to fight towards his position. Got to get these CTs picked apart. Missing his first shots against Carter, and he just goes back passive to set up the crossfire here. They know he can only come from 2 directions. He hasn't got time to rotate around towards the back lines. And if he does try it, they'll be able to adjust for it anyway. So no options for DJ. This is going to have to be a 5th for Imperium.
And 1 more kill will at least make economy status not fantastic from Imperium. 2 kills already for just a light upgraded ecos. Pretty decent. 3rd one would be fantastic. He's just waiting to see if he can find anything. And you look at the city side, they're not moving at all, Jay. They are so passive and just holding crossfires.
That's going to be enough to win the round at the end of the day, so it doesn't matter. Shut down the Whalers now, up for their rifles. 2 rounds to the lead here. Imperium could still make good on this CT half. Alone could buy the AWP, but it would come with a glass cannon sacrifice. Will he opt for it? No, just 5 AKs in for the T side. The decent set to utility as well, so I respect it. Definitely makes a lot of sense. And he smokes down towards the monster position as the CTs hold off and get ready for the defensive line. Much more split off. Whalers going to be looking for opening kills.
Another nade stack coming into the boost position doesn't do any damage because the CTs are actually taking short water control. A lot of chaotic trades to come through into the 4 versus 4. But you've got to think the Whalers have come out on top. Yeah, they lose that map control, but look at the damage they've done onto Wilkie.
7 HP for him. They're trying to catch him on the way back out. He's still held towards short. Get out of dodge here. The AK sprays is going to try to keep him suppressed, but no kills coming in against that man. It's just the opening 2. Meanwhile, after noise being made towards the B site, they baited in all the A rotations. They're going to make their way up long. Watching out from Con. Bert is keeping his eyes on the opponent alone. AK on second angle. Bert loses the fight. So much damage done, but opponent alone gets away alive in a 4-on-2 scenario. Imperium are already rotating the monster. They don't want anything to do with this retake.
And it's moments like that, Jay, where you just see the class coming out from the Whalers. That should have been an easy kill for Bert. Instantly punished from Rampage, a sloppy spray to come out. And, well, from here, Imperium, they're going to try and hold on to the double orbs. Look at the Whalers. They're completely leaving the side. They want to try and at least see if they can maybe take down maybe one of these AWPs at most.
They can get them, that would be fantastic. Obviously, Wilkie, a bit premature on his shot, couldn't land a clean line. Smokes up, forcing him away. He backs up way out of dodge, well into the T-spawn. Yeah, the T-spawn. Carter held towards the corner. They're going to check this corner. I think they might do. Wilkie will fall first. Cut around the corner. Oh, they don't even save the single orb. Both of them fall. That's a big, big loss for the CT side.
That hurts. That really, really hurts, Jay, because you look at the economy now and you sort of think, right, they're going to be able to get a full buy investment going into round 14, but the buy going to the next round, if they don't win this, it could be looking pretty awful.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going to rest on this next round from Imperium. They've got to get these rifles to get a good round in. Else they're definitely conceding 10-5. That's all they've really got to. That's the reality they just have to face. Heretic with the opening kill, at least the AWP with that frag. Carter is traded back by DJ, though. A very hectic battle into that connector area. Look at Rampage. Look at how far Rampage is pushed up. He won't be able to get a clean line in towards the A site with those players, of course, having to go back into the mid position. They could backstab B. You're right about this. Rampage going to hear footsteps. M4 has no idea. That's a good kill. Boom, meanwhile, chimes in against Wilkie. And suddenly the backstab of the CT side is left for nothing. Heretic in a 1-on-4. This is going to be a 9th for the Whalers side. And at this stage, he's just got to save the sniper.
And it hasn't been something that we've seen like every single round from the Whalers, but when they've gone for the luck plays, they've been so damn successful. Rampage, yeah, there could have been an opportunity to bring that bomb back to the A bomb site, but he hears the rotation out from long, starts to close in from heaven, and it's the B bomb site players just finding work. Now, Heretic still trying to save onto this AWP. You know what? He actually might be able to do so.
Or exit frag. They're hunting for him. I mean, he's going to get Boo next up. If he gets an ace, that actually hinders Whalers quite a lot. And he gets it as well. Heretic doing as much as humanly possible. Does save the AWP in the next round. Because he Bentley lower than 4 grand here. There's not a lot of drop room here for the Whalers. So he's going to have to go UMP for the final round of the half.
They regret doing that now. They were in a 4-on-1 and they really wanted to hunt down that AWP. And in the end, it sort of hurts them more than it hurts Imperium. Yeah, we talk about how low the economy line is on that CT side, but they put so much effort into trying to take the AWP out that it's going to be Bentley on a UMP.
Should be noted, by the way, Whalers gave themselves up 1v1v1 every time they faced the AWP. No players tried to double face in, no players tried to flash peek, nothing of that sort of that scenario. So Whalers definitely dropped the ball on that post plant. Fortunately for them, there won't be many rifles around the AWP to support it. It's just that for Master Wilkie, the UMP, and 2 pistols for Ellison and Carter. They've got the 4 AKs by comparison, so plenty to work with here for the Whalers. Imperium got to rely heavily on Heretic popping off once again.
Well, the thing is that Whalers have got a pretty good idea that AWP has really only been playing out towards that A bomb site from Heretic, whether it's been out from long or bathrooms, hasn't really been over to the B bomb site too much. So that could be the decision making here for the Whalers to maybe go for a B site execution, knowing how low the economy line must be from their opposition.
Smoke down towards the A site. Molotov in on B. Second Molotov coming in as well. UMP makes his way out as Burger completely flashed. Still gets those 2 kills. DJ trying to trade alongside Boo, but Wilkie and Carter have other ideas. Suddenly, Rampage left alone in a 1-on-3 scenario. Got to isolate his with a front turns around towards the FAMAS, but Wilkie wins it out. An unlikely round from Imperium, but one that goes well to go 9-6 into the second half. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break.
When you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I could find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass that filled with desire. Head down, but no, I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I will be there.
Well, much closer half of Imperium this time. At least the Whalers can have a bit of a contest against them here. 9-6 going into their CT side, though. And this is where the Whalers really shut down the Imperium side over on Train here on their own map Echo Overpass. I can imagine this is where they'll also be able to do the exact same. Fast plays in with the CT side, trying to get aggressive as they always have done. This time coming out on the back foot as Burt gets 2, Rampage only gets 1. But him and a teammate fall, and it's going to be a fast execute out to the B-bomb site. Immediately in for a plant. No one can stop this here from the CT side. They'll try, but I imagine... Oh, actually, Alone gets himself 3 kills, standing in the flames and still becoming the hero of the round.
He didn't even have the silencer on. He didn't want it, Jay. Didn't need it. 3 kills from Bone Alone out from short. And you would have thought as soon as that molly comes through, as soon as that molly is out towards short around the sandbags, he's done. He's done for nothing. And he gets 3 kills. That's just so impressive. I can't believe it.
A tick later, if he had fired that shot off, he wouldn't have gotten that third frag. That could have been a 2v2. The Imperium could have won, but wow, what a start from him. And what a round from the Whalers side to get themselves straight in with the pistols, the rifles out immediately. They're going to try to press the eco round coming in. You've got the FAMAS out, Poland with the SMG, gets himself 3 kills though. Plenty of money gained by the SMGs in this one. Knifes out, they're going for knife kills in the midst of smokes. Nades in against Heretic, he should end up going down here. USB just facing against him, tapping his way through, they'll hunt him. He'll get a frag back, but DJ will finally get some semblance of sensibility here in the server, get the 11th for the Whalers side.
You can see Podolo was trying to bait out shots with that USP to try and pull a bit of a distraction away to allow both Rampage and DJ to try and go in for the 9 for 10. They weren't successful in the end, but an 11th on the board coming out for the Whalers side. Going into the rifle round, into round 18. For Imperium, you're right, Jay. This is really where they struggled on that first map of Train, was the T side. So with Whalers already up 11-6, they've put themselves in a fantastic position to try and run away with it in the second half.
Boo taking damage early on, and once again Imperium will start things off on the right foot here with the AKs out, but seeing how quickly the Whalers have turned the situation around in the past wouldn't be too surprising if they managed to secure themselves the round anyway. DJ boosting up in towards the connector area will look for information, but nobody is there. They're all focused on the monster push, and here it comes. Nades at the ready, flashes over. One player held back on site. Bentley in the midst of the smoke will spray through, does not get a kill on Burt, tries to transfer back to Carter, and both Burt and Wilkie will get kills as a result. Wilkie will be traded back by DJ, but this is a 4-on-2 retake.
And DJ, they would have got the information that he's out towards sort of that short water monster position, so a bit of an idea of exactly what's going on. You've got to think for Whalers, is it even worth going for the retake, Jay? Like, the bomb's already been ticked for quite some time, 2 versus 4. DJ does not expect that position from Heretic, and Pone alone, he's still staying around rather than saving Jay.
Yeah, got to get out of dodge. Save that weapon, ideally grab the AK. His teammate dropped out of the monster area. He might have to face against Heretic, though. Catches him with utility in hand, so there's an extra rifle to be gained. So they get the firepower, but they get nothing else. It will be a 7th for the Imperium camp. Oh, damage to Ellison and Carter there by the bomb. If they're able to get the damage on towards those guys, the tags up probably should have been enough to drop him in the end, but not to be in this one. The rebuy should come through from the Whalers. We're seeing the Orbs and the AKs pass up between each other. Be a bit of a hard buyback from some players, though.
And I think that Heretic as well is starting to slow down a little bit, Jay. We saw him up to like, I think he was like 16 and 8 or something at one point. So he's certainly slowed down a little bit. And I think he's really got to be that defining factor from Imperium if they want to win more rounds of finding that impact. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the AWP in his hands just yet in this second half. Round 19, another rifle round. Whalers are going in for a force buy, Jay, to try and at least back up the weapons the best that they can. They've got an AWP out for Pone alone, and backed up by the AWP, or backed up by the AK and the FAMAS. This pistol, though, from Rampage, he's got to come up with at least 1 kill.
Flash in, Heretic takes that face and that kill. Pone alone will trade it, though. Dropping the opener, turning it around very early on. 1-for-1 trades. The PT-50 next move in from Bentley. Sees where Carter J is at. Takes some damage. Does not get the kill, though. But now it's left to the rifles of the Whalers side. The main fraggers here for the CT cap. Very, very carefully played here. CT side starting to creep forward, but so are Imperium. Poland got to get a frag back, and he misses his shot against Ellison.
And they've still got 2 players though, Jay. They stacked up this A bomb site, but it is the rifles to be able to charge through. DJ is going to be the last one left. A 1-on-4 scenario for him. Does get the first, almost the second. A big damage done onto Bert to take him down to 26 points of health, but not enough to close out the round. And I tell you what, Jay, we could be seeing a much closer scoreline on Overpass than I certainly expected going into this. With what, 11-8 scoreboard lead for Whalers. They've got no money, so it's going to be a very, very harsh eco. They pretty much can't invest anything. Imperium can really start to set themselves up for a bit of a comeback.
I wonder if they'll do something magical here. Because this is the opponent's map pick. This is Whalers' probably best map in the pool, I guess. You know, you could probably rate it as such. And they're not doing too bad. I mean, the CT side fair credence, but here on T, they're actually having a pretty decent time. The AKs, the AWP, the USPs, and the P250, of course, in from the Whalers' side. Imperium, of course, going towards the B site. They're stacked over towards A, aggressive on the Whalers camp, so they will not be able to defend against this B here that should come through in a moment's time. They'll flash in towards short, allow Carter to start peeking, and no response comes in from the CTs. They won't be able to do much here.
You've got to think that they can maybe go hunting, but at the same point, they don't know if there's maybe like an SMG brought up, a MAC-10 or something, so they don't really want to give up an extra bit of kill bonus to the T side. But they stacked in bathrooms, and unfortunately, Imperium go over towards B, so nice and easy for the T side. They should be able to claim their 9th. Whalers are going to maybe try and look for some exit kills, Jay.
Carter's ready for players to pop out of the connector area. Raised through on 1 and 2. Rookie gets one to kill on Poland alone in the interim, and DJ falls first. All 5 alive for Imperium. Whalers now get the rifles back in for the CT camp. No AWP, obviously, just the M4s across the entire board. Chance now to try and frag back against Imperium camp. They really need to make this work, though, because they are starting to run out of breathing room. Only 2 to the lead for the Imperium side.
And look at the utility as well from the Whalers. Like, they just scrape away with this buy, Jay. They've got no kits, no incendiaries. It's smokes, flashes, and a single HG. So you've got to think for the Whalers, this could be a good opportunity to maybe try and get aggressive, establish some dual cross setups, and just use the raw aim potential that we've seen from these guys time and time again. Imperium, they're putting nothing over to this B bomb site in the early default, Jay. It is all out towards connector and out from playground.
Poland is watching out for anyone from that mid position. No aggressive face there from Imperium. They've got that mid control, but just past the stairs. And they've got connector control, but not in connector itself. Then just below the stairs, and actually in the underpass area more specifically. The CTs have gone passive, though, from the Whalers now. That contact position now going to go a bit more carefully played here from Rampage. Falling away, smokes out, sees the shadow there. Swings in, just about wins out that fight. Expects more players to be there. Poland alone inside the bathrooms, gets Carter to drop and drop the bomb as well.
Oh, that could have just been so different, but in the end, it's the Whalers that are able to find the opener. Rampage getting that first kill. The swing comes out from another member, and Poland alone drops that bomb. A 5-on-3 advantage now for the CTs, and they've got 4 players at this A bomb site. This is going to be a tough one from Imperium, even to try and pick up the bomb.
Grab it as Wilkie gets Poland alone to get the trades going from Imperium, but it's coming very late, 20 seconds to the clock. But it's going to get flashed in now, enter towards the site, sees nothing towards the backline. Needs to play a dumpster, gets that headshot in. A plant can be secured on default. It's got to come in right now, though. Benley on the backstab could still deny this if he's quick enough to the marker now. Site secured, plant open for This could be the chance for Rampage to shoot death. Heretic ducks out the way, gets CWP in position as Rampage falls back. Now he's left alone for the 1-on-2 clutch. His teammates have fallen. He misses his first shot. Needs to get a bit more out as DJ pops in. Big misses from Heretic. Fragging so effectively on the first part when they needed the clutch the most. He disappears in server, and it's 12 to the board of Whalers.
that's got to hurt because we've seen how much impact Heretic's been able to have, not only in this map, Jay, but over on Train 2. And it seems like when it counts, when it's the really important round to clutch out, he misses 2 AWP shots. And I tell you what, like that looked really scary. They planted open for truck side. We saw the swing coming out from Rampage. They were able to pull enough of a distraction away to at least allow that bomb plant to come through. Whalers, they pick up their 12th, but with still quite a few players going down, it means their economy line is very, very low. There is a chance for an instant reset here.
New England Whalers 12-9 up. As you mentioned, reset potential from Imperium, so they're at the economical advantage here. Whalers need to get so much more than just a good round to try and shut down the bias coming in from the T's and then make their way out towards the B site very quickly in. Burt is first of all, low HP already. Rampage, Carter, and Wolf getting placed together. Boo's going to try to find one player towards short as Heretic falls in the backline. Ellison, all that remains, 11 HP for the clutch. And Boo just needs to blind fire, eventually connect enough of a kill to get the 13th to the Whalers side. But again, Imperium, with a lot of money flying for them, they're going to be back on a bye. They need to win this next round, else it will be match point.
You've got to think, this is probably the last chance, I'm really thinking, for Imperium. Down sort of 9-13, you lost your opening map of the series. This is your last chance to really kickstart your way back in. You know that both economies are very, very low. Not a single player, Jay, has got $1,000 or more on the server. That really just shows you how wrecked both teams' economies are. So this round right here, you've got to expect we'll follow up with 2. And it's Rampage that gets 2 kills in Connector. No trade is seen.
It's a big sequence as well to bottleneck in the initial T-side force. Shut down Burt, shut down Ellison, barely any damage done to him. Trade potential is there, but it's going to be hard fought from the AKs and the AWP that remains. Now Boo and Ben start moving forward. Ben will get shut down. That SMG at long range does do damage to Carter. Boo finds that trade, though, to keep the 4-on-2. Wilkie moves up from ramp onto the Toxic Barrels position. They have no player directly on the side, but the bomb gets dropped by Boo anyway. That's 2 frags. It's 1-on-4 for Wilkie. And this should be 14 for the CT camp. He does get DJ at least, but the CT start moving in to set up the crossfire. Tonight, everything they can here and deny any real chance for Wilkie to bring back the round.
1-on-3, opponent alone, AWP out from Connector. There should be an easy shot. I say that. Oh my goodness, what an opening coming out from Wilkie, but Boo is going to peek just before that smoke blooms to get a 14th round. No bomb plant, Jay, means no extra cash injection. This has got to be an eco. They can't force the buy here, surely.
I mean,
I really hope they don't force.
The thing is that, like, it's a difference between either 6 rounds in a row to come back or trying to deny them so that you have 5 rounds to get to evens.
Yeah.
And even that, you've got to think about the overtime if you get that save together. So I understand where you're coming from with that, but if Imperium falls sport, I'd also understand their perspective on things as well. Loss bonus isn't quite there for them, I don't think, either. CZ's, Deagle's coming in. Tech9, of course, for Wilkie. First in for the UMP. Burt gets that first frag, but DJ will trade him. The Carter next up with the bomb, dropped out in the open. Deagle of Listen takes face, Rampage, second fill, making it 3. And they're all shut down to mid-control. 2 players a casualty for Whalers, that's still a problem. It's 15-9, Imperium, 1 final buyback, 6 rounds to OT.
It's a tough one, there's no doubt about it. And we saw after they got into their first gun round, things looked pretty good from Imperium. It was 3 rounds in a row, they got to 9 rounds on the T side, but now with Whalers getting 4 rounds in a row, it's really slowed down the pace. It's really sort of started to hit a knock onto at least establishing a comeback. And look how aggressive they are once again, Jay. They're trying to take fountain control.
Straight up and out, spray through from Boo, get got 1 player on short that Wilkie will be able to get a trade back for it here. Imperium have lost their first contact player out of the mid-control. It's all mid-control for the Whalers side, as Rampage can just sit here in the park position. and wait for the T's to come to him or try bottleneck them and shut them down. Kinetic control still gained by Imperium, though, so they're going to be wary about this position. If they wrap back around, they can actually flush him out the angle here. They're converging on his angle, so maybe Rampage might not have the best of scenarios here. Actually, Carl's going to shoot him in the back. That's going to be an easy frag. No, he's covered off, actually. They have no idea.
Oh! This is huge. And you know what? There's a little bit of a gap underneath that little railing that he might even see the bomb crossing out from Heretic. He doesn't, but he's heard the footsteps. Jay, if he swings out, he could drop this bomb. He could end the round right here.
He's got a balance being quick and being quiet. He'll just missed the bomb making its way out. Does he think he's rotated back? No. I think he does. Wilkie will get shut down, though. So now they've realized that maybe this might be a fake being sold here. 4 versus 3. Rampage backstab going to the wrong side. Now the flashes will start to come through and they'll realize the mistake that they've made. They might concede the bomb plant here as Pone alone goes down on the truck position. So retake up. AWP of Ben looks onto the back line. Unscoped at the worst moment. Couldn't get that frag on the long player. And now it's retake mode for Whalers.
Rampage is going to be a bit of an early contact out here from Long, and they don't check the angle at all. But Rampage messes up the spray, messes out the burst, and now there's an opportunity back here for the T-Squad. Heretic makes his way in through bathrooms. I can't believe they've made that work.
So many misreads, massive mistakes. Bentley's on the bomb. He's sticking it. He's sticking it. They're going to line up. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Not even a smoke for the Ninja, but Bentley steals it regardless. 16-9 for the Whalers. And I can't believe that is how they win the game.
As soon as Rampage missed the burst, I was like, all right, yeah, no, this is going to be this is just going to be a T-side round. No smoke on the defuse. I can't believe they win it off that. Like, off that play gets them the victory. But look, for the New England Whalers, yeah, we may have seen some struggles here or there. I certainly think that they may have been able to close out at least the first map a little bit more one-sided. But we got to see a bit of a test there from Imperium. Yeah, they weren't able to take a map victory in the series, Jay, but they got pretty close to making it as competitive as possible, I want to say.
I mean, here's the thing, right? We had them written off on the word go. When they went 14-1 down, we were just like, that's it. You know, this series is already over. So the fact that they're able to get 10 rounds on that first map, 9 rounds on the second, like, the fact that they're able to do that, considering how low they are realistically, again, as I mentioned at the pregame, this is a team at the top end of MDL versus a team at the bottom end of MDL. So just comparing those little numbers right there and comparing their positions in North American Counter-Strike, you're looking at that thinking, there's no way Imperium should even contest against the New England Whalers. But they've done a decent job. You know, at the end of the day, it was a big event, a big situation for them to take out, and they have managed to make it happen here. So it's still going to be a victory, however, for the New England Whalers, and I believe that we have Mr. Ben Leitz over on the line at the moment. So we get to hear from him in a short few moments' time here, Dwight. Definitely going to be exciting to hear from him.
Yes, absolutely. Here he is, the big man. Congratulations, obviously, on the 2-0 victory.
I can't hear anything.
Did you guys kind of expect for at least the first half of Train to be that simple? It seemed like you guys were aggressing out from T-Con, aggressing out from Brown Halls, Ivy. Wherever you were pushing, you were finding success.
Yeah, basically, we just went into it, just like no expectations, just playful confidence, and we'll be able to win like pretty easily. But yeah.
Well, I mean, for you guys, actually, another thing, actually, I'm kind of glad that you said that because, like, for me, I was kind of wondering whether or not you guys had any pressure on you because the main sticking point for me in this series was the fact that you're not playing with your full lineup. B-Will should theoretically be in for you guys. I kind of wanted to ask you how playing without him has affected the dynamics of this roster.
Yeah, it's definitely different. We were definitely used to playing with Brendan because we've been playing him with him for probably like a month now, and going back to playing with Booby, it's like fine because it's just new stuff and we played with him before. So, but we were just like playing pretty loose and just doing what we were comfortable with, and yeah.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask is, like, for this year, you know, you haven't had really too many opportunities of playing the big events. I think your last one was probably, like, CS Summit for the other RMR. What are kind of, like, your expectations in sort of going into New York? Like, are you expecting to be able to, you know, make playoffs? Like, what's sort of the expectations for the team in this event?
I think we definitely do have a chance of making playoffs. We just have to play well against Triumph, and I think that's who we have to play to be able to beat to get out of this group. And I think if we just play our best and play together, then we'll see what happens. Just if we have a good best, yes, yeah.
Well, one final question for you. That last round, just wanna, I just want to touch on that very quickly. Do you think you can give me a sort of like reenactment of what the comms were like, what your reactions were like, how you managed to stick a ninja with no smokes?
Yeah.
Because we were losing our mind out here. I don't know how you guys were doing. With your
Yeah,
side of things.
basically, I peeked this guy long and I just whiffed, and then I was just like, well, I can't hit a shot, so I'm gonna just stick it. Good luck, booby. And then he just killed the guy bathroom, and then I stuck it and I won. We take those.
I think that sums it up pretty well. We do take those. Ben, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on your win. Good luck
Thank
going forward at this stage. And what a big win for the New England Whalers here, Dweg.
Yeah, look, it's certainly a good way to sort of kick off their campaign. I think one thing that was really interesting to hear from Bentley was that, you know, rather than kind of talking about, you know, maybe taking a win over like a team like a Furia or an Evil Geniuses, he's talking about sort of the triumph side. And I think that's a realistic goal, right? You know, not sort of setting the bar so high to sort of say, yeah, you know, we can take the top guys. No, it's we are going to probably be able to win against Rebirth. That should be a pretty easy game. I think Rebirth and Imperium are definitely going to be the teams towards the bottom end of Group A, but the way that he sort of said triumph, that's got to be the one. If we can do that, we have a chance of making playoffs, and I think he's pretty correct in saying so.
Yeah, and again, as we mentioned about him and his squad being a borderline team to move up into the next tier of Counter-Strike, obviously for him to set realistic goals and for them to just sort of go, you know, and look for a team like Triumph, it definitely makes a lot of sense. And I kind of appreciate that. So I'll be curious to see how well they will do against Triumph a little bit later on in the tournament. But for now, they can celebrate with their big victory tonight, starting things off here in IEM New York on a high note for the New England Whalers. That will conclude it for our first series of the night. We are going to go to an extended break, though, because we've got 100 Thieves versus RBG coming up as our second match of this B stream. So stick with us here on the B stream if you want to see the Aussies versus the Canadians. I definitely know that Dweg is excited for that matchup at the very least. So we're going to go to a break. We come back very soon for even more of the IEM New York online tournament.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Ring ring! The IEM New York Experience Box is here. Hot, fresh, and delivered straight to your door. Tasty ingredients make this box a must-have. Claim yours quick at the ESL shop before they sell out. Oh, and there's no real pizza. Get your taste of New York while it's hot.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
leader. I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm mean with the raps. Call me the fiend up. Dirty work. Smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no odor. I've been an outcast, when it's scared we told ya. Been in that backseat. Facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud, willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love on my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, honey with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, eh. You see it through, you see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, eh. You see it through, you see it through.
I don't wanna fight it. It's time to let it go. It's time to lose your inhibition. Developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We lost it that night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose. Don't make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the bodies on tap, getting rowdy on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots on my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that, yeah. We're going through the motions, in super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition. Developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We lost it that night. We're feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say
I might be tired at the stones they throw, picking up scars and I hold them close. They shot me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Cause I never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no you don't, can't leave me to suffer. Erase all the doubt, pouring Jack in my mouth. In a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I might know, I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
All in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Strong enough that you
Breathing in, breathing out. There's no more room for any doubt. Empty mind, steady hands. Just stay close, stick to the plan. I hear them coming, I hear them coming, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. I hear them coming, I hear them coming down, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. This is it, this is not a drill. Hold nothing back, it's sure to kill. In this leap of faith that you're in me too. You stand alone, but I'll watch over you. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. A single second could mean everything. Time is running, the time is running out. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. Now's your time to shine. Make it count. Honor our sacrifice. And now this is your last chance.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it they see me shining, calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back. I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, oh. In paradise, the sun never goes, it's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore, the horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Or this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Or this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. When you see me coming, better run for cover. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time, searching for a way to find relief. And I can stay inside, go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I'm just trying to learn from all the things that I've been told. I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the dark, but without it you never let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass that filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I will be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I
safe to say over a year. Still it feels like I saw you every day. Tired of hanging around the ones that always need an explanation. I don't need to every day. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I can never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out by all the parts that maybe used to feel like I belonged to a certain place or a town. Feeling safe, feeling sound when I'm still around. But there's something in the distance. I wanna know what it's like. Don't worry, I'm still with you all the time. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out by all the parts that maybe something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figured out by all the parts that maybe something's coming. I wanna be. Build me up, piece by piece.
Glasses on, my hood is right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with own eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire above me. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing.
Intel Extreme Masters New York Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, AT&T, U.S. Air Force, and GG Bet.
Welcome back to IEM New York, and welcome back to the B stream. We're into our second of two series for the evening, where your boys, Dweg, will be taking to the stage here to look for their chance. Of course, I'm talking about 100 Thieves that will be taking on RBG as their opening matches of this group is set to get underway. And definitely got a good expert with me as well, Dweg, the natural Aussie who's living in Europe right now, who's definitely very familiar with this squad, I guess you could say.
Yeah, familiar, to say the least. Look, we went into the first best of three, right? We went in a little bit earlier, and we were like, right, this could be a pretty one-sided affair between New England Whalers and the Imperium side. I now think that that's going to be taken to another level. Now, we had the chance of casting the closed qualifier of IEM New York, and we saw some pretty good things coming out from RBG. I think that they were probably one of the most impressive teams I would have seen in the entire closed qualifier. I think they brought a lot to the table. I thought Wiz, their AWPer, was maybe a little bit underperforming. I'm hoping that this is an opportunity, maybe the nerves sort of getting to him a little bit, but they've got a big opponent, Jay. 100 Thieves, they got to the grand finals of Pro League, last week? And now they're facing off against an MDL team. It is going to be a tough one for RBG.
Yeah, and I sort of want to start talking about those results from 100 Thieves, because in general, their trajectory in the last few months has just been going up and up and up. You take a look at their results from, the RMR events in the past. We had top 6 at Road to Rio, top 4 at Summit 6, and of course, then there was the ESL Pro League thing that you mentioned. They got silver medals in that one. The only team they lost to is Furia, who by far and away are the best Brazilian team right now. Honestly, good shout to the top end of the North American scene. So for 100 Thieves, they are in that top sort of division, but they're not definitively the top team. I think they're just about getting there, though. So, you're definitely looking at two very different worlds when it comes to these two squads. RBG, you mentioned them in the qualifiers. Unfortunately, we only got to see so much from those guys because they're actually a team that went out in last place at the lower bracket. And again, much like Imperium, the only reason they're here is because of replacement invites. And of course, when it comes to the close qualifiers, they were the first guys that got called up in this one, Dwayne. And in that respect, they, much like Imperium, they also have a lot to prove because, they weren't able to make it. They had their chance in the close qualifier and they weren't able to do so. So, but unlike Imperium, I should also mention this, unlike Imperium, they do not have an opponent at their level. Like 100 Thieves are worlds apart from RBG, which is part of the reason why you say, listen, this is going to be a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me, it's not similar, but when 100 Thieves, when they were Vox Seminole and Renegades, they went all the way from Australia over to the majors, and you just get slapped around by the European team. So I think it's going to be sort of a similar thing that it's 100 Thieves have rose the ranks for so many years now as a core, and yeah, look, RBG, I certainly think that I don't want to call them a threat going into New York, especially in this matchup, but I think they're a team that can get some pretty surprising victories. Yeah, they came out in last place in the closed qualifier, but they took some really close maps. One against Team 1 on Vertigo, and then it had a 14-16 loss on Mirage, where they were down 5-13 or something against the Whalers. So we did see glimpses from them, but the big talking point is we saw glimpses, Jay. We didn't see overall victories from these guys.
And the issue for me in that respect is that we're seeing glimpses in a closed qualifier, right? Coming into the main event, it's such a different field. You think about who you got in Group B, obviously 100 Thieves. You've also got Team Liquid, Team 1, Chaos, and of course Mythic. And to be honest, the only team that I can think RBG could even have a contest against is Mythic. All those other squads, they're competing at a higher level CSGO in North America. And honestly, I don't even think RBG will even have a challenge against those guys. I hate to be that negative Nancy because I actually do like the organization. I've had some good experiences with them as as a Rocket League team, for example. So I've seen a little bit from those guys as an org, but unfortunately, this team just doesn't cut it for New York. Unfortunately, again, much like with the Imperium side, I don't want to be too negative about it because it's definitely a case that they are on the back foot, and I'll keep my open mind in for this match, see if they can capitalize on that brilliance. But honestly, from what I've seen so far, I've got a bit more of a basis to say that I'm not as confident in this team in this group.
No, look, I'm not either. And yeah, that's being a little bit blunt. I think that maybe they could have a good chance against Team One. Honestly, I think that might be a decent match. I think your Chaos, your Liquid, and your 100 Thieves, like you just, I don't think there'll be much of a contest there. I think Mythic can be a decent shout. I think Team One would be a close game when they do match up between one another. But for RBG, you know, I was having a look at Jamanchu, their in-game leader on Twitter, and he was sort of, you know, tweeting out, oh, you know, we're here for the experience. We want to see what we can find, and I think that's a sort of a good attitude standpoint, you know, going into it, having realistic expectations, but realizing even if we don't even like win a best of 3, if we can take a couple of maps here and there, if we can have some close games, then at least there's a big learning curve to be found from these guys, because they recently got promoted. They were an advanced team last season. They've now made their way into MDL. I know recently all members from RBG have been added into FPL. So it seems like they're on the rise individually and a team. And this is going to be a good chance to maybe see what they can do against the top dogs.
Yeah, I mean, again, as you mentioned, a couple maps at best, maybe to learn a few things from round to round, learning about the intricacies, taking away from those demos and the official matches and sort of trying to read into things. You know, that's going to be RBG's main sort of consistent point. I would have given them a bit of credit if they were in Group A, for example, where I could see them possibly taking on the likes of like Rebirth or Imperium, for example, or even Triumph, as you mentioned earlier when we talked to one of the New England Whalers players. They were looking at the likes of Triumph as being their next main target and their big goal. I would have given RBG that particular respect because, you know, unlike a team like Imperium, they have actually managed to qualify for MDL through the advanced playoffs and not having to get invited due to drop spots. So, you know, RBG have definitely had to earn their way into their position in Counter-Strike right now. And for that, I can give them credit in that respect. It's just the field and the seedings of this group have really not aided them so far. So it's going to be it's going to be real tough for me, and I'm going to have a bit of a hard time taking a look at how well they'll do. But let's take a look at the map vetoes real quick, Dwight, because obviously this is the best of 3, so we have to take a look at, you know, map pools and such. We will be playing out on Nuke and Vertigo. Nuke picked by the RBG side, Vertigo picked by 100 Thieves. Inferno being that last map if we have to go to it. Honestly, I don't think we will, because I think we've got some good maps in for 100 Thieves today.
Yeah, you know what? Like, Inferno's, I'm kind of surprised that 100 Thieves didn't ban it out. Like, RBG are a pretty good Inferno team if we do go to that third map. But I think Nuke is a questionable pick, to say the least. I think 100 Thieves showed some pretty good nukes in the recent time. I remember against Furia in the group stage of Pro League, they were able to get a 16-8 victory where they looked really dominant. They looked really rock solid. So I think it's a bit of a ballsy pick. But at the same point, you look at all 7 maps in the veto and you think, right, is there a chance that any map we pick are going to come out an advantage? Probably not. Yeah, maybe Overpass, but that's been an insta-ban for 100 Thieves for like the last 4 or 5 years as a core. So outside of that one map of Overpass, I don't think you can come into this veto and have any kind of an advantage for RBG's sake.
Yeah, and you know, I definitely feel like they have the right line of thinking when it comes to picking the likes of Nuke, because it is a map that 100 Thieves have lost quite frequently in the past few months. The problem is taking a look at the context of those losses as well, as the whole argument kind of falls down. You mentioned the win against Furia. They beat Chaos 16-3, and other than that, it's been pretty close scorelines against EG, Liquid, Gen G in the past. You know, a lot of great results, even though they might not have come out as victory. So, you know, they've definitely done some surface level research, it looks to me, for the RBG camp. So, they're going to need to dig real deep in order to find this one together, Blake. And you know what? Like, you know, focusing on the second map, of course, picked by 100 Thieves' Vertigo. It's historically been a relatively good map for them. Although I would admit, as of late, it has kind of dropped off. So I'm not 100% certain in that pick, even though on paper, when it comes to listing out these two teams in their tiers, it doesn't really feel like it should be much of a contest.
Yeah, look, I'm kind of leaning sort of that way as well. I mean, I think Vertigo, like, we saw a bit in the close qualifiers from RBG. We saw a win, like a big win against the Whalers on it, and then a very close, like, long overtime against Team 1. So we have seen a bit of experience from RBG on this map, but yeah, look, I think for 100 Thieves, Vertigo should be pretty simple. I even think that Nuke should be pretty simple as well. But the one thing I'm going to be keeping an eye out, I don't know how much we'll see it in the server, but, like, things like lack of leadership. You know, we saw Cassard leaving the team. They picked up Chet. Now Chet's gone. You know, they don't have a coach at the moment. So, you know, is Gomez, their manager, who's been with them for a long time, is he going to maybe be stepping in? Yeah, maybe he won't be able to have too much of like an intricate sort of coaching ability, but, you know, maybe hyping the guys up and things like that. So I don't really know how that's going to pan out for 100 Thieves, whether that's going to have an effect going into this event. But you've got to think for 100 Thieves, after second place at Pro League, they're looking to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, the issue obviously is the fact that I think they had Chet for Pro League. I don't think they have him for this tournament. So, you know, there's
That's
always
right,
going to be
yeah.
that little, like, you know, that little thread that we have to follow in that respect because, you know, like, Chet's gone now, and they don't even have a replacement for him. They don't have another coach in. They haven't picked up another you know, overarching sort of senior individual. And I think, honestly, they could do with that at this stage because, you know, 100 Thieves have been famous for, you know, not having the best developments. You know, like, go back a couple of years, and obviously, I know that you'll be, you know, you'll definitely be privy to this, is that, you know, they weren't considered a team that you would be able to contest at a top tier level of Counter-Strike. They were definitely sort of middle of the table, sort of North American guys.
true.
You know, definitely the best team in Australia, obviously, but you know, they were never world beaters, and they've really been brought to that world beater position because of guys like Kassad and Chet, in my opinion. More so Kassad than Chet for me. But you know, like, you know, they've done such incredible work to try and bring out the best of these players, and they're not even. I wouldn't say they're even half the team without those guys. So, you know, there could be a big loss, I think, in the server, not from any individual player, but just from the lack of that cohesion, that lack of getting the best of the best from these players.
You know, no, you're absolutely right there. I hope that they can find a coach relatively soon. I mean, I remember like PK being the coach for Renegades back in the day. Then you had a couple here or there, but I think Kassad was a big rock for this team for like a couple of years. You know, he had a stint, left, had a stint again. Then we saw Chet coming through. So yeah, look, it's going to be sort of interesting to sort of see, you know, do they try and ride solo for a little bit? Do they want to maybe not have a coach, have maybe a different game plan, have Azza being a little bit more hands-on in terms of leadership inside and outside of the game? That's all things that will kind of build into a bit of a storyline as we progress through for New York. But look, I think for RBG, they've got nothing to lose at this point. I think go into this with, you know, playing with freedom, playing with confidence, and saying, right, realistically, we're probably going to get pumped. We are going to get absolutely pumped by 100 Thieves, but let's show them that we've got some interesting setups. We can do something unique. We can get the AWP onto Wiz. I want to see creativity from this RBG side.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to get creative, I think. Now, at the end of the day, like, it's very similar to the Imperium series, where it's like they're gonna have to do so much more than be able to outfrag their opponents. Definitely from an individual perspective, you're definitely adding up the players, and you're looking at individuals who are so much better on the 100 Thieves side. So they've got to do a lot of work in terms of like, the team play and trying to work around and outplay their opponents rather than outfrag them. So for me, my predictions all up on the 100 Thieves side. I can see where it can get a bit suspect in terms of the map vetoes and the pulls for 100 Thieves, but for me, I'm going 2-0. They're just worlds apart for this matchup.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'll be surprised if RBG can get more than 10 rounds combined in both maps. Like, if they can, I'll be impressed. But, like, realistically, I think it's going to be a pretty one-sided affair. I think maybe one of the most one-sided games we'll probably have, at least in Group B. But, look, it's going to be a test for 100 Thieves, whether, you know, they go into this maybe a little bit quiet, maybe not taking it too seriously as if they were taking, like, an EG or a Liquid or something like that. So that's maybe a point that can come through to sort of see, are 100 Thieves on top form? Are they coming into this really fired up and looking to be a big sort of a big, not challenge, but like a sort of a big threat, I want to say, in this best of three?
Indeed, but no threats, I think, for the 100 Thieves. That's what I'm going to say. Definitely, though, you'll be happy with that one in particular, Dwayne. So we're about to go live with our first match. Our first map of this match. Let's see if I can say that correctly. And a lot anticipated for 100 Thieves. Definitely expected them to go pretty far in this tournament. I would expect, at the very least, a playoff position by the time we get to the end of this proceedings. So let's see how they'll do here. On Nuke, the first map, as picked by RBG. 100 Thieves on the CT start. Kevlar across the board. No kits in to start things off. We've got a little bit of utility as RBG just rush straight into the A bomb site, not spending any time dilly-daddling about. We'll get a bomb plant in, set up the retake against 100T.
Oh, they've still got a HE to work with out towards a heaven position, doing a hell of a lot of damage onto Gratisfaction, but you're right. Retake setup coming in from 100 Thieves. 5-on-5, they're going to maybe just try and waterfall their way out from the heaven position. They don't really have any utility to work with, but the kill's coming in for Gratisfaction with 2, make it a third, and now it's all down to Wilco, and they could just stick this bomb kit on for Jacob, and actually no kit on for Jacob. He's sticking it nevertheless, and it's Gratisfaction to find a 4K in the end there. The New Zealander standing up, Jay.
Indeed he is. A big frag to find, of course, on that last one, shutting down the potential from that last T-side player. But yeah, 100 Thieves in with the opening start. A very confident start at that off that pistol. Very fast play from the RBG camp. Could have caught them off guard, but in the end, it doesn't quite work out for them. So pistol shut down. Well, with that bomb plant, they're going to get a force back here. Look at Lil's coming in very early.
It was good to see a little bit of pacing change up from RBG. Very aggressive in that pistol round. This time around, going for aggressive outside. We're seeing a HE come down from Azza. Big damage outside off the bat, Jay.
Taps up Azza, get that first kill here with the SMG. Jumanchu will try to get downstairs, but Jacob comes up with 2 JPS kills. 1 burst fire. Jumanchu will get that kill to return, but at 2 HP, his best kill is going to be $600. And that's going to be the best that they can take away from the RBG camp. Only 1 casualty, so 2-0 for 100 Thieves. And RBG set to the eco here. No bomb plants in the last couple of rounds, no chance to buy.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they really struggled to even get in towards Secret outside, Jay. We saw the early utility placement coming out, doing a fair bit of damage, but it was just the spams to do so much extra damage. The opening kills coming out so damn quickly. RBG really not bringing too much forward into round 3. A smoke and a flash, and maybe something quick again. Red dive on the cards. They're going to try it.
They'll fail. As against 4 kills, Jacob outside. Went against Wolco, shuts him down. It's a 3-0 start as all the pistols get picked apart. Now, into the rifles. It's the real meat of things here for RBG. Should be seeing those AKs coming out. Even an AWP door brought down by Wiz. Honestly, not expecting that here. No head Kevlar. I mean, no Kevlar at all. No, not a lot in terms of that AWP. I'm surprised. I would have thought they would have gone full AKs.
Yeah, look, Wiz getting that AWP out pretty much immediately. Now, Wiz is one of these players from this side that in MDLJ, he's wrecking it. He's doing really, really well, but it seems like when they're facing off against top-tier, top competition, that's really where he starts to struggle. So we'll have to wait and see how it pans out. A rush down towards lobby, very chaotic and very aggressive from the CT side, and they've come out with the man advantage in the 3-on-2.
100 Thieves trading effectively. RBG have Wiz and Pony left alone. Players top of the mini position. They'll drop down, trying to look towards the credit card area. There is one CT watching. That's Jacob, backed up a little bit further than contact allows. Az is going to be the next player to face in instead. The flash over will allow him to peek up. We'll look towards main. Will he catch Pony? I don't think he will. They'll escape dodge. He doesn't even take that phase, actually. So they can get a bomb plan out of this. 100 Thieves, only 1 kit in for this retake.
Yeah, retake setup. They've completely cleared the bomb site. You see, Gratisfaction can be very hot in the tail to be able to retake out from lobby. Jacob setting himself up. AWP not connecting there for Wiz. Is that actually going to be able to finish off the job? It does. But Pony's last one left. 1 versus 2. Trying to use his utility to get him out. Knows where Gratisfaction is, and so with Azza.
Actually wins that fight against Azza as well. Takes that face in against Gratz behind the Molotov, but does lose his life to the AK of the CT side. Grabs that AWP as well for a 3-1 into the next round. And a very well played there on 100 Thieves on that retake. Could have gotten a lot more out of this round, a lot more confidently as well if they had just taken a bit more outside presence for me. But regardless, they do get away with the round, and that's what's important. The rebuy from the T side as well will not enable the AWP, so max loss bonus set in. And just 5 AKs to come out.
One thing I should really like from 100 Thieves, especially in that round there, Jay, is they're actually giving a bit of respect up to RBG, you know, rather than just after the aggression on that first contacts come through and they're found a 3-on-2, they can continue aggressing if they want, but instead they give up the bomb site, they allow the post plant to come through. So as soon as they find an advantage, they're not, you know, overconfident in potentially trying to give that away. They said Gratisfaction upgrading to the AWP for the first time in the matchup. And Jacob having a pretty aggressive standpoint outside towards the back of T-Red. And RBG, looks like they're all stacked out to try and take some outside control.
Jacob. Tagged up and forced back towards the garage area. Still got a player out of secret. We'll keep his eyes on. They could see that outside control eventually. RBG making their way back inside instead, focusing mostly on the lobby control, potentially for a split into the ramp position. But Gratz got to shut down Walco as soon as he sees that player. Also the Silo Boost player make his way in with the shots, but they're actually going to go towards the A side. JKS takes that third frag. Walco and Jumanchu do get 3 to return, though, as 100 Thieves just like that fall to pieces on the A side play. And Jacob and Liaz, last 2 players standing. This probably is actually going to be the first for RBG.
This should be an instant save for 100 Thieves. There's really no way back into it. Liaz is going to be able to at least find a trade, but 1-on-3, just recover that M4, hold it into the next round. RBG, the training was fantastic there to the upper bomb site, making sure that he's chucking the M4 away and picking up the AK instead. So first on the board for RBG. Now, the economy is relatively strong for the CT side, so they'll still be able to buy an investment going forward, Jay. They'll be able to get that AWP onto Gratisfaction, but for RBG, 3 players staying alive, that's a big round for them to win.
Yeah, rebolster the economy staying after it's been shut down effectively by the 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, the damage coming in the last couple of rounds might limit the buy stake. Graz has got 10k, so he'll have to drop weapons, but I imagine they'll have a couple of issues in terms of the remaining cash after this buy. The AWP will come through for Graz. M4s, AKs, only as a player above $1,500. Gratisfaction on 300 is the next player below him, so definitely got some money troubles there for 100 Thieves. RBG in the early game toying around with the damaged up rifles, the damaged up money game, so his AKs once again in play. No AWP for Wiz this time. Don't know if he could have afforded it either way, but they'll stick with these rifles. They've been pretty effective so far, and they're going in for another A play.
Ooh, this is a big off angle coming out from Gratisfaction on top of Garage. You don't really see players, especially AWPers, holding this angle all too often. This could be the big element of surprise if RBG go towards outside, which they certainly have done in the past.
I know they're leaning in towards the inside play. I think they've got players on the roof to set up utility through the skylights. A minute to the clock, and there is nothing coming through from the T side as of right now. Hex and Jimanchu will finally make their way in as the flashbang Molotov. Orlando is blind. JKS playing the off angle, does get Hex to fall first. Jimanchu trying to take the player out, but it's doing so little damage to the T side. Meanwhile, the Molotovs are burning. Gratz is falling very, very low. JKS and Jacob eventually do end up going down. Liaz finds the trades. Gratz close with the AWP. Now leaves it all on Walko as Jimanchu falls. They've got a wall bang as well. And Liaz will shut him down from the rafters with a simple frag. And the 5th round barely held onto there by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, RBG, we saw a lot of wasting time, seeing if they can bait out some early util from the CT side, then just setting themselves up for an upper hit. Saw the utility coming through, Molotov out towards back default and flashes over the top. But they just weren't able to trade out evenly, and what hurt them the most is they weren't able to find entry kills quick enough. We saw JKS and Azza establishing a bit of a crossfire. We saw the rotation coming in from both Liaz and Gratisfaction, really quick to clean up that round. A half buy from RBG, maybe something quick again, Jay.
It makes sense given the setup they have. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, rush down, try to take heads off. Well, Azza will take the first 2 failures and head out towards Mini. Hex still spray through, but Azza gets away with a 3k on 1 HP. He's still alive somehow. Jacob's going to get Wiz, and Hex still get that trade back up to heaven, but now standing alone. Bomb is on his back. He's suppressed towards the backline position, so we're going to plant in. Now we're going to focus fire on these players. Gets Lee out, forced to reload, though, and that will be the thing that catches him off guard. Bomb plant given the half buy, though. That's not half bad from RBG.
Tell you what, they've actually got a lot of bomb plans, Jay. This is probably like their 4th bomb plan in all the rounds that we've seen from them so far, with only 1 on the board. It's actually pretty nice for RBG, that it just means that even when they're losing these rounds, that the loss bonus plus the bomb plan is at least helping them to be able to reinvest. And we've seen Wiz now going for that AWP once again. And seeing if he can maybe get a little bit fired up, Jay. Only 1 kill to the man so far. 100 Thieves looking pretty rock solid, especially on the retakes, Jay.
Fast plays outside, this time past the red box, ready to be seen it, takes that first shot. Jacob's going to take contact, they will continue to land shots on shots. Gratz turns around, even towards the silo boost, and drops them all down to a single player. Jimanchu left wondering what happened as he's left inside the lobby area, and there's just no way left back in for him. A 1-on-5. This will be a 7th for 100 Thieves.
Oh, Grat tried it in the last round, Jay. Wasn't successful. Tries it again, and he gets everything. He gets 2 kills. Even a TK comes out in the midst of everything from RBG. And there's just so much distraction pulled away that it even allows Jacob to fire in. And Jimanchu trying to see if he can really do any kind of damage, but now a 1-on-4. This is just so unwinnable.
Yeah, bomb out in CT control, got a challenge heavily. Does get another good secondary pick, actually. But held back in the back line. CT setting themselves up for the backstab. And he was going to get sandwiched in eventually, just conversion upon hinted out of life. Grats back with a fantastic sequence to get to the late shots. Assistance on one kill. Jacob there close to the red box. A very unorthodox setup from the CT side, but it was so much so that RBG just didn't see it coming.
Yeah, look, it's one of those plays that once a CT side tries it, like, probably won't do it again, because the T side are at least going to be able to maybe have a bit of an inkling to just check that position every now and then. But it pays off wonders. And now for RBG, early utility towards outside, but it could be another inner play.
Walker spray from Pony just managed to overwhelm the first line of defense. Got Grats faction back a credit card, the AWP. Walker and Pony are low. And now she can see control of the site itself. That allowed them to walk out of Hut and out of Squeaky as well. Bomb can be secured in the plant. Jimanchu does fall in the end. And Wiz waiting for contact here. He's hearing players coming in. Needs to return back. Wiz will take some damage. But JKS and Liaz take a lot more on the splash. Smokes up to buy some cover. Buy some pressure for RBG. They have boost spray on 1 and 2 with 2 massive frags. Liaz and JKS give themselves up to the kill counts. It's now a 3-on-2 favor of RBG, and 100 Thieves might have a couple more problems here. One player held towards outside, looking in for main. Orb shot to Gratz do not quite land. They're running out of time as well. Gratz will go down. Massive 3K from Wiz, making it a quadra. As this lone defender stands up in the post plant, gets a second to the board of the T side.
I tell you what, that's a sloppy retake from 100 Thieves. Pushing through a smoke like that in a 4-on-3, they had so much time to work with, so they could have just set themselves up, wait for that smoke to bloom, or dissipate, I should say. But for RBG, Wiz is just, he's in the site, and he's waiting for them to walk out. These kills are just so damn easy. Doesn't get blinded at all on that flash. And from there, RBG are just easily able to clean up their second round. Massive 4K coming out from Wiz. You know what I'm wondering though, Jay? Do RBG know ramp exists? All we've seen is outside plays and upper hits. We saw an attempted vent dive. We haven't seen a successful vent dive. We haven't seen anything out towards ramp. We haven't really even seen anything out towards secret. They've tried it a couple of times, but they haven't been successful.
And this is one of my concerns when a lower tier team picks a map like Nuke, because it's very easy to sort of just get worried about the stone area of the map and just not play there if you're not confident on it.
Yeah.
And RBG exhibiting signs of that right here. I mean, maybe they're waiting for a good opportunity to play out a ramp position when they could really take in a kill. But you can see how 100 Thieves are responding to that lack of ramp control. Two players pushing up the trophy, getting the Deagles out, the AWP peek in, and a shot down to shut out the first JKS will fall. Gratz still there with the AWP, trying to figure out. And as there with the SMG swings forward, gets Wolco next to respond. 3-on-2 situation. RBG, now the last two players are siphoned completely far off from each other. Can split into the B side, but if one goes down, the round is over.
They're in a really difficult position. I think their best chance is maybe wrap in towards the A-bomb site and bring that bomb up from heaven, get Jimanchu to try and open up secret and maybe see if he can at least get some info outside. And you see for Azza, 29 HP, doesn't have a lot of health behind him, but that bomb gets dropped in the worst position possible. Big kill out from Jacob, and now Jimanchu's been seen.
Crossfire, not even required. Jacob swings and Jimanchu overcooks his flick. And 100 Thieves will have the CT half 8-2 on the board. Now all a case of how much further they can go with it. M4's AWP out. Mac 10 Tech 9s. AK brought in by Walker. A very awkward half buy, but a half buy nonetheless. They will have enough to reinvest into rifles into the next round. A bit of a heavy investment from Walker in particular might give him some troubles for round 12. For now, RBG just playing in another A-rush. I think it may well be. Smokes up, pistol straight up and out. It's starting to get a bit of a boring match, I'm not going to lie. JKS 3 kills for the M4, making it a quadra as Jacob shuts out one towards the squeak door. And 9 to the board of 100 Thieves. So 10 quid says RBG Rush A once again.
Yeah, see, what did I say in the pregame? I want to see creativity, and we've just seen the same thing from RBG over and over again. Yeah, there might be differences in terms of timings and what utility goes down, but we've seen so many hits to that upper A bomb site. I just want to see a little bit more. A couple rounds ago, we saw Jimanchu going down in through the vent dive. They try to get ramp control. They weren't really able to exploit it. Now they're going outside, but they've got to deal with Gratisfaction, and he's at least going to be able to get a tag.
Falling down, nade against him will force him away further. And this time playing towards the outside, RBG held back behind the red box. as a top of the hut looking onto Marshmallow. Finally, we'll get out to the top of mini area as well. There's very little outside presence after the fact that Grass Faction got forced out of the way here on the secret area. Got a couple of players playing inside the A site, and they're trying to wrap to heaven, it seems.
Oh, I like this from RBG. Smoking off the lockers and main allows a bit of a sightline into that heaven position, but they need to deal with Jacob. He's been so successful in this position outside in the past, but it's Wizards AWP to connect in a 5-on-3 advantage. This is the best chance RBG have had in quite some time.
Well, it's been up to a third over to them. They're leaning in towards the B site play. The bomb is on its way for his secret. JKS is going to challenge Jumanji here towards upper. Take that frag out of heart. And there is no CT as well on the B site. Open doors will give away the position of where RBG are going to go from here. The bomb's going to make his way in for Hex. Opening up the observation windows, but no responses from the CTs. They're not getting overzealous here.
I'm wondering if they're actually going for it. The rotations have been very slow out from 100 Thieves. Gratis Faction finally making his way in through the ramp entrance with the AWP, and he's going to be backed up by a couple of teammates. It looks like everyone's coming in for the same entrance, Jay.
Brats up on.
They're out of there.
Yep, they're running. They're going to save their weapons. He scoped in. If he got that kill on the player that was over to the toxic area, the old toxic position, then that probably would have ended up. That probably would have, probably could have given them the opportunity into the retake. But the fact that they weren't able to get that pick, the fact that the AWP saw nothing, it's just better to save from this position. 4 versus 3. The money's still pretty good for 100 Thieves as well, so there'll be a bit of a rifle investment. And with RBG also still being down a number of rounds, a return round against them could do a lot more than you would expect, especially after reinvest onto 1 rifle and all sets of utility were completely used.
What was kind of interesting in that round too was the rotations from 100 Thieves. They got baited because we saw Gratis Faction playing in through secret with the AWP, and then Liaz was also in the floor in the bottom of B bomb side. But then once RBG smoked off main and they smoked off lockers, I think 100 Thieves had the idea that they were taking outside control to wrap into A, and they ended up having no one at the B bomb side itself. 9-3. RBG try and make it as much of a contest as possible on this T side. I think if they can maybe get 4 or 5 rounds, and there's a chance, Jay, of at least bringing some sort of comeback in the second half, but they need more T rounds than just 3.
And talked about it in the last series, how one-sided city halves can still, just produce. They can just get right up towards the finish line and just push over it when at their own pace there for 100 Thieves. So. It'll be very difficult for RBG to come back on. I mean, it is new, but even so, that's a bit too much for any one team, especially in this context against 100 Thieves. So, a minute to go. The defaults are much more passive and careful this time. Hoping for an overextension, going to put a lot of utility to the inner side, but no one coming out with the execution. 2 kills will come through as Walker and Jumanji. Yeah, Azza and Jacob to 4, going down towards Secret with the bomb, but already Liaz is in position to try and receive it. The AWP is on his way, gets that no-scope shot over. Liaz has to go back on Walker, and the whole thing falls apart for RBG. The CTs have bomb control now. Liaz known in a 2-on-2, back to Decon. JK will try to back his teammate up. He's going to fall even further back as he hears the players coming in. Here's those footsteps out in the hallways. They've got to grab that bomb, get it towards the B side. Their best bet is actually to rotate towards A, and I think Pony knows it.
Yeah, look, I think they're going to rotate towards that upper bomb site. The read, though, is already starting to come in through JKS. He could deny this bomb plant from going down, especially if they plant open for the entrance out from Heart. JKS, do they expect this whatsoever? They don't! And he lines them up to get a great couple of kills. The 10th on the board for 100 Thieves. And you could not have played that any better if you tried. The rotation coming through, and RBG, they were hoping for maybe 5 or 10 seconds of breathing room before the rotation had even come into contact.
They adapted so well on the T side. The tragic part is this Pokemon. What were these positions? JKS cleans up 2 frags, and that's it. Simple stuff coming in on that spray. And double digits for 100 Thieves. Back in with the AKs, of course, for RBG, but they've got to do a lot of work here. I mean, Honestly, we've talked about the one-sided results and the one-sided scorelines. 12-3 isn't too far out of their own possibility here. RBG desperate to hold on to things, and they are starting to get some better rounds in. They're just unable to actually get the rounds on the board.
Yeah, look, I think that in the early round they've been pretty successful in a lot of trades in particular, but yeah, look, it's been closing out rounds. It's been a bit of a difficult factor. You see RBG, again, just no ramp control, time in, time out. And for 100 Thieves, they're just going to leave Liaz there. Jake has to find the opener of just Wiz trying to get aggressive, seeing if he can find some sort of opening pick.
First frag found easily by JKS here. Set to fall. Jacob taking a fight against Jumanchu, which he will win. Stay alive at 23 HP, but he's won it nonetheless. 5-3 now, 2 that line up. Liaz, actually 3 that line up. He gets damage onto all of them, even the kill on Hext. Pony will get that trade, but now they've got all the info they need to work with. Flashes in for Wolko. He'll check out the hell position. He's got bomb on his back and no health to work with. One player at Toxic, Azza standing by. They'll open up the windows. Smoke down towards Decom. Will flush out JKS. Azza's not ready for this. Transfer the spray. Actually misses out. Pony gets that headshot in anymore. JKS on site. He's going to isolate actually to a 2 versus 2. Pony, 3 frags. And bomb open for the double doors. AWP trying to go for the wall bang. Misses it by a hair. And now as Jacob goes down, hold the phone. Pony's brought his back. Molotov's in against wall position, he'll burn alive. And now Pony up to ace this with the AK-47 smoke down. Doesn't land towards the bomb itself. And Grant's too busy throwing utility. Will for a big ace from Pony.
Oh my goodness, he had 2 kills before that round, and now he's on 7. An ace to come out from Pony. And RBG, I cannot believe they brought that back. We saw Liaz trying to defend out from ramp. He did a hell of a lot of damage, found that kill onto Hext. We saw 2 players in the lower bomb site itself. It seemed that crossfire between the back of Default and Old Toxic should have been able to lock that down. But in the end, Pony comes up absolutely huge to get a 4th round on the board.
Unreal stuff being thrown up there by the RBG camp. Again, especially for Pony. Much damage that he's done so far. Definitely one of my standout players for the RBG side today. And again, it's such a crucial round win out as well to get to that 4th on that T side to try and grind some more rounds back against 100 Thieves. It would be a way in, an opportunity to at least take a decent setup here going into their season side.
And certainly you've got to think it might give them a little bit of momentum, Jay, which is also going to be important. I mean, look at the buy coming out from 100 Thieves, and you think, you know what, there's actually a decent chance that RBG can get away with 5 rounds up. You've got that single AK. Hang on a minute. No. What is going on? There can't be an AK on the city side. No, there it is. It's the 5-7 out for Azza. They've got 1 M4 and a couple of UMPs, but early damage on the Gratisfaction and quick kill outside.
Wolko opens things up very quickly into the secret area. Azza backed up with the 5-7. We'll get towards decontamination. The UMP of Liaz sees that Molotov coming in, will force him back out to observation. 5 on 4 as 100 Thieves try to hold on to a very big round at this. Azza waiting and baiting. Liaz is just playing that contact position on the defensive. We'll need a bit of backup. These are the only 2 players defending against it. But fortunately, it's not called in because RBG are wrapping back around.
Yeah, they were waiting to see if a rotation would come through. I'll tell you what, this is a tough angle to check onto where Jacob is. Now, I'm going to be interesting. Does he let them walk past or just try and pack them up? He doesn't find anything, Jay. And now the A-bomb site's pretty much opened up, but JKS is at least going to drop the bomb.
Drops Wiz to a 3-on-3. Can't recover that AK, but there is one in the hands of Azza. Liaz making his way in with the other UMP in this round. Nays up to Azza's part of things, forcing down to 75 points of health. Flashes over as Hext moves in. Liaz. Further utility coming in will catch them off blind. They won't know about that just yet. Smoke's coming in to buy some cover. Jumanchu falls next. 3-on-2. Azza checks the corner. Hext barely wins that fight. Pony gets JKS and Liaz gets shut down by Hext. So RBG can recover a 5th to turn 10-5 going into their CT half. They have a chance. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break.
Live this fantasy. me shining, calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back. I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy.
Hundred Thieves lead by the margin as they go into their offensive side of the first map of Nuke. RBG gonna have to work hard, but at least they have a CT squad ahead of their own right here. They're getting into the pistol with the early kill against JKS. Pony, 2 frags found as Azza and JKS fall first, looking into that squeak door area, looking for a bit more contact, but the 100 Thieves starting to get a bit more passive as they have been punished for their overzealousness.
Good start coming out from the CTs of RBG. Pony getting a great couple of kills with Squeak Door just being blown completely wide open. 100 Thieves just trying to see if they can get a way back in. You can see 2 players towards this lower bomb site, almost anticipating a bit of a vent dive, but 100 Thieves, they've been able to open up ramp, and they're going to bring the bomb in through heaven for an A play.
1-3 situation. What, looking up here for fraction, or the bomb goes down on his path. As Liaz calls next, Jacob will come up with 1 good pick, but Pony's going to shut it down. That'll be 6 for RBG. A big start to this CT side as well. A pistol round that will bolster them early on. No bomb plants for 100 Thieves either, so it's force buy or eco. Either way, it's not going to be much.
Wow. I'm really surprised that they're forcing AJ rather than just going for the Glock round to get the rifles in. They're trying to see if they can put some really early pressure on the second half onto the RPG camp. I have to wait and see the buy. So yeah, they've only got a single rifle, and that's the Scout for Wiz. For all of the players, it's SMGs, it's MP9s, and it's quick outside control. This is very fast from 100 Thieves.
It's in the air, it shouldn't have stopped them past the red box, but as you mentioned, 100 Thieves not stopping for anything. That bomb is on its way through Secret. 3 players already making their way downstairs. A 4th upstairs to draw their attention away. We'll also hear the rotations coming in from the vent area. Keeping his eyes on spray through from Pony. Will take that frag at the edge of the smoke. So bomb plant will be secured. A 5-on-4 retake up for RBG with a man and weapon advantage. Surely it should be cleaned up relatively quickly.
And pretty much every single player from RBG is coming in from ramp. No one out to ruining the fence. A lot of utility, but it's Gratisfaction up close with the Tech 9. 3 kills, making a 4th. Did he get the ace? Oh, Liaz is going to steal it away. 100 Thieves. The Tech 9s come up absolutely huge.
Gratisfaction! Gratisfaction! Look at this! Oh my god! I've never seen a faster 4K with a Tech 9 in my life! That is insane! Oh, RBG just got shut the hell down! Wow, that is soul crushing. That is so soul crushing for the season. When they had every advantage except the bomb site under their grasp, and still they lose to 100 Thieves.
I don't think we'll ever see a round like that again. And for RBG, they've got to just put it past them because they've got another round to deal with. It's a force buy really on their own account, and it's to the lower bomb site again from 100 Thieves. This time around, though, it's a man advantage. It's a 4-on-3 scenario. The bomb's not yet planted, but Wiz is going to be able to at least make this interesting.
JKS to fall. All the pistols pull out similarly stupid stuff from the CT cam. Well, Gratisfaction will get isolated by Jumanchu, so there's one good frag back, but the native Liaz will deal with Wiz. SMGs now on the last few players. I can shut that down against the likes of Hex, and Asda gets his 2K in. 12 to the board of 100 Thieves. As they can carry the momentum forward into the follow-up rounds, RBG may be forced to an eco half by at the absolute best.
And I'll tell you what, that one round where we saw Gratisfaction coming up huge, not only is it big in terms of an economy basis and, you know, gathering momentum, like you said, soul crushing. Like, you've got to think, what is the mental game now like for RBG? Are they just, you know, really nervous? Are the comms got very quiet? These are some elements that we'll have to sort of wait and see. Only up against a very light eco. This should be a pretty easy round for them. Big damage has been done. Oh, now the USPs are coming up, Jay.
He's gonna get shut back by Lias, though. He gets his own 3K in with the MP9, and Wiz gets caught off next by Jacob. That's quite a fair amount of kills, though. The CT's doing a lot with a little, and pulling. I mean, Gratisfaction can hit your heart out. It's just a shame they didn't actually win the round because of it.
Wow, that's big damage. And that may potentially have follow-on effects because you look at the money line, you think Gratisfaction's quite low, Azza's quite low, and so is JKS. I know Liaz and Jacob have got a little bit of money built up, but that one round there where they got a lot of impact with the USPs can make a big difference going forward. Unfortunately for RBG, they don't have a lot of breathing room. They're down 7 rounds and 100 Thieves. They've just been so aggressive on the team side, getting into main. Oh, there's even a TK, but they trade out evenly.
All conscious to hold on to the man advantage, though. JKS and Wiz going back and forth, 3-on-2. Should get picked up for the AWP, still chimed in alongside Hex as 100 Thieves go a little bit too overzealous and they get too aggressive for their own right. 7 to the board of RBG as they do get a recovery round. 100 Thieves will have the rebuys coming back in.
Yeah, look, I think that may have been a little bit of a over-aggressive round from 100 Thieves. That was very, very fast outside to try and get on top of the main position and then split into the upper bomb side. RBG are bringing it closer and closer to at least getting double digits. The buy coming out, Mac 10 for JKS. Porty's got very aggressive outside.
As a Gratisfaction here with the scout set in for him. No AWPs, unfortunately. 10 in, Walco will take the face against JKS, can't see him. Can't take him down just yet. It's just damage done to Grats. Done that much here. Wiz will eventually shut him down with a wallbang shot, opening up the round here for RBG, excuse me.
Now, Wiz looking for a little bit more, but with the re-smokes coming through, he won't be able to get any vision into them crossing into Secret. A little bit of spam is going to give them info that they're committing. And Pawnee rotating out from the upper bomb site in through vents to lower. A minute on the clock for 100 Thieves. They need to first deal with Pawnee if they want any chance to go into B.
Flash in, Liaz kisses him on the cheek and then takes him down with a simple headshot, 4-on-4. Could have gotten real dicey though, because that flashbang didn't catch him for blind. Hex will get JKS though. Wiz will follow suit on Liaz. Again, these T-side players giving up the kills to the RBG camp. These are getting very, very good rounds of the result. Wiz with 3 frags. Jacob will trade it. The bomb's not even on his back though. It's been dropped elsewhere, outside of the observation window. Facing against Walco, doing some damage for 20 seconds. I have a feeling Jacob can't recover this.
He doesn't really have too many options, does he? The time is certainly not on his side. He's got to pick up that bomb, maybe molly out towards now a bomb plant. They peek in together, so there was a chance that has been given, but RBG are going to be able to close out the round. And I tell you what, Jay, we're probably going to have to see an eco from 100 Thieves. There really isn't a lot of money. The loss bonus is at 2,400, so there can't be that many investments unless Jacob wants to drop over some pistols to a teammate. Actually going to buy Deagle armor himself. RBG slowly bringing this back now. A couple rounds in a row on their CT side.
Eco set in by the 100 Thieves camp. Deagles, PT50s, a couple of Glocks in for JKS and Gratz. Backed up, ready to receive them coming in. Mat 10 ready, sees several. Heads drop coming in, double there for the likes of the AK. Jumanchu gets his double in the end, bomb being dropped. And the Eco gets cleaned up, effective. 9 to the board of RBG. And 100 Thieves, well, after the first half, they have started to fall off a little bit. I'm not sure if that's a T-side thing or whether RBG have improved in any respect, but either way, it is still going to be within 4 rounds of the lead. RBG have kind of brought the slack back.
And like RBG are kind of following in the footsteps of 100 Thieves in terms of keeping a solid lineup together for a very long amount of time. We haven't seen a roster move, Jay, in terms of the players since all the way back in July last year. So since they moved over to RBG, they haven't made a single roster move in terms of the players on the server. So something to kind of keep out for RBG. Fast playing for the vent dive. JKS is dropping quick to lower.
Hasn't got a bomb with him though, this is exclusively a lurk play. Out to the side, Jumanchu gets chased for the first frag. Gratisfaction gets dropped by the Deagle. And that actually is the bomb getting dropped here by the CT side. 5 on 3, and again, just aggressive faces. I think 100 Thieves need to go a bit slower at this. JKS will get the backstab together though, get himself a double and get a line back in. A recovery chance to a 3 on 3, and the B site that's open for business.
That's big from JKS, and for RBG, no one's really in rotating positions. They can potentially try and go out through ramp and try and backstab, but 100 Thieves are staying around from lobby. Oh, Wilco's pushed into Squeak Door. Do they expect this aggressive play?
For ones, Liaz getting Walker to return. Hext watching out from upper. Now going to get back downstairs to try and cover off the ramp position. Liaz going to drop down. JKS keeps his eyes on the backlines of the players that are coming in. Hearing a couple of footsteps, expecting there to be a player from the vents. He'd be right to assume that. Hasn't seen him just yet, though. Eventually the face in. Pony's going to win it out. 1 HP. Liaz back at Decon, watching into the back lines. He's going to evade the CTs as they make their way onto the site itself. This could be a bit of a good backstab, though. Smoke onto the bomb. Smoke down towards the doors. Molotov on towards observation. Sticking the defuse. Liaz got a spray through. He's not taking it. This is going to be a 10th. RBG is stealing it away. Liaz too passively. Not aggressive enough. Couldn't deny the bomb defuse.
Yeah, look, he's in a difficult position there, because you've got to think he's mollied out towards radio and he smoked off from double doors. So really, the only way that he could probably win that round is just hope that the bomb's being at least tapped rather than stuck. No real way that he can stop them from defusing. A 10th on the board from RBG, and I think you're right. Like, we saw the vent dive coming in from JKS, but just some unnecessary wide swings out from ramp. Gratisfaction in particular with that secondary or kill that went the way of Jumanchu from Gratisfaction. A half buy with the Tech 9s, and for 100 Thieves, they need to get a bit of momentum. They need to get back into the board, and it could be with an upper hit.
M4's going to evade everybody here. 3 players under the vent dive instead of upper. Jumanchu will get answer. And the bomb can get planted to the back lines of the site. 5 on 4. Jumanchu getting Liaz to 3, and the Tech 9's not quite as good this time. But Gratisfaction's still in place. Don't hold your breath. AWP firing away with nades coming down. Flashbangs over to try and allow the entry. JKS takes point this time. Molotovs going to force him out of dodge. Gratisfaction playing the off angle, but still looking onto position. Ready for players coming out. Oh my god, JKS about to do it again. Jumanchu takes 2 frags back, and he's on his 4 kills so far. Jacob needs to deny this. They're at position his way through. Oh, it's done! The Tech 9s have forced him 4 knives on the bomb itself. Walco will get taken, but 100 Thieves will get the round, and the Tech 9s again stand strong.
And forget Fnatic being the god to the Tech 9 back in the day. It seems like it's 100 Thieves. I don't know what's going on here, Jay. The Tech 9s are doing so much damage, and it seems so chaotic from RBG. As soon as that duel came out from JKS, they rushed to try and get someone onto that bomb. Jacob just spamming out from decontamination. Oh, RBG. You hate to see them lose a round like that. Like, if it was a rifle and you see 100 Thieves going to 14, you can kind of accept it, but that was just a half buy. That wasn't even rifles.
Man, like... I don't even know what to say at this point. Like 100 Thieves of the 4 rounds they've won here on T side, 2 of them have been through Tech 9s.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
just think about that, okay? Like, oh man, it must be upsetting for RBG, not just because the fact that they're losing these pistols so effectively. It must, you know, in terms of the economy game, it'll be crushing, but in terms of the morale game, it'll be crushing as well. I'll get back to that thought because 100 Thieves rushing straight to the inside. They have to pick the top of the half, he's standing right above them. Him and Walker will get 2 kills, but JKS chimed in with 2 of his own. 3v3 as Liaz falls low HP. JKS gets flanked out by Jamanchu next upcoming, and Wiz in the vents will not see anybody out in the open bomb site. They will get a bomb plant in for Liaz. That bomb probably won't extend too far. As Azza goes down, Liaz, last man standing. And again, the fast play from 100 Thieves just gets overwhelmed and posted up against the RBG side. It's a brick wall to counter it. And we're seeing the same things over and over again from both T sides.
Yeah, and you know what? Like earlier on today, Jay, we saw EG taking on Triumph on the mainstream, and it was like 16-4, 16-5. I was kind of expecting something very similar like that going into this matchup. Now, you've got RBG that are a relatively new team to this kind of level of competition, just being promoted to MDL this season. We're in advanced last season for ECA. It came in from the closed qualifier in last place, Jay, but were able to snatch a spot in the end. And on their own map pick, they are really contesting with 100 Thieves, which is great to see.
AK outside here, looking on towards the upper positions. Unable to see any of those kills, will just take that damage. Jamanchu will get forced back. These Deagles at long-range engagements will go quite far. Grab that bomb, continue to push towards the outside default, 1 minute and 15. Plenty of time to work with.
Cross smokes outside. But look at the damage from Jamanchu! Oh, there are so many players low from the 100 Thieves side, and they haven't even got into Secret yet, Jay. They're still trying to make their way to the lower bomb side, but that's a lot of tag damage, which is going to help later in the round.
Yeah, these Eagles not quite as viable when you're on 57 points of HP. Spray is blind from Walco, continuing to do more damage to Gratisfaction. He now makes his way out from the double doors. We'll still jump face, though. Get back to the B site now, expecting the onslaught of 100 players. Looking out there, does get shut down by Gratisfaction. When he turns around with the AWP, pick doubles up in his own right. Last player left is not quite taken down. He gets his kill as a result. 1 frag found. If he gets a second, that'll be good damage to see where Pony is as well, but unable to land ahead. CG sneaking in the back lines. And eventually will get shut down by the AK. So 12 to the board of RBG, and they have brought this within 2. 100 Thieves have really fallen apart here on the T side. Such a confident start in the first half, but only a bit touch and go here and there in the second.
And Wiz is stepping up. He is really finding a lot of impact. He was like 1-7 or something at one point in that first half. But this CT side, Jay, he's really starting to come alive for RBG. And they're running a double AWP setup, which is the first time I think we've seen it from either team this entire map. Jamanchu, their in-game leader, picking up that secondary AWP role. 100 Thieves in with the rifles, very aggressive towards outsiders, both a rifler and Wiz with that AWP. What's the play from 100 Thieves? It looks like they want to get some outside control with JKS with the lurk from ramp.
He's ready for Jamanchu's aggression. This could catch the AWP off guard if Lushy checks that corner.
Yeah.
It comes out to Epistles and game knowledge. Not anticipating that position. JKS with a better read. Jamanchu is there with the AWP. Does read it this time, though. Get that headshot in to turn it back to a 4-on-4 as 100 Thieves again looking to go quick with the executions. Initially leaning in towards the main area. Now making their way towards outside. Start to wrap in from heaven.
They weren't silent about it at all, though. A lot of footsteps would have been heard, and you can even see Wiz is trying to lock his eyes in towards sort of that lockers area if they want to maybe take some hell control and wrap in through ramp. It looks like it's going to be a bit of an upper play. Now, Wilco's been able to push in through lobbies. They know the information that if they're coming in from anywhere, it's really got to be heaven because Pawnee's in main.
30 seconds. Pawnee's made his way outside now. Sorry, he's still inside, excuse me. It did look like he was on the outside from that X-ray vision, but Still contesting against Gratisfaction. He will start to back up and made some noise about it. So he's trying to sell him on the idea that he's fallen away. And the mind games for 15 seconds. 100 Thieves make their way in right now. Jacob, kill on Hex. Pony falls towards Gratisfaction. Bomb plant can be secured. And a 4-on-2 now. Retake up for RBG, who are at the man disadvantage. It may be better to save the AK and the AWP, and Wiz is already backed up.
They've just got no money. I mean, saving is their best bet. And I think that's sometimes where the inexperience comes out for RBG. Like, they had so much info, right? They were able to get a Pony was out towards main, and they heard footsteps outside. They've pushed into lobby, so they know for 100 Thieves, the only options they've got is that to try and take some hell control, wrap into heaven, and split into the A bomb side. They can't go ramp, because that's where Wiz is with the AWP. So there was a lot of information from RBG in that 4-on-4, but they just weren't able to connect the kills. The entries out from heaven were fantastic from 100 Thieves. And now they're going to go 15 on the board. You've got to think money. Do they want to maybe go another glass cannon AWP? Jumanchu needs a weapon. Maybe Wolko can drop over 1 M4. That's all.
Watch these Tech 9 players get from 100 Thieves. You can see how they got to this point. You mentioned match point, or map point, I should say, for 100 Thieves here on Nuke. Only a single round away. RBG aren't too far away from a recovery, though. That 3 rounds to get there if they need to do so. To 100 Thieves, that would mean an overtime position. The tactical pause is coming in for the RBG side that will be ticked away right now. And of course, their 4th and final tactical pause, used at the appropriate moment, I think. They just need to get 3 on the board. That sounds like not a lot of work, and realistically it's not, but against 100 Thieves, it's going to feel like a mountain by comparison.
It is. It really is, because their economy's low, so you've got to think, even if they win a round, they need really at least 3 players staying alive. Otherwise, they're just going to wreck their economy again. 100 Thieves going pretty quickly outside. Jacob trying to work off the edge of this smoke and maybe see if he can deal with the player in towards garage. And not seeing any of the CT-sided members peeking out. A slow control coming through. Jacob's actually been able to press pretty far forward without seeing anything.
Very open positions for Jacob. Could get shut down by a simple peek in towards the garage area, but not from the CT side will do that. Wiz instead out here to the secret area, gets that kill on Jacob. That is actually a good start here for RBG. Again, they open up the round, get follow-up kills as well. Pony suspecting where the T-side players are coming in from. Whiteface against Gratisfaction could drop that bomb in the open. He's going to make his way out towards the garage area. He's charging very far forward for a bomb planter here. The T's are aggressing into his position. Finally, Pony will be dealt with. Further flashes in, though. And the CTs on site will wait for the T's to make their hit.
Even for Pony, I mean, the confidence to push through a smoke like that and then just back up. Unfortunately, in the end, he does lose his life, but look at the map control that's come in through 100 Thieves. They've got a couple of players starting to make their way into Hell. They've got options out from ramp. They've got options to this upper bomb site with JKS out from lobby if they want to go into heaven. Oh, Jumanchu, though, they might not check this angle. This could be big. Now he's going to hear the footsteps. He's been seen, but so is the other way, and JKS wins a very important duel.
Jumanchu with the perfect chance to at least get a kill. That would have been a 3-on-2 retake, but now it's favorable to 100 Thieves as Wiz falls and Wolko desperately spraying, tagging Grats to 1. Him and Hex got a lot of work to do. Open positions as the double doors does get a bit of a hole punched into it. They do not find any info off the back of it, though. Smokes down, Gratz waits back at dark. The last insurance policy, Liaz kills off the first. Gratz will fall down. Second kill for the M4, but JKS up from ramp will be able to close it down. 16-12, 100 Thieves will claim the first map of the series. But man, that was a fight, and we didn't expect it to be like that.
I really didn't. If someone would have reached out to me and been like, "Oh, I reckon RBG gonna get 12 rounds on their map pick and nuke," I'd have been like, "No, that's not gonna happen." But look, that was really strong performance from RBG. I was very impressed by them, and really, Jay, I think for 100 Thieves, we expected them to be able to 2-0. We expected them to take nuke, but it really was quite down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely it was. I mean, again, I'm kind of shocked because this is a a tier 1 team, you know, in 100 Thieves. I guess I don't think that's even like a contest at this stage. You know, like, you know, it does sound very wrong to be saying that given the history of this squad, but you know, this is a team that just promoted to MDL that they're facing off against. The fact that RBG were able to do as much as they did and punish 100 Thieves for a lot of their like aggressive mistakes. I mean, it was very clear to me that they were going a bit too overly aggressive. There were a few too many rushes. There were a few too many early executions. But RBG doing a great job at punishing that. It took 100 Thieves a very long time to readjust against that.
And I think the scoreline could have been a lot closer. You mentioned the Tech 9 rounds. We had 2 rounds where 100 Thieves won half buys. They had like P250s, they had like Tech 9s, armor and utility. There's no way the RBG should be losing rounds like that. And they're going to be kicking themselves because they know we got to 12 rounds, we convert those 2, we look at 14, you know, it gives us momentum. We actually probably could have won our map pick. So, look, that may haunt them going into the second map. We'll just have to wait and see. But look, for 100 Thieves, that was a challenge and that was a contest.
And again, we weren't expecting that. I honestly thought they were just like 16-0. To be honest, like we talked about it so much. We bigged it up in the pregame. Yeah. It's like, you know, this isn't like the last match between the Whalers and Imperium. Like those are 2 teams in MDL. This is a team in Pro League versus a team in MDL. So the fact that RBG have done that, they've got so much to be proud of, even if they get nothing else in this series. But I did bring a mention to the fact that some of the results have been suspect on Nuke and Vertigo. Dwayne, what do you think the chances are of RBG being able to pull off a map here on Vertigo?
I think it's tough. I think it's quite a small percentage. But in saying that, I still think that they can make it close. Like even if they get like 7-8 rounds on Vertigo, like that could still be a pretty good achievement for this side. I think if they get to 10, I'll be very impressed. I doubt 10 rounds will be enough, but after seeing what they can do on Nuke, I think anything's possible. I think Wiz stepped up a huge level, something that I haven't seen from him at least against some top tier competition in quite some time. So that's big from him. If he's able to bring that forward into Vertigo, maybe AWP around sort of the B stairs and over towards the A ramp, we could really see a quite a close game in that second map, Jay.
We'll have to see how the cards will fall here for the RBG side. So as we go to a break, Vertigo will be our second map. It was picked by 100 Thieves, but will they be able to turn it into glory? We'll find out after this. Do not go anywhere. It's our second map of the best of 3 coming up after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Ring ring! The IEM New York Experience Box is here. Hot, fresh, and delivered straight to your door. Tasty ingredients make this box a must-have. Claim yours quick at the ESL shop before they sell out. Oh, and there's no real pizza. Get your taste of New York while it's hot.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife, and when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke halfway, lost hope and I'll check it.